You learn that to keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blain's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blain's Body Shop. Blain's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Midwest Ready Mix Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
CoreCares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. CoreCares, proudly serving our community.
Jensen Kennels is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dog. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
Fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid, up to 100 times stronger than morphine. Even a tiny amount can be deadly. It's often mixed with other drugs without your knowledge, increasing your risk of overdose. Protect yourself and your loved ones and avoid unknown substances. Stay informed, stay safe, and remember, one pill can kill. For more information on fentanyl prevention, visit your local health resource or speak to a healthcare professional today. This message was brought to you by the Great Plains Tribal Opioid Response, so that the people may live.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Winter inspection programs are starting now at all 9 of our Grossenburg Implement locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. With harvest winding down, get your name on the list and have your equipment inspected and ready for next year. Put it on your John Deere multi-use account and get benefits of no payment, no interest programs for those that qualify. Then you can rest easy in 2025. Grossenburg Implement, where service is the other half of a great product. Go to grossenburg.com for complete details.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olsson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olsson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call, and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
When the world feels big, a small note can mean everything. Find mental health support at sdbehavioralhealth.gov.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
What's your big picture?
To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
To start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank & Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank & Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com.
Life can get pretty busy out there. Daily commutes, carpooling, and then there's that weekend getaway. Cenex is here to keep your vehicle fueled up for those long drives, your pantry stocked for those snack cravings, and the propane grill ready whenever you are. Things can move fast, but with your local Cenex, you can rest assured that everything on your list will get a check mark, all in a day's work, powered locally at Cenex.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today.
Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers.
When life gets hard and our thoughts get too much to bear, finding the resiliency within us can help us find healing. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline provides 24/7 free support for anyone in suicidal distress or emotional crisis. All texts and calls are anonymous and connect you to local resources that uphold cultural values and pave the way to healing. Find the strength within you. Find the strength within our culture. Reach out if you need help today.
When it comes to advertising, reaching the right market while giving back to the school is just plain right. If you're looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here's your ticket with Live Ticket TV. With over 90 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you advertise locally with just your home team or reach the region. Plus, a portion of all sales go directly back to the school. Get a hold of Heath Nimke today and let's get started in building your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Out here,
welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box. Proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
It's the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic on the campus of the University of South Dakota. As we get you set for 4 games this afternoon and into the evening, all leading to 2 number 1s matching up against each other. But we have visitors from the north and the south that have made their trip to the campus of the University of South Dakota, and it begins with a doubleheader, if you will, but beginning on the boys' side as the West Central Trojans come back to Vermillion to take on the Crofton Warriors, a Crofton team that has become a tradition here at the Holiday Classic. Good afternoon. I'm Heath Nimke, covering you for the first 2 games here this afternoon before the voice of the Tanagers, Cole Larsch, takes over. And Cole Larsch, let's get right to you right away here on this Saturday afternoon. A lot of exciting games. I mentioned it just a moment ago. 2 number 1 teams face a new battle for Class A, Class B, Vermillion Girls, Centerville. But coming up here a little bit later on, in game number 2, we get to see a number 1 team with the Crofton girls basketball team back for another year. You remember what you saw from them a year ago against the Vermillion Tanagers when they beat them right here in this building. but we also get to see a West Central boys team that made that amazing comeback, trailing by 15 with just over 4 minutes left to go on Tuesday. Cole, ultimately what I'm trying to get to, a lot of great basketball coming up for the Holiday Classic.
Yeah, I think just when you look at the overall schedule, obviously it's highlighted by that number 1 versus number 1, but you also have to remember, like you said, in that 2:30 game, this is a Crofton, Nebraska team on the girls' side that they are very good this season. 7-0, have yet to be beat. And like you said, they have some experience playing inside this arena, the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, where, like you said, they took down Vermillion last season. That's going to be a very competitive game. The first one here between West Central and Crofton on the boys' side, also going to be very competitive. Then once you get to that Vermillion doubleheader, I think we're going to see 2 solid games, ultimately leading to 4 pretty competitive games here inside the SCSC.
And game number 1 of our afternoon, it pits the West Central Trojans, who are 3-0 after they got another victory last night against the 2-4 Crofton Warriors. And then again, game number 2 coming up, it's the girls as both the Trojans and the Warriors go at it. We're going to step aside for our first time out of the afternoon. When we come back, we'll dive more into who the Crofton Warriors are and also take a look at the West Central Trojans. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blain's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blain's Body Shop. Blain's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Midwest Ready Mix Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregate, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
CoreCares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. CoreCares, proudly serving our community.
Jensen Kennels is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dog. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
It's the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic on Live Ticket TV. Live Ticket TV has been proud to bring you this Holiday Classic for the third annual year, and we have covered all 12 games a part of this tradition right here on Live Ticket TV. Not jumping in all of a sudden one year randomly. Like I said, I've carried every single game, and it's been a pleasure to bring you those games, including myself. Cole Larsch has also brought you all of those games, and we have another 4 for you today that includes West Central taking on Crofton and boys and girls action. Coming up later on, the host of it, Vermillion Tanagers, take on Mount Vernon Plankinton on the boys' side. And a little bit later on, we will see the Vermillion girls' #1 team in Class A take on the #1 team in Class B on the girls' side, Centerville. And fans, stick around for that boys' game because it's a very interesting game. You're going to see where one broadcaster's loyalties lie when it comes to broadcasting high school basketball, because it is a very intriguing matchup. Of course, Cole Larsch has helped out with the Vermillion Tanagers, but what about when his brother plays for the other team? Head coach Jay Drake did have some comments and remarks about where Cole's loyalties lie when it comes to his brother and the Vermillion Tanagers. But for right now, we're getting you set for game #1 of our 4 this afternoon, which puts the West Central Trojans up against the Crofton Warriors. Crofton comes into today's matchup 2-4 overall. They are 0-2 in their district and also 0-2 within the region, which, if you don't follow along to Nebraska boys basketball or just Nebraska basketball in general, that has actually been something they have redone, is the regions and how everything lines up and making it the postseason when it comes to sub-district alignments and also regions. So again, seeing it ultimately in the end doesn't have a whole lot of impact, but just their schedule, if you will, that gets changed a little bit for Crofton, and they've also kind of made those adjustments when it comes to their region as well. But ultimately, taking a look at their overall record, as I said, 2-4. They opened up their season with a win back on December 5th against Tri-County of Northeast, 63-51. They have not won a game since until this past Thursday at home when they were able to beat Niobrara Verdigris 58-22. But in the 4 losses that they have had this season, they have struggled to score. And some of those games, 3 out of the 4, have gotten away from them. The only one that didn't, Guardian Angels Central Catholic, where they lost at West Point 33-32, but there again, you look at their offensive output and only putting up 32 points this season. Cole, this is a basketball team that averages just over 53 points so far this season. You got your chance to see West Central boys on Tuesday. How much does this Crofton team either need to slow down what the Trojans can do offensively or try to play at the pace of the Trojans when it comes to scoring for the Crofton Warriors?
I think the biggest thing they're going to have to try to do is, especially if, like you said, they're not scoring very many points, maybe a slower, methodical offense, but you're going to have to try to do that on the defensive end as well. You're going to have to try and slow down this fast attack of the West Central Trojans. And if you can't, if you try to go play up to speed with the Trojans, that's usually when we start to see these games get out of hand a little bit, is when teams start playing out of their own comfort zone, out of their own system. And it's just one of those deals where, I mean, you're just going to have to rely on your defense or maybe rely on some poor West Central shooting here in the arena that they're not used to being in. But it's just going to be one of those deals that you got to try to stick to your brand of basketball. And once you start going away from that, that's when things can get going downhill for you.
When it comes to offensively for the Crofton Warriors, something that we saw West Central struggle against on Tuesday evening when we saw them here in Vermillion was shut down the key offensive playmaker. You look back to Trey Hansen and what he was able to do against the Trojans. Well, the Crofton Warriors have someone exactly the same. Trevor Allen has accounted for 40% of the points so far this season for the Crofton Warriors, putting up 115 points out of the 287 that they have had this year. Otherwise, besides that, offensively, no one comes close to him. The next one is a common name that we have seen over the past 2 years here at the Holiday Classic. Braxton Foxhoven does have 66 points in the season, or averaging just over 13 points a game. And then after that, very, very light, including Panning and Jackson for the Crofton Warriors, both average 5 points themselves. So again, when I take a look at the Crofton Warriors, it seems like they can really cue in on one guy, maybe even two, and we'll see how much that plays a factor in tonight's matchup against the Crofton Warriors and the West Central Trojans. We're going to step aside for another timeout. When we come back, as we just mentioned earlier, the Trojans were in action last night, and they picked up another victory. Now 3-0 on this season, coming from Class A and Region 3. How have things gone for the Trojans, and how does last night's victory prove that this is a very serious Trojans team? That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
Synthetic opioid, up to 100 times stronger than morphine. Even a tiny amount can be deadly. It's often mixed with other drugs without your knowledge, increasing your risk of overdose. Protect yourself and your loved ones and avoid unknown substances. Stay informed, stay safe, and remember, one pill can kill. For more information on fentanyl prevention, visit your local health resource or speak to a healthcare professional today. This message was brought to you by the Great Plains Tribal Opioid Response, so that the people may live.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Winter inspection programs are starting now at all 9 of our Grossenburg Implement locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. With harvest winding down, get your name on the list and have your equipment inspected and ready for next year. Put it on your John Deere multi-use account and get benefits of no payment, no interest programs for those that qualify. Then you can rest easy in 2025. Grossenburg Implement, where service is the other half of a great product. Go to grossenburg.com for complete details.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olsson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olsson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call, and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
On the campus of the University of South Dakota, it's the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic on Live Ticket TV, as game number 1 features the West Central Trojans taking on the Crofton Warriors.
Proud supporters of all Tanager
Along with Cole Larsch, I'm Heath Nimke getting you set for game number 1 of 4. All 4 can be found right here on Live Ticket TV, right here on this streaming link. You don't need to click away. You don't need to go anywhere. We'll have it all right here. So you can kind of turn it on. As Cole knows, you can kind of turn it on with all the football that is happening across the country. Of course, a huge day when it comes to college football, not only for the FBS playoffs, but as we also know, the FCS semifinals that are going on. And both teams, South Dakota State, North Dakota State, got off to a rocking start. Both teams on their opening possession took it down the field and scored, making it 7-7. We have just started the third quarter in that FCS semifinal matchup. 14-14. So offense has come at a premium. Earlier this season when those two teams met in the Dakota marker game, it was 13-9. So seen a little bit more offense, but we'll see if we don't find some more in this second half. Again, those two teams tied just beginning the third quarter. Of course, we'll keep you up to date to see how South Dakota, as they take on Montana State, comes up later on. That one set for 2:30. Cole Larsch and I do have all the different screens right up here in front of us, all the different games that are going on. Of course, the NFL, the Houston, Texas, and Kansas City Chiefs are also happening. So like I said, a lot of different sports all across the country going on, including right here in the Sanford Coyote Sports Center as we get you set for matchup number 1 between West Central and Crofton. Let's take a look at the West Central Trojans, a team that is 3-0. This is a team that we got to see just on Tuesday evening when they completed a 15-point deficit comeback against the Vermillion Tanagers to hit a buzzer beater 64-62. Shout out to the West Central Trojans boys Twitter page, as they've been very active here recently, getting some hype videos on there, but also retweeted Cole's play-ending call there, which Cole Larsch did an amazing job on that. But this team, as I said, 3-0, beating Vermillion 64-62 on Tuesday. But what's been maybe a little bit more impressive is the West Central Trojans opened up their season against Del Rapids and won that 51-44. And then head coach Jay Drake, a team that Vermillion boys are going to see later on this season, Groton Area. Jay has said that Groton Area is primed to make a run for the state tournament, a top 10 team that he believes in Class A. Last night, the West Central Trojans dispatched the Tigers, winning at 54-38. Let's bring back in my broadcast partner, Cole Larsch. Cole, as I just mentioned, the 3 victories so far this season for the West Central Trojans, starting off 3-0. This team seems to be very impressive. They play against Crofton here today, Hill City, and then after the holiday break, they'll have Sioux Falls Christian. But for now, Cole, what we have seen with our own eyes and what we have seen on paper, we certainly need to take this Trojans team very, very seriously.
Yeah, it's one of those teams where you've looked at kind of all their games and you kind of look at the stats of each game. Is in their first game against Del Rapids, it was really the Connor Mebius show, 27 points for him in that one. And then in the Vermillion game, it was Hayden Heyer that really came up late, 20 points in that game, including a couple of crucial shots down the stretch. And then their last game against Groton, it was the Will Cool show. I believe he put up 26, 27 points in that one as well. So, I mean, it's one of those where it's not like you can only key in on one specific player for the entire game, but usually they're going to have one, maybe 2 guys in double figures, in those high double figures like 20+. And I think that's what makes this West Central team so hard to guard and so hard to plan for, because it's just you really don't know who's going to go off on what game. You try to key in on one player, another one goes off. You try to key on one, another one goes off. So it's one of those things where it's a really hard offense trying to guard, and when they want to and once they get hot, look out, because they're just going to start raining down three-pointers from everywhere.
You mentioned that performance last night. You just said Will Cool, which the big man underneath, it seems like we didn't see him get really going in that game, but he was the one that made the assist for the game-winning shot for Heyer. 23 points last night, and then even the big guys, Colt Gary had 8 points in that game last night against Groton Area. As you mentioned, it was Mebius that didn't have a lot of points in that game against Groton Area, so this is a Trojans team that can really spread it out. So going into a matchup like this afternoon, with the talent that we have seen them shoot the 3 ball in the size that they have, do you think this is a game that they shoot the 3, or is this a little bit more of trying to get Gary and Cool going this afternoon for the Trojans?
Well, I think ultimately it comes down to what they want to really try to do first is they want to try to go inside to try and compress that defense. And then once the defense, say, just for tonight against Crofton, once they start compressing down a little bit, that's when you get those kick-out three-pointers. That's when you get those pick and pops for threes that you can use with Will Cool. And so I think it's going to be a mix. I mean, if they're working inside and it's working early, then they're going to stick to that. If they kind of compress down the defense, then they start getting those three-pointers. That's what they're going to get to. And then that's just the beauty of this West Central offense is they can really go with one or the other.
West Central so far this season is averaging just over 52 points in their 3 victories this season. And by the way, the Crofton Warriors combined in their holiday classics here at Vermillion on the campus of the University of South Dakota, less than 70 points in the first 2 games that they have played. Again, here in this holiday classic, the Crofton boys have been an annual tradition at this holiday classic. So again, you talk about their offense for Crofton, they'll need to get it going in today's matchup. Again, getting you set for a doubleheader at least to begin with, as West Central does play Crofton. Boys first, girls second. As we know, Crofton girls #1 team in Class C2 in the state of Nebraska. They got another huge win last night. We're going to highlight that game, come up a little bit more later on here in the broadcast. And as we mentioned earlier, Cole, one thing that I want to get to let all the fans know is you have a very unique situation coming up later on in today's broadcast when you'll be broadcasting the Vermillion games. You get a unique situation. Jay Drake talks about it during his pregame interview. I've never seen it before, but you're the voice of the Vermillion Tanagers, but your brother will be wearing a different color uniform playing for the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans. How excited are you to call that type of game for your brother, who is a part of the starting group for the Titans? How excited are you to call that game come up later on this afternoon?
I'm very excited because, like you said, it's really an interesting spot for me. I've been doing this, I would say, for a long time, but this is now my 3rd year as a part of Vermillion, and I actually grew up calling Mount Vernon Plankton games for Live Ticket, and that's how I kind of got started in this thing. And this will be the first time that I've been able to call a Mount Vernon Plankton boys game where my brother's been out there. Again, we were on the call for the Vermillion versus Mount Vernon Plankton girls game last season, so that was kind of an interesting spot as well. But between my Vermillion ties now and then my family ties and my alma mater, the Mount Vernon Plankton Titans, I mean, I don't know if stuck between a rock and a hard place would be a good way to put it, but I'm really excited. I mean, I think it's going to be a pretty good game, and like Jay Drake said, he kind of gave me crap a little bit there in that pregame, and you'll get my full comments on it later once the Vermillion game actually goes, but I'm going to cheer for whoever wins. That's what I'm going to cheer for at the end of the day.
Well, look forward to all the excitement throughout the day here in this Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic. Again, the 3rd annual that has been streamed with all games on Live Ticket TV. Also cool to see us up on the video board as well here at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. Tip-off is coming up here in just a little bit. Cole, does it feel like everyone is going to be very excited for that last game? I mean, it seems #1 versus #1. When we talk about all these teams here at the Holiday Classic, a lot of big teams, a lot of big names. Even game #2 should be an exciting one between the Trojans and the #1 team, Crofton Warriors, in Class C2.
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of looking towards that last one. You know, they're kind of moving towards that one, but we got to remember we got 3 good games coming up here before that last one. So I think, you can be excited about that last one, but also be excited for the first 3.
Well, fans, we're going to have our national anthem coming up here in just a little bit with the 4 games at the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic, beginning with the West Central Trojan boys taking on the Crofton boys. In game #2, it will be Trojans versus Crofton in girls action. Game #3 of our afternoon will feature the Vermillion boys as they take on the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans. And then our final game of the evening at that point will be the Vermillion girls as they take on the Centerville girls. Again, a matchup of 2 #1 teams, both undefeated on the season, happening right here at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. Along with Cole Larsch, I'm Heath Nimke. We are going to step aside for our national anthem, and when we come back, we'll have our starting lineups and the opening tap between the Trojans and the Warriors. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
When the world feels big, a small note can mean everything. Find mental health support at sdbehavioralhealth.gov.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
What's your big picture?
To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
To start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank & Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank & Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com. Life can get pretty busy out there. Daily commutes, carpooling, and then there's that weekend getaway. Cenex is here to keep your vehicle fueled up for those long drives, your pantry stocked for those snack cravings, and the propane grill ready whenever you are. Things can move fast, but with your local Cenex, you can rest assured that everything on your list will get a check mark, all in a day's work, powered locally at Cenex.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
It's the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic here on Live Ticket TV along with Cole Larsch. I'm Heath Nimke, getting you set for this matchup between the Crofton Warriors and the West Central Trojans. Let's meet the Trojans and the Crofton Warriors. We'll begin with the visitors for this afternoon. That is the Crofton Warriors. Their starting five will be number 3, Charlie Steffen, the junior. Number 12, Chase Panning, the 6-foot junior. Number 25, Tyson Jackson. Number 30, Bo Drotzman. And number 35, Trevor Allen for the Crofton Warriors. For the West Central Trojans, it is the same starting five that we did see on Tuesday evening, which includes 0, Connor Mebius, the 5'9 sophomore guard. Number 5, Colton Gary, the 6'5 senior forward. Number 10, Carter Tetzloff, the 6-foot senior guard. Number 22, Luke Knight, the 6'2 senior forward. And number 23, Will Cool, the 6'9 junior forward who dished in his own number, 23 points last night in that game against Groton area. Again, the Warriors of Crofton come in with 1 day of rest as they played on Thursday evening, whereas the West Central Trojans, it's less than 24 hours rest for them as they beat Groton area last night 58-34. And now we are set and ready to go at the SD logo with the Coyote Paw here in Vermillion, South Dakota, with two teams that have been a part of this Holiday Classic for the past 2 years as Charlie Steffen and Will Cool meet in the center circle. Ball is in the air and won by the 6'9 center. The Trojans will move from right to left in their all-white uniforms, numbers and letters that are in blue outlined in gold, and the Crofton Warriors in their maroon jerseys with the numbers and letters that are in a gray-white. It's an open look 3 for Mebius, and this one is off the mark, and it's going to be an early foul as Luke Knight went up for the rebound and got hacked as he did so. And it will be the first foul of the basketball game. By the way, fans, we do play with South Dakota rules as well when it comes to high school basketball. So 5 fouls and you're into the bonus. Shot clock is not new for Crofton anymore as that was added to the state of Nebraska this past year. Tetzloff has it over to Gary. Back to the top of the key. They work it with Cool. Work it to the left wing now. Tetzlaff underneath and losing his dribble and the feeding as Gary turned over, and the Crofton Warriors will be able to hold on the first opening possession for the West Central Trojans. Controlled with Panning as he has early pressure. Now step up, deep three. This one is off the mark for Trevor Allen. Again, Allen has 40% of the points for the Crofton Warriors. Quickly up ahead, Cool will get bumped and will head to the free throw line. Cole, already 2 fouls given up by the Crofton Warriors.
Yeah, not something you really want to see early in the game. I mean, it's just one of those where West Central moves fast. They're going to try to drive and kick out early, like I said, and they're going to try to draw some fouls on the way as well.
So Will Cool will head to the free throw line as he knocks down the first free throw, getting us the first point of the afternoon. Doubleheader between these two teams, if you will, part of the 4 games at the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic, as the girls of West Central will take on the Crofton Warriors, the number 1 team in Class C2, a powerhouse that the Crofton Warriors have been on the girls basketball side for many, many years when it comes to the state of Nebraska. Drotzman has it, works it in the lane. It's going to be almost knocked away and then thrown right to Knight. And here quickly comes Mebius in the front court. The lob to Cool, slams it home. Will Cool. The lob from Connor Mebius. And the West Central Trojans lead it 4-0. And now an off-the-ball foul called that will go against Chase Panning. It's already his 2nd personal of the ball game, 3rd team foul, and he will have to come out of the game. Replacing him will be the freshman Alex Potts. How about that to get you woke up on a Saturday afternoon, Cole?
That's a good way to start the game right there. I knew as soon as Mebius had it, he was looking up. I'm like, it's going to be a lob, and they executed it perfectly. Speaking
of Mebius, he drives. Cool trying to get the rebound, can't quite do so. Of course, this is not the same Cool if you're following along on Trojans basketball, trying to remember everything about them from a year ago. Jake, his older brother, could also dunk it pretty handily. And when it comes to Vermillion basketball, don't see a lot of different guys dunk the basketball. Many of them can, just do not take the opportunity. The drive in the lane, scoop layup. It's high off the glass, but will fall for Trevor Allen. And it's the first points of the ball game for the Crofton Warriors. It's 4-2 with 5:43 first quarter. Kick out, Tetzlaff, the 3 ball. This one is off the mark, and it's going to be a rebound as a couple bodies bump into each other, and a foul is called against the Trojans. It will be against Connor Mebius, picking up his first personal. And again, the first team foul. Another guy of Live Ticket TV is here as well. Joe Van Goor is on PA for the first 2 games. Great to have Joe Van Goor, part of the Live Ticket TV family, also helping out call Centerville games. Now he will be unavailable at the moment for later on in that Centerville Vermillion game, but cool to see him calling those games over for the Centerville Tornadoes. In the lane, gets some open space, but shot was blocked away from behind by a Luke Knight as Tyler Jackson tried to find some space in the lane, but it was caught nicely by the defense. Quickly, Mebius the opposite way. This one is off the mark, but it's an O-board. Back up is Gary, and he's able to collect his first 2 points of the afternoon.
That's something we saw a lot from Gary inside. He might not put up a lot of points, but he is a menace underneath the hoop trying to go for those rebounds.
And he's a big body forward as well, and it's just hard to get around that mass. Now tipped away and loose ball picked up by Mebius end to end, and Connor Mebius lays it in for his first 2 points. And Cole, it's the pace right now of the West Central Trojans outpacing the Crofton Warriors.
That's one thing we thought coming into this game. Crofton, they might have to speed things up or play at their own pace, but so far West Central has set the pace and they want to move.
The drive once again, and again, Tyler Jackson. You're having to go against some big bodies of Luke Knight, Will Cool in there, Connor Gary. That's something the Trojans do have, is a lot of big size underneath.
Yeah, that's one thing we see a lot, pretty commonly in this area, especially in Region 3, Region 4A basketball, is you need some size to compete with some of these teams.
So the ball was knocked out of bounds, so quick inbound. Allen will shoot the 3 off the front of the iron, and this one is off the mark. Will Cool wants to go quickly up the head to Tetzlaff, but easily read by Trevor Allen on the interception, and brings it up right in front of the scorers. So he almost loses his dribble, gets it back. The Warriors going to go to the Trojans will go to the bench here on the next dead ball as they have 2 guys about to check in. Want to hand it off and just loose basketball. Will Cool picks it up, and he's going to go all the way, but layup is not strong enough as he kind of went in for the slam, but also went for the layup and just left off the iron, but gets another steal. His third steal of the basketball game. Quickly up to Gary, easily to Mebius, and Mebius lays it in for 2. It was a 3-on-0 that time. Already halfway through this first quarter, it's the Trojans that are dominating the Warriors 10-2 here with 3:29 remaining in the first quarter, and a timeout call by Crofton, and it will be a 30-second timeout. We'll take it with them. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
2 new guys checking in for the West Central Trojans. Hayden Heyer, who hit the game winner against the Vermillion Tanagers the other evening, and Carter Gross will check in for the first time this afternoon. Also seeing a substitution, Blake Skillings will check in for the Crofton Warriors, and those are substitutions out of the timeout break that was used by the Crofton Warriors, trailing by 8 at the moment, 10-2. Allen has it. Allen tosses it over to Skillings, who just checked in. Back to Allen. Crofton will go immediately right back to their bench. 0 for 3 now from deep are the Crofton Warriors, including Allen 0 for 2. Will Cool gets by his defender, drives now, kicks back to the top. Mebius, 3-pointer, air ball. Air ball, air ball. Crowd screams it in the background.
You can see some of the Crofton girls basketball players doing it.
Good crowd here on hand for the Holiday Classic. Of course, the Vermillion Boosters always proud to support the student athlete, always giving back, including buying new uniforms for the Vermillion girls basketball team, wearing now new uniforms of all black. Cole Larsch has yet to get to see those this season. Got to wear them earlier against the Mitchell Colonels. Of course, the girls basketball team for Vermillion come up in the last game of the evening here. Underneath, controlled by Jackson, kicks back out to Allen. Allen at the block will try to dish it off to the lane. Picked up by Skillings, jumper at the free throw line. It will be off the mark and finally rebounded by the Trojans. And here they go, a 2-on-3 the opposite way as it's controlled with Gross. Back to the top, they work with Mebius. Over to Heyer. Down to the block, trying to get some space. Force one inside to Gary. Ball will go out of bounds as Elliot DeYoung just wanted to go to Gary. He was in a bad situation himself. Eventually was tipped and out of bounds. Last touched by the Warriors. Back to Gary in the lane. Turn around with the left hand. This one off the mark. Rebounded by Trevor Allen. Allen quickly kicks in the front court. Shot blocked away by DeYoung. It's the second block shot of the afternoon for the West Central Trojans, and it will stay with the Crofton Warriors. As Mebius will come out of the basketball game, and Boucher Knight will check in. Quick inbound. 3-pointer by Allen. This one is able to fall. And Trevor Allen hits the first 3 for either team of the afternoon and draws it to a 10-5 game. Boucher Knight dribbling between the legs. Bounce pass down to DeYoung. DeYoung backs his way in and gets the shot to go. No, they're going to wave it off and say that he traveled on the spin. So bucket won't count, and the possession will go back to the Crofton Warriors. Cole, for this one, it seems like it's been all West Central so far in this first quarter, but the Crofton Warriors only trailing by 5.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be that way because West Central getting a lot of turnovers on defense and a lot of defensive stops, but offensively, after their first couple fast break buckets, we really haven't seen much from them on their end of the floor.
And now, foul called on Hire, picking up his first personal in the second team foul. So it will stay with the Crofton Warriors. Along the baseline is where they'll transition the ball to on the throw-in. Wide open three, and it's a quick three as well. This one off the front of the iron. That's something the Crofton Warriors have been doing, is shooting the three because they know they don't have the space inside. Step out, shoot the three. This one off the mark for Hire. Loose basketball, picked back up by the Trojans. Cole, remind me about three-pointers here in just a moment as Will Cool will take one. This one's off the mark, but it's another O-board for Hayden Hire and the West Central Trojans as they move it around the perimeter once again. Baseline, kick out, three-pointer. Finally, the Trojans are able to knock one down. Off the bench, Carter Gross has his first points. 13-5, under a minute remaining, first quarter, and now trying to jump the pass. Boshay Knight will pick up his first personal, and the third team foul. Cole, you don't notice it until you're right there, but for anyone playing on this court, it can get a little confusing on where you can shoot the three because there's three different lines here this afternoon.
Yeah, usually there's only two. You've got the shaded in area with the red line. That's the women's college line. The one deeper than that, that's the men's college line. And they actually just taped in a new line yesterday for the high school line. It's right on top of the free throw half circle. So that's the regular high school line. But yeah, it can get confusing. It almost feels like we're playing inside the Sanford Pentagon.
And what we have seen so far this afternoon is almost all threes have happened from the men's line, which means, yes, you can step up just a little bit, but in such quick action, you do realize a line's at your feet, and you go, I gotta shoot it.
And it's a big difference because the difference between the men's college line and the high school line is probably a good foot and a half at least.
And it can throw you off when you're just used to shooting at the high school level. Hire drives in, the left scoop layup off the mark, and it's the third time this afternoon that we have seen the Trojans on a point-blank layup, especially on this left side, miss an easy one. Almost has that feeling that's the reason why the Warriors are still into this. And now slipping, and it'll be on the travel as Hire just got the inbound pass and slipped. But with 1.3, one more opportunity for the Crofton Warriors. Surprised we're not seeing a press. Now they'll do it, and Allen will give the three-quarters heave, and this one is off the mark. West Central Trojans lead it 13-5 as we head to quarter number 2. By the way, it's 14-14 remaining up in North Dakota between the Jacks and the Bison. The second quarter is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
13-5 as we head into quarter number 2. Cole, it seemed at points that West Central could break it open there in the first quarter and really pull away from the Crofton Warriors. Did not see that happen, and the Warriors still remaining in this game as we head into quarter number 2.
Yeah, I mean, West Central definitely had their chances, and they finally got one of their shots to fall with that three-pointer late in that first quarter. But, I mean, it seemed like for a long time it was 10-2, 10-3 with really nothing else going on.
So we're underway to start the second quarter as Allen, who played all 8 minutes of the first quarter, has the basketball underneath the hoop, dishes it off. Quick shot. Looked like Will Cool was in there to make the shot more difficult there for Steffen. And quickly the opposite way come the Trojans. Mebius leaning into it. This one off the mark. Also maybe looking for a little bit of contact. Did not get the go. Press on by the Trojans, but Crofton able to break it. Still controlled with Allen as he steps out. Kicks it over to the near side with Jackson. At the block, dish back out to Stefan. To the top they go with Panning. Far wing, drive, jumper, blocked away. Second time that Tyler Jackson's shot today has been blocked out of bounds. It will stay with the Crofton Warriors. 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock. And again, the size inside of the Trojans will cause issues all game long for the Warriors as they cannot match up inside. At the elbow, trying to get free, Drotzman loses it. And here comes Mebius with the fast dribble, loses it himself, and now needs some support. And a nice dish that time by Panning on his butt to Stefan, but Stefan, the point-blank layup, he can't knock it down. And Cole, it seems like in this first half, neither team can simply make a layup.
No, both teams definitely struggling right now offensively, and you can't even blame it on the bigger court, that the size they're not used to. I mean, it's just simple bunnies they're missing.
Because when you're right at the lane or at the rim, it's the same size whether you're going to college, NBA, or high school. From there, you just have to finish it. 13-5, 6:35, second quarter. Allen, the runner off the glass and good. All 7 points for the Crofton Warriors have been scored by Allen. Again, coming into this, scored over 40% of the team's points this season. Boucher Knight, he'll shoot the three. This one is off the mark and rebounded by Crofton. Again, Crofton only trailing by 6. If they have not put back-to-back possessions with points, three-pointer is off the mark, and it was a quick three as well by Allen. Mebius the opposite way, wide open look for him. He'll shoot it, and you can't leave Mebius open. 7 points for him already here in the afternoon. And the Trojans go back up by 9, matching their biggest lead of the game. Warriors have 2 ready to come in. The next dead ball. Jackson certainly took 3, maybe even 4 steps there on the travel as Drotzman coming back in, and also Blake Skilling's back into the game. Again, trying to find offense. Crofton Warriors, all 7 points by Trevor Allen. Came into it scoring 115 through 6 games, or just averaging over 19 points a game. Pump fake the 3, Mebius. Kick over to Tetzlaff. He'll shoot the 3. Back-to-back threes for the Trojans. Carter Tetzlaff, his first points of the game. Now it's up to double-digit lead for the first time this afternoon. Allen shot blocked right back into him. He's going to attack 3 different Trojans and score. Trevor Allen, all 9 points. 19-9. Tetzlaff looking for back-to-back threes. Yes, sir. It's 3 straight threes for the Trojans, scoring all 9 of their points in this second quarter from beyond the arc. 22-9. And this is what this Trojans team can do. They can all of a sudden open it up in a hurry. And Boucher Knight, his second reach-in foul. And he'll have to take a spot on the bench. So again, picking up his second. As Gary will check back in, and also Carter Gross will check in. A bench player, a key role bench player for this team, replacing Cool. And also, again, just a moment ago, mentioning Boucher Knight would have to come out of the game, picking up his second personal. Allen, guarded by Tetzlaff, picks up the dribble, dishes it down to Drotzman. Drotzman in the lane with the right-hand runner is good. Bo Drotzman, his first points of the afternoon. It's the first Crofton Warrior points not scored by Trevor Allen. And after we didn't see much offense in that first quarter, starting to see both teams hit their shots. And quickly in the front court across the timeline, but it's stolen away by Tetzlaff. Tetzlaff easily lays it up and in for 2. Carter Tetzlaff, 8 points all in this second quarter. He is now the leading scorer for the West Central Trojans. It's 24-11 halfway through this second quarter. Allen will be driving. Reach-in foul called against Carter Tetzlaff, picking up his first personal and the second team foul. Remember, fans, one of the new rules that we saw to high school basketball. It's a part of the rules when it comes to women's college basketball is 5 fouls and it's automatically double bonus, or 2 shots, if you will, on the old rules that we saw. And now driving in, shot blocked away, but making contact on the right arm is Luke Knight picking up his first personal, the 3rd team foul. They do say it was also a shooting foul, so Charlie Steffen will head to the free throw line looking for his first points of the afternoon. Joined by my color commentator, at least for now, Cole Larsch. And the way I'd always talk so much during basketball games, don't really give much room for Cole to talk half the time.
That's fine. I got camera, production, and stats over here.
You gotta save your voice too for later on.
I do.
Does Jack shoot the 3 at all?
I hope not. I've seen him try.
Does he wear long socks at least for high school basketball?
He wears the same socks he always does.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Halfway to his knee, probably.
I just want to make sure he hides those tan lines. Steffen misses both free throws here. 24-11. By the way, that second one should have been stopped to play. Can't airball a free throw. Nonetheless, down to low block. Reverse opposite way, Elliot DeYoung, as he was called for a travel on that same move in the first quarter. This time cashes it in for 2. The drive. It's an ugly effort there. Is just thrown up was Chase Panning. Again, trying to go through the trees of West Central. Want to make a lob pass there. Blocked away, but Mebius gets back his own pass. Gary will bring it into lane. Trying to look for the pass. Got bumped there. Makes a bad pass, and Allen able to pick it up. Almost had his pocket picked as he brings it in the front court. Back over to Chase Panning. Panning dribbles it off his foot. Will have to pick it up, and they're going to call a foul. We'll go against West Central. A foul on Connor Mebius, picking up his second personal. Looked like maybe even Panning looking for it. Really dragged that back foot as well. Potentially be called for a travel, but instead gets the foul and gets basically his team out of trouble for a moment, or at least a chance to reset offensively. Drotsman at the top trying to force it down inside, and the ball went off of a foot last, and they say it last touched Chase Panning, so it will be Trojan basketball. But now the officials are going to get together and have a discussion. Discussion over with, and they decide to change their minds, and they'll give it back to the Crofton Warriors. As one Crofton Warrior fan is up with arms on hips, trying to be the 4th official out there this afternoon.
That was the right call. Looked like it went off the foot. One referee had it, the other one didn't. Get together and make the right call.
Steffen, inside they go. Shot blocked away. 5th block shot that we have seen by the Trojans in this first half. Again, going inside has just been tough for the Crofton Warriors in this first half. And again, just outsized by a lot. 3-pointer for Mebius. This one off the mark, but gets back his own rebound. Drive. As he was driving, he was bumped. No, they say he stepped out of bounds. So it will be Crofton Warrior basketball. Crofton Warriors trail by 15, 26-11, and then a bad giveaway in the backcourt. Mebius out to Gary. Gross will shoot the 3 off the mark. Rebounded by Chase Panning. A 6-foot junior. Gives it off to Tyler Jackson. Jackson across the SD logo here at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, the campus of the University of South Dakota, home of the University of South Dakota Coyotes. Mebius, the turnover for the Warriors. Mebius to the elbow, the floater in the lane. Off the mark, fight for the rebound. Oh, it hit off of a few different bodies. They say that it was last touched by Gary. That one's a bang-bang call. Official has to go with the gut call and just, hey. By the way, Cole, still 14-14 between SDSU and NDSU. 12:50 remaining in the fourth quarter there.
Are you looking at the same game I'm looking at?
Oh, North Dakota score. I missed that. 21-14.
Yes.
At the top of the key, Drotsman makes a bad pass, trying to get it over to Allen. Goes out of bounds. 89 seconds remaining in the first half. course, the University of South Dakota Coyotes, they play coming up here this afternoon against Montana State in the other FCS semifinal game. Higher trying to direct traffic. Still with Higher. High dribble. Kicks it off to DeYoung. Back out to Boucher Knight. Boucher. Left-hand dribble. No space working for him. He was open for the three. He decides not to take it. Down to 6 seconds on the shot clock. Under a minute remaining. Higher is just going to have to shoot it. He will. This one off the front of the iron. It's going to be tipped by Cool and go out of bounds. 53 seconds remaining in this first half. The Crofton Warriors need some points here, trailing by 15. Have scored 8. It feels like they scored basically all 8 of their points early in that second quarter. In fact, they've gone over 3 minutes without scoring a bucket. Control with Steffen. The wing, bounce pass, stolen away by Higher. And the steal happens with the shot clock off. So the Trojans can hold for the last second shot. Higher an open look, decides not to take it. Down to DeYoung, he lost it. Scoop backed out to Gary. And now go all the way back out to the timeline. It's Jacob Sitting, the head coach for the Trojans, calls out a play. Higher with 8 seconds, gets around his defender. Higher lobs it to Gary. Gary dribbles it off his foot, loose basketball. Boucher Knight the three-pointer. This one is off the mark. Some madness there in the last 5 seconds of this first half. In the end, nobody able to score. 26-11 as we head to halftime of game number 1 of 4 today at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, with the West Central Trojans leading it by 15. We're going to go to halftime. When we come back, we'll take a look at our first half statistics and also talk more about game number 2, which is our doubleheader between the Trojans and the Crofton girls. That is all on the way at halftime on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
It's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water playland, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today.
Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out...
When life gets hard and our thoughts get too much to bear, finding the resiliency within us can help us find healing. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline provides 24/7 free support for anyone in suicidal distress or emotional crisis. All texts and calls are anonymous and connect you to local resources that uphold cultural values and pave the way to healing. Find the strength within you. Find the strength within our culture. Reach out if you need help today.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Back at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. where it's 26-11. The West Central Trojans lead it over the Crofton Warriors. Taking a look back at this first half.
Welcome back to
tough goal for the Crofton Warriors, only scoring at 5 points in the opening quarter, all coming for Trevor Allen. In fact, 11 points, as mentioned at halftime, 9 of them coming from Trevor Allen, including Allen has only hit 1 3 in this first half. He's 1 of 5 from deep. The other 2 points from Bo Drotzman in the second quarter. On the opposite side, the West Central Trojans leading scorer with 8 points is Carter Tetzlaff, and Carter Tetzlaff scored all 8 of his points in the second quarter, including part of a 3-3-pointer barrage to start the quarter from the West Central Trojans. The second leading scorer, Connor Mebius, has 7 points, a 3-pointer for Carter Gross, and Elliot DeYoung with 2 points of his own. Gary got a 2-pointer in the first quarter, and that rounds out the scoring for the West Central Trojans. But more specifically for the Trojans, it might be their defense in that first half, whereas they have not allowed the Crofton Warriors to get much going inside the perimeter, including 5 block shots in that first half. It's been a great defensive performance, and again, just the size from the West Central Trojans. Cole, what did you like in that first half besides the defense from West Central?
Well, I think one thing they did really well was they pushed the pace and they played at their pace. Like, they came in, they decided, all right, we're going to play a little fast. We're going to try to speed up this Crofton squad, and that's exactly what they've done. I mean, they've gone up and down the floor. Now, whether it started to hurt them in the second quarter there, that we can debate that all day if we want to, but I mean, they're just kind of controlling the pace. They're going what they want to do. They're getting steals. They're creating movement. And then when they have to, they're hitting those big threes in transition once they're getting an open shot. So I think other than, only allowing 11 points, like you said, they're really pushing the pace, making this Crofton team struggle to keep up.
Coming up in game number 2, the Crofton Warriors take on the West Central Trojans in girls basketball. We'll talk more about this Crofton girls team and what we should expect in game number 2. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV. Advertising, reaching the right market while giving back to the school is just plain right. If you're looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here's your ticket with Live Ticket TV. With over 90 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you advertise locally with just your home team or reach the region. Plus, a portion of all sales go directly back to the school. Get a hold of Heath Nimke today, and let's get started in building your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Out here, you learn that to keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying
Back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all tanager athletics and the student athlete.
South Dakota State goes 10 plays, 90 yards, and an extra point pending to tie it up between SDSU and NDSU in the fourth quarter of the
Welcome
FCS
back to the Vermillion
semifinals.
Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all
9 state
tanager
titles, 5 runner-up, 3 third-place finishes. That is what's coming up in game number 2, as the 7-0 Crofton Warriors will take on the West Central Trojans, getting girls action 15 minutes after the conclusion of this game for the boys' side. Cole, when you look at Crofton, girls basketball team. You got your chance to see them for the very first time last year here at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. They did end up beating the Vermillion Tanagers, part of the 4 losses that Vermillion had a year ago. But that was a dominating performance, and if you will, the Crofton Warrior girls have only gotten better going into this season. So what would it take for West Central Trojan girls basketball team to get the upset over number 1 in the Class C2 in the state of Nebraska, the Crofton Warriors?
I think it'd probably take one of the better performances that team has ever seen, like not only just this year, but also in its recent history. I mean, when you think about this Crofton squad and just the history behind them, they're only getting better, they're only getting bigger. I mean, they're going to be a very, very tough team in West Central. You know, it's kind of a tough stretch for them. They've lost 2 in a row now. They just lost last night to Groton, coming in 1-2 on the season. So, I mean, they're going to have their work cut out for them. Somehow, some way, you're going to have to stop them on the offensive end. And then on the other side, I mean, you're just going to play really good offensively. I mean, you're going to have to come in and score a lot of points. That's what Crofton likes to do. They like to win games, like to score a lot of points while doing it. So I think it's going to be one of those games where it takes a performance of a lifetime from their entire team.
One thing we always talk about when it comes to girls high school basketball, if you can get to 60 points scored in a game, you have a very, very good chance at winning. So far, the Crofton Warriors have done it in 5 out of their 7 games so far this season. They've only not done it in 2 games, including the only closest really game they played so far this season against Guardian Angels Central Catholic, where they did win 40-32. And by the way, Crofton offense, twice this season, they have scored 80 points or more. So it's going to be a very good matchup between the Trojans and the Warriors, and the Trojans will need an upset if they look to win here at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. We're set and ready to go for the second half between the Crofton Warriors and the West Central Trojans on the boys' side, as we'll flip the way we go for these two teams, as the Trojans in the home uniforms, all white, will now be attacking the right basket as you see it on your stream, whereas the Crofton Warriors in their maroon jerseys will be attacking the left side. And as we begin, Carter Gross, who is usually a bench player, gets the start out there and will score. No, excuse me, that wasn't Gross. That was actually Carter Tetzloff, who now has 10 points, who gets the opening bucket. And ball thrown away already by Bo Drotzman, 28-11, 7.5 remaining in this second half. So we do see our starting 5 come back out for each team. Connor Mebius, Cole Gary, Carter Tetzloff, Luke Knight, and Will Kuhl. Also, Stefan Panning, Jackson Drotzman, and Allen all out there. Dunk again, his second dunk, Will Kuhl. Slams it home. 6 points for him in the contest, 30-11. Back-to-back buckets here for the West Central Trojans to begin this second half. Drotzman puts up a tough shot overnight, and then ball goes out of bounds with Mebius rebounding. He got bumped from behind, but as he fell down and tried to stop himself with the hands and was still holding on to the basketball, so out of bounds. And Crofton will inbound along the baseline. Into Allen. In the corner, Allen drives, picks up his dribble, kicks out, Jackson, three-pointer, good. And Tyson Jackson, his first points of the afternoon. Knight, over to Mebius. Mebius kicks out to Kuhl. Kuhl drives, off the glass, gets it to fall. Will Kuhl, all of a sudden, 8 points in the ball game, including 4 the first and now 4 in the third. 6:20, third quarter. Jackson hands it off to Drotzman. Drotzman being guarded closely by Knight. Jackson kicks to the top with Stefan. Over to Allen. He'll shoot the 3. This one off the mark. Allen 1 of 6 from beyond the arc so far this afternoon. In the front court, Mebius trying to get a screen from Gary. Kind of sort of uses it, went around it, if you will, after he did use it, and then going to call a foul on the rebound. The foul goes against the Crofton Warriors, picking up their first. Jackson picks up his second personal. By the way, Crofton Warriors picked up 3 early fouls in that first quarter, did not foul at all during the second. So not much into trouble. Foul trouble-wise for their group, and neither team actually really in foul trouble. Three-pointer, this one good. For Carter Tetzlaff. Tetzlaff, the leading scorer with 13 points for the Trojans, his third 3 of the game. And Cole Larsch mentioned it during our pregame show. For this West Central Trojans team, it really is anybody that can score. Drive, blocked away by Cool. 6th block for the Trojans. 2nd for Cool in the game. Knight, underneath the hoop, kicks back out over to Mebius. He'll shoot the 3. This one is off the mark, puts an O-board. Knight right back up, and Luke Knight scores his first points of the game. And the Trojans coming out, clicking on all cylinders offensively, 37-14 right now. Again, it was 26-11, already 11 points. Three-pointer, this one is good. And now a quick timeout as Trevor Allen hits his second three-pointer of the game. He has scored in all quarters, and it's a timeout by the Crofton Warriors, and we'll step aside. We're back in just a moment with 4:48 remaining here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live in the third quarter.
The way to miss your car, deer, and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blain's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the Tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blain's Body Shop. Blain's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
"11 points already scored by this West Central team. Having halfway through the third quarter, in the second half, and starting their offense clicking as they've been able to really hit the 3 after they kind of struggled shooting from three-point land. Alley-oop, and this one failed attempt as Will Cool went for the reverse dunk that time, and as he went up there, had it in his hands for a moment, then lost it. Here come the Warriors into the front court with Drotzman. Drotzman, the right-handed dribble, picks up now, looking for some support. Tries to force one underneath Jackson, and this one stolen away by Gary. Again, both these two teams have participated in the last 2 Holiday Classics put on by the Vermillion Boosters, and Tetzlaff, another three-pointer, back-to-back quarters with 8+ points for him. 40-17. So the Trojans are starting to pull away more and more from the Crofton Warriors. Jackson kicks it over to Allen. Allen feeds it down to Jackson at the block. Jackson trying to go the opposite way on the layup, can't get the go. Allen should have been called for a foul there, nothing doing. And Tetzlaff lets Stefan go on by, and Carter Tetzlaff for 2 now has 10 points in this quarter, 18 for the ball game, 42-17. And yes, the 30-point rule on a running clock does still play in effect even on the campus of the University of South Dakota. And now a reach-in, jump ball called. Possession will stay with the Crofton Warriors, as we will see 2 different guys check into the game, including Alex Potts and Blake Skillings. Also, Gross will check in, and Elliot DeYoung will check in for the West Central Trojans. Those are all the 4 substitutions, as now Chase Panning ready to inbound it right in front of the scorers table. 42-17, 3:07, third quarter. Control with Panning. Panning kicks over to the corner, three-pointer. This one rattles in and out. Rebounded by DeYoung. Quickly up to Mebius. The top with Will Cool. Flips it over to Tetzloff. He's had the hot hand in this quarter. Off the glass and gets to go for 2. Carter Tetzloff with now 20 points in the game, including 12 in this quarter. And a quick whistle. As Carter Gross was trying to steal it back, picking up his first personal. And the first team foul as well. Boucher Knight will check in, as Connor Mebius will check out. Also, Heyer will check in, replacing Will Cool. So shooting for size at the moment for the Trojans. They have a majority of their big guys out on the bench for the time being. Potts want to make a turnaround pass, deflected out, trying to go to Trevor Allen and getting out of the points scored. Majority 12 coming from Allen out of the 17. Speaking of, he'll shoot the 3. This one is off the mark, rebounded by DeYoung. Boucher Knight working down to DeYoung. Back out, and now the drive. Kick to the corner. Gross pump fakes one way. Will go to Heyer. Heyer drives. Leaves his shot off the front of the iron. Rebounded offensively for the Trojans. Reset to the top of the key. Heyer kicks it out. 3-pointer for Gross. This one off the side of the iron. Rebounded by Knight. And the Trojans can reset offensively once again. Kick over Tetzloff. 3-pointer. Good! Tetzloff, 15 points in this quarter alone. 23 for the ball game. Tetzloff by himself has outscored the Crofton Warriors. Allen up and in with the layup. 5 points for him in the quarter. 47-19. Tetzloff out to Gross. Tetzloff was thinking about shooting the 3, decided not to take it. Out to Boucher Knight, underneath to DeYoung. DeYoung with the left-hand layup good. Elliot DeYoung, 4 points in this afternoon's contest. 49-19, 1:02 remaining in the third quarter. This has been all Trojans here in this second half, and now another reach-in foul will go against Boucher Knight. He's the only one in foul trouble for the Trojans, now picking up his third. And even with the lead and the way things have gone, you can't really say a whole lot that he's actually in much foul trouble. But they're going to keep him out there for right now. Steffen comes back in. Also see Drotzman on the court. Allen drives and was tripped up on the drive. Third team foul for the Trojans. And they called on Carter Gross. Carter Gross picking up his second personal. Allen tries to get it into Drotzman, but read easily by the Trojans. Heyer the opposite way, misses, and then 2 fight for the offensive board. As Trojans look like they could have it scored easily. Heyer comes up limping. Last second 3 is off the mark. But more specifically, Hayden Heyer, after the missed layup, is injured, and he goes straight to the bench. So he does not look like he is in a comfortable spot at the moment. He'll have to come out of the game. But at the moment, it's 49-19. As we head to the final frame, it's all Trojans. The fourth quarter comes up in just a moment on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
CoreCares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. CoreCares, proudly serving our community.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Carter Tetzlaff, 23 points in the ball game, including 15 in the third quarter. He is the leading scorer for the West Central Trojans. The Trojans are up by 30, and with that we will have ourselves a running clock as well into the fourth quarter. Again, the Crofton boys came in with a tall task trying to beat the undefeated Trojans, who are 3-0 in the season. And again, their size, and they even in that third quarter stepped out and shoot the three was Tetzlaff. This time he misses, but he has had the hot hand. By the way, we saw at the end of that quarter, Heyer get injured. And since then, he has been taken back into the locker room to be looked at a little bit more, and hopefully he's okay. Cool comes up with the steal, and Gary tries to slam it home and left it just short. And as the famous saying goes, a dunk and a layup are worth the same amount. But Gary trying to have a little fun with it. Might as well, up by 30. Jackson kicks over to Steffen at the block. Steffen's two-pointer. Lip is good. Charlie Steffen, his first points of the ball game. 49-21. Gary off to Mebius. Out tonight. It is the starting five on the court for the moment for the Trojans. See how long they stay out there before Jacob Sitting replaces his team. Certainly like to see his team's performance after they played again last night, beating Groton area 54-38. The drive blocked away. Third block for Will Cool in the contest. Looked for Tetzlaff underneath the hoop, but easily stolen away by Trevor Allen, who read that play. Allen to the left side. Now working back over to Steffen. Jackson. Jackson has his shot blocked away. Another block for Will Cool. They drive, and this one is good. Will Cool scores. Cool with 10 points in the ball game, and that will be the end. 6 blocks. It's a 30-second timeout. We'll step aside. We'll take the timeout with them. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Is your safe place to take your dog while you're away? They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dog. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
In the FCS semifinals, North Dakota State currently beating South Dakota State 28-21 with under 3 minutes remaining. Here in this contest, 51-21. The Trojans have brought out their second team as the starting five is done for the afternoon. Carter Gross has it. Works it over. Moshe Knight. Kono. Back to Moshe Knight in the lane. Kono will shoot the three. This one is off the mark. Rebounded by Jackson. Jackson across the timeline. And this one thrown away. Right over to Blake Skillings, who was about to check in. So Skillings will come in, and Chase Panning will take a spot on the bench. 51-21. By the way, fans, when it comes to size comparison between these two teams, for the Trojans and the Crofton Warriors, Crofton would be right on the threshold of a Class B team and a Class A team. Three-pointer, this one's off the mark for Heyer, as he is back after the ankle injury. First time that we've seen him shoot three since that injury. This one off the mark for Beauchamp Knight. Rebounded. And a bad pass to Allen, and reaching in, trying to steal it away was Carter Gross. Gross will pick up his third personal and the first team foul. We're getting a running clock. Doesn't stop here for the foul, with now 4 minutes remaining. Pass over to Drotzman. The way this game's gone, looks like we'll stay on schedule the way things are panning out.
First time for everything.
Pass. Almost lost by Alex Potts, and now just tries to throw it off the foot of a Trojan, able to do so, and it will stay with the Crofton Warriors. 51-21. 3:30 remaining in the contest. Again, 4 games coming up here for the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic. Game number 2 features number 1 team in Class C2 in the state of Nebraska. The Crofton Warriors will take on the West Central Trojans. Beauchamp Knight steals it away. Beauchamp Knight, the breakaway, easily lays off the glass and good for 2. His first 2 points of the game. Allen, quick 3 the opposite way. This one off the mark. In game number 3 of the afternoon, Mount Vernon Plankinton travels to take on the Vermillion Tanagers in boys action. And in the final game of the Holiday Classic, 2 number 1 teams will play against each other as Beauchamp Knight hits another 3. He's got 5 and will come out of the game as everyone will get their chance to play for the West Central Trojans as Jacob Sitting clears the bench. As mentioning, Centerville number 1 in Class B, Vermillion number 1 in Class A. Both teams do still remain undefeated. Have to see if the voters change their mind, Cole, as one of them will lose later on. Drotzman, the runner in the lane, off the mark, rebounded by Tanner Wagner. Top of the key, controlled with Peyton Tetzloff. Work it down to Wagner. Wagner at the block. Back to the top they go. Betcher will shoot the 3 and knock it down. Dylan Betcher, the sophomore guard, gets his first points of this afternoon. 59-21, under 2 minutes remaining. Potts tries to force the pass over to his teammate Corbin. Out of bounds, and it will be Trojan basketball. 59-21. 90 seconds remaining here in the ball game. Top of the key. Down underneath to Wagner. Wagner goes up strong and he'll be fouled. And will head to the free throw line to shoot 2. Tanner Wagner going to be one of those exciting players upcoming for the West Central Trojans, coming in at 6'5". The forward is only a freshman. Probably one of those key pieces to this team next year, along with Will Cool. Again, Cool, part of the starting 5, is only a junior, standing at 6'9", so he'll be back. But look at Luke Knight, the senior forward. Tanner Wagner, if he can keep it up, keep playing great basketball, and again with his size, could replace a guy like Luke Knight going into next season. His skills are able to come along. Does miss a couple free throws, 59-21. Skillings will pull up, shoot the 3. This one good. Blake Skillings knocks down the 3 for his first points of the afternoon. Betcher back to the top with Wagner. Now over to Betcher. Sophomore has already hit a 3 to the corner. 3-pointer, this one missed that time by Zach Nielsen, and then poked out of bounds. And with 35 seconds remaining here in this contest, the shot clock is turned off. But the Crofton Warriors don't care about that. They will bring in the front court and still run their offense like normal, trying to get something going. By the way, everyone who made the journey here to the Sanford Couch Sports Center has gotten their chance to play. Bobo Cano gets the steal, and he'll dribble it back out as the West Central Trojans won't shoot another shot, and they'll pick up another victory, moving to 4-0 on the season with two different guys, including Carter Tetzlaff, that leads the scoring today for the West Central Trojans with 23 points. Again, Crofton drops to 2-5 on their season. West Central moves to 4-0 with their next game coming up after the holiday break, as they will take on Hill City back at the Trojan Coliseum. 59-24 is your final. We're going to step aside. We'll have our post-game stats, final thoughts, and get you set for game number 2 of the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic. That is on the way here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Synthetic opioid, up to 100 times stronger than morphine. Even a tiny amount can be deadly. It's often mixed with other drugs without your knowledge, increasing your risk of overdose. Protect yourself and your loved ones and avoid unknown substances. Stay informed, stay safe, and remember, one pill can kill. For more information on fentanyl prevention, visit your local health resource or speak to a healthcare professional today. This message was brought to you by the Great Plains Tribal Opioid Response, so that the people may live.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Winter inspection programs are starting now at all 9 of our Grossenburg Implement locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. With harvest winding down, get your name on the list and have your equipment inspected and ready for next year. Put it on your John Deere multi-use account and get benefits of no payment, no interest programs for those that qualify. Then you can rest easy in 2025. Grossenburg Implement, where service is the other half of a great product. Go to grossenburg.com for complete details.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Back here at the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center, as game number 2 between the West Central Trojans and the Crofton Warriors. Girls action is coming up here in just a little bit, but we take a look back at game number 1 of the Holiday Classic as the Trojans defeat the Crofton Warriors 59-24 in boys action. Leading the way, Carter Tetzlaff with 23 points, and also in double figures in the contest, Will Cool had 10 points after he had 23 last night against Groton area. For the Crofton Warriors, only player in double figures and scoring a majority of the 24 points, Trevor Allen had another 14 for the Crofton Warriors. Cole, final thoughts on this game. Another great performance by the West Central Trojans. They're going to be a scary team as they head throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch out for them. I mean, they just played their brand of basketball. They knew they were going to come in. They're going to speed things up. Played a little bit sloppy, a little slower there in that first, second quarter. Then once they got hot, they started draining some shots, got up big right before halftime. And that's pretty much all the game had to offer. I mean, they came out, they played their style, what they wanted to do, and they said, all right, try to stop us, and put up 59 points in the process.
This is the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic here on Live Ticket TV. And fans, you don't have to go anywhere for game number 2. You can just keep watching this link right here. We'll have full coverage of our next game and have all coverage of all 4 games here of the Holiday Classic. As again, game number 2 is the girls, the number 1 team in C2 in the state of Nebraska, the Crofton Warriors, after they came in last year and defeated the number 1 team, Vermillion Tanagers. They'll look to continue their winning ways. They are 7-0 on the season. On the opposite side, the West Central Trojans will try to find offense of their own after they struggled the other night against the Vermillion Tanagers right here in Vermillion. That matchup between these two teams, a look at them more, is coming on the way next here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Do you have a
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call, and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
When the world feels big, a small note can mean everything. Find mental health support at sdbehavioralhealth.gov.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
What's your big picture?
To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
To start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank & Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank & Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com. Life can get pretty busy out there. Daily commutes, carpooling, and then there's that weekend getaway. Cenex is here to keep your vehicle fueled up for those long drives, your pantry stocked for those snack cravings, and the propane grill ready whenever you are. Things can move fast, but with your local Cenex, you can rest assured that everything on your list will get a checkmark. All in a day's work, powered locally at Cenex.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
It's game number 2 of our Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic between the Crofton Warriors and the West Central Trojans. Crofton has become one of the most common names when it comes to the state of Nebraska state championships. It seems like they're either playing in it or winning it. Number 1 in Class C2 once again this season. They come into this afternoon's contest 7-0 overall. They are 1-0 in their district, and they have done it in dominating fashion, including opening up their season with wins over Tri-County Northeast 86-9, and also the next day beating Laurel Concord Coleridge 86-39. Yeah, this Crofton team can score, and they can score in bunches. In fact, in their 7 games this season, they have scored 60-plus points in 5 of them. Last game coming on Thursday, where they beat Niobrara Verdigris 61-26. They also beat Cedar Catholic earlier this week, 62-53. Their only closest game they played in so far this year goes back to December 14th, where they beat Guardian Angels Central Catholic by a final score of 40-32. So again, this Crofton Warriors team can certainly put up a lot of different points. And when looking at this group, we see 3 different girls that are averaging in double figures. Cole, if you could describe this team a little bit more similar to what Vermillion fans are used to, you would say it kind of reminds you of the Vermillion Tanagers, but at the same time, it's all the extra help that this Warriors team has that puts them so far ahead of, it seems like, everybody else they play against.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, we looked at them last year. We kind of talked about them. They're obviously a very good team. Then they graduated a couple and reloaded, it seemed like, and just keep getting better and better and better and better as things goes on. So, I mean, yeah, it's very similar to this Vermillion squad. They were good last year. Graduated a few. Vermillion didn't reload as much if you're going to compare the two teams, but I mean, this is going to be a Crofton Warriors team. They're going to come in. I'm expecting them to put up quite a few points here tonight, like you said they have early in the season so far against 7-0, number 1 team in C2. I mean, they're going to be a very, very hard team to try and beat.
And by the way, fans, if you're unaware of, they are not defending state champions. They did lose to Utah last year, 55-36 in the championship game. So they are runners-up when it comes to Class C2. Cole, the opposite team. The West Central Trojans come into today's contest 1-2 so far. They are 0-1 in the DAC-12. They are 1-0 when it comes to their Region 3A. Opening season win against Baltic, 55-40. Otherwise, they lost to Vermillion on Tuesday evening here in Vermillion, and then lost to Groton area last night in Groton, 45-35 for this Trojans team that you had a chance to see on Tuesday. If they won to get the upset, what does it take for West Central?
Well, I think kind of like what I said similar in the previous game when you're kind of previewing this one. I mean, it's going to take a performance of all performances. I mean, they knew coming in this is going to be a tough team, and they struggled at times, then been good at times. I mean, their first game against Baltic, they played all-around solid offense. I mean, they got what they needed to get done. And then it just seemed like the last couple of games, their offense just hasn't quite been there. I mean, their defense has been keeping it close, but their offense just can't quite seem to get over that hump. So, I mean, their offense got to be clicking on all cylinders. Defense has to be clicking on all cylinders. I mean, this has to take one of those performances, like you see football coaches say, the 3 phases all need to be perfect. Well, both phases of West Central's team right now need to be perfect in this game.
When it comes to one specific player, we saw Abby Thornton. She's a really big spark for this team. Also, Casey Chetan put in a lot of points on Tuesday evening as well. It feels like if West Central wants to have success, you certainly need Abby Thornton and Chetan to score a lot of points in this afternoon's contest.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you need your best players to show, but you also need some of your other role players that maybe might not score as much in a regular game. But, I mean, maybe it just takes a performance, say, from Mara Schultz that just goes out there and scores 10, 15 points to really set them over the edge. I mean, it's just going to take one of those games where you need a lot of things to go right, and sometimes it starts with some random player that maybe doesn't score as much throughout the course of the year, just goes off on one of their best games of the season.
Should be a great matchup between these two teams, West Central Trojans and the Crofton Warriors. Again, just saw the game earlier where it was the West Central Trojans winning 59-24 in boys action. We'll see if the girls can't get revenge for Crofton after that loss for the boys. And our doubleheader, again, 4 games here, part of the Holiday Classic, as game number 3 features the Vermillion boys taking on the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, and then the final game, the Vermillion girls take on the Centerville Tornadoes. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have our starting 5 and get you set for this contest between the Trojans and the Warriors. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports. It's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today.
Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Back here on the campus of the University of South Dakota, it's time for game number 2 of our Holiday Classic between the West Central Trojans and the Crofton Warriors. Trojans make their second trip this week to Vermillion, where they lost earlier this week against Vermillion 69-55, and they are trying to revenge a loss from last night. The Trojans are, as they lost to Groton area 45-35. The Crofton Warriors come in as the number 1 team in Class C2. 7-0 on the year, 1-0 in their district. Let's meet our starting 5 for both the Trojans and for the Crofton Warriors. We'll begin with the visitors, which will be the West Central Trojans. Their starting 5 will be number 1, Ellie Knight, the 5'8", 8th grade guard. Number 4, Renee Aguirre, the 5'8" senior forward. Number 10, Casey Jatan, the 5'10" freshman guard. Number 23, Abby Thornton, the 5'10" junior forward. And number 32, Mara Schultz, the 5'6" senior guard for the West Central Trojans. The starting 5 for the Crofton Warriors includes number 3, Casey Allen, the 5'4" senior point guard. Number 4, Sammy Allen, the 5'6" senior shooting guard. Number 5, Lexi Wiebelhaus, the 5'9" senior forward. Number 12, Jada Allen, the 5'4" senior guard. And number 40, JC Jensen, the 6' junior center for the Crofton Warriors. Crofton will be in their all-white uniforms as the home team, with their numbers and letters that are maroon, and the West Central Trojans and their all-blue uniforms, numbers and letters that are in white, representing the visitors. The buzzer goes off one final time to get the Crofton Warriors ready to play. We are 6 minutes ahead of schedule for this afternoon's contest between the Trojans and the Warriors. In game number 1, the West Central Trojans defeated the Crofton boys 59-24. It's time for game number 2, which features the number 1 team in Class C2 in the state of Nebraska, the Crofton Warriors, who make their second trip to this Holiday Classic after last year they defeated the number 1 team in Class A, the Vermillion girls. And a quick 3-pointer for Jensen. Her foot was on the line. It's only a 2-pointer, but JC Jensen gets the scoring started for the Crofton Warriors. Gearing has it in the front court for the Trojans. As they kick it back out. Now that's Schultz who will shoot the three. Mara is off the mark. Rebounded by Crofton. Quickly in the front court they go with Sammy Allen. Sammy Allen off the glass and good for two. And it's a quick 4-0 lead for the Crofton Warriors as they bring the press. We saw Vermillion Tanagers use a slight press against the Trojans, but not much in Tuesday's action. Ball goes out of bounds. It will stay with West Central right in front of the fans who are seated right in the front row of the seats at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. Trying to direct traffic. Knight over to the near side. As Gearing has it. Back to the top they go with Chetan. Chetan hands it off to Schultz. Schultz goes underneath to Thornton, who almost lost it. 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. A hefty pass, and it's going to be fumbled out of bounds. Last touched by the Crofton Warriors with Casey Allen. So it will be Trojan basketball on the near sideline with 3 seconds on the shot clock. Get it in to Knight. Knight over Thornton. Her shot was blocked. It will be a shot clock violation. And because of the violation, it does have to come to a stop first. Reset along the baseline, and Crofton Warriors will inbound from there. Across the timeline. Warriors will kick it over. Weeblehouse to the near side with Allen. I'm about to use a lot of first names as there's 3 different Allens that play. All 3 of the Allens part of the starting 5 as well. So again, can get a little confusing on who exactly has the basketball. Thornton, her pass deflected, but it's going to be picked up by the Trojans. Gearing, the runner in the lane, misses, but is fouled and will head to the free throw line to shoot a pair. The foul was on number 12, Jada Allen, picking up her first personal and the first team foul. Again, Gearing will be shooting free throws as the first one is up and good. First point of the basketball game for the Trojans. 4-1, 6:04, first quarter. Second free throw, this one is off the heel of the iron, rebounded by Weeblehouse. Quickly in the front court, at the elbow, quick jumper. This one is off the mark and fight for the rebound as the foul will go against Jensen, the 6-foot center. She is the biggest girl for both teams when it comes to size. The next nearest size the West Central Trojans can compete at is 5'10" with 2 different girls. And a quick turnover for the Trojans trying to get in the front court. Quickly up ahead. Missed shot that time for Allen. Jada, that is. And then Jensen tried to go up with a shot. It was stripped out of her hands. But ball did go out of bounds as Ellie Knight was not able to control it. And it will be Crofton basketball. Slapping the basketball. Quick inbound underneath the hoop. Up with the shot. Foul called. And heading to the free throw line will be Lexi Weeblehouse. And the foul will be on Ellie Knight, picking up her first personal in the first team foul. 5:41. First quarter. Free throw was off the mark. Crofton Warriors scored their first 4 points all in the first 60 seconds of this contest. Have not scored since. Already see our first substitution as checking into this ball game, JC Anthony. Second free throw, this one is good for Lexi Weeblehouse, giving her her first point of the ball game. And now Weeblehouse will check out. Checking in for the first time this afternoon will be Sienna Pinkelman. 5:40, first quarter. Another quick turnover, getting into the front court. Back-to-back possessions, the Trojans have had that trouble. Now with Allen to the top with Tramp. Left-handed dribble all the way to the rack. Layup is off the mark. Rebounded by Knight, but then poked away from behind by Allen. Allen gets it back, and she's fouled as she goes up, and Casey Allen will be shooting a pair. Second team foul already on the West Central Trojans. And it will also be on Ellie Knight, which is her second. Coach Cafferty does not want to have to replace the 8th grade guard, but will go to the bench to do so And checking in for her will be Bailey Stallman. The first free throw is good for Casey Allen, giving her her first point of the afternoon, 6-1, 5-14. We'll see some more substitutions. Is now just going completely into his bench as Coach Cafferty, as Kaylee Schultz will check into the game. Also coming to the game will be Kramer. Gearing will also come out of the game, and Schultz out of the game. So 5 substitutions combined between the two teams as Casey Allen hits both free throws. 7-1. Trojans trying to get free, and this one's stolen away. Quickly the opposite way, and this one can't fall. Offensive board, back up, miss, another O board, back up again. And finally, knocking down the shot is Jensen. Jensen with 4 points in the ball game. She's fouled on the and one opportunity, and it will be a free throw upcoming, trying to complete the old-fashioned three-point play. And more substitutions as Jada Allen will come back into the game. Replacing her, or I should say taking a spot on the bench, will be Casey Allen. Jensen will complete the old-fashioned three-point play with 5 points on the ball game for her. She'll check out, and coming in, back into it, Lexi Wiebelhaus. 4:50. This opening period, 10-1. 9-point lead for the Crofton Warriors over the West Central Trojans. Trojans swinging it around the perimeter. Thornton at the top, over the near side. Three-pointer, this one is off the mark that time for Jatan. And Crofton quickly into the front court with Anthony. To the top, runner in the lane. This one off the glass and good for 2. Sammy Allen, 4 points for herself in this first quarter. 4 different Crofton Warriors has scored. Now a turnover picked up by Allen. Now Allen will slow things up for a moment. Lexi Wiebelhaus kicks it over to Allen. Allen will shoot the 3 off the mark. Rebound, and then jump ball called. Possession arrow favors the Trojans. And their substitution as checking the game will be Ostermeyer, her first time that she has come to the game. And replacing her will be Sammy Allen. Again, Sammy Allen, 4 points on the bench right now at the moment. Jensen is the leading scorer for the Crofton Warriors. She is also on the bench. 12-1, only a free throw for the Trojans in this first quarter. Almost lost it to the top. Thornton wide open 3. She'll take it, knocks it down. Abby Thornton, her first points of the ball game. 12-4. Wiebelhaus. Pump fakes one way, down to block. Will now kick back to the top. Making the move. Up with a difficult shot. This one off the mark for Allen. Rebounded. Trojans in the front court. Just tossed away. Now a loose basketball. It's going to be picked up by Anthony. Then lost it for a moment. And Pinkelman, a couple other players collided together, and a foul is called. It will be against number 21, Kaylee Schultz. So now the 4th team foul for the West Central Trojans as the Crofton Warriors continue to make a plethora of changes in this first quarter. That's one thing they will do throughout this contest. To the very top, three-pointer, quick one. This one off the mark. Rebounded right back up. Jensen, she misses. She just checked in at the last buzzer. West Central trailing by 8 and driving in. Contact made, and the foul will be called against Allen. Jada will pick up her second personal, the second team foul as well. We'll see if she comes out. No, they'll keep her out there for now. Already 2 personal fouls. Again, a lot of substitutions made by the Crofton Warriors. Don't have to necessarily worry about it. Thornton inside. She scores. 5 points in this first quarter for Thornton. Quickly, the opposite way goes Crofton, and a foul called on Chetan, picking up her first. It is the 5th team foul, so which means bonus now for the Crofton Warriors with 2:38 remaining in the first quarter. First free throw is up, and this one is good. And 3 substitutions by the West Central Trojans. 1 substitution for the Crofton Warriors. 13-7. Second free throw is up and good, as Sammy Allen now has 6 points. Leading scorer for the Crofton Warriors, 14-7. Again, this Crofton Warriors team has scored 60 or more points in 5 out of their 7 victories, including twice that they have scored 86 points. That was back in their first 2 games. They did win their first game 86-9. Pass stolen away by Allen. Allen quickly up to Jensen, and Jensen easily off the glass and good for 2. Jensen, 7 points for her. So between Sammy Allen and Jensen combined 13 points out of the 16 for the Crofton Warriors. Leading it now by 10, it's 16-6. Bounce pass. Over to the near side, Knight has it. Knight will try to lob it into the lane, somehow completes the pass. Down to 8 seconds. Knight has it once again. Schultz will shoot the 3 now. This one is off the mark. Loose basketball. Going to be picked back up and then stripped loose. And the Crofton Warriors will get to it, and then a timeout was called as Jensen had it. With 16-6, we are underway between Montana State and South Dakota, where the FCS semifinals, the very first play, is a completed pass for 26 yards and a first down for Montana State. Cole, you gonna have your eyes on this game?
I'll probably watch it a little bit.
Cole Larsch will have next couple of games upcoming for you. The Vermillion Tanagers. Again, game number 3 of the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic features the Vermillion boys taking on Mount Vernon Plankinton. The girls to follow as they'll take on Centerville, which features the last game of the evening, the 2 number 1 teams of Class A and Class B for girls high school hoops in the state of South Dakota. Getting 16-6 here with 92 seconds remaining in the first quarter as Coach Cafferty called the timeout to try to, that was a Crofton timeout there, as they didn't want to have the jump ball, which possession arrow, if it would have been called the jump ball, did favor the Crofton Warriors, but City used the quick timeout. So we're set and ready to go after the timeout. Again, 92 seconds remaining in this first half. Inbound the basketball will be Pink Queen 2. Speaking of, Sammy Allen, one of those 2 players, trying to get underneath to Jensen. The pass went beyond her reach, but eventually it went to Pinkelman. Picked back up by Allen. Kick out to Anthony. Jensen. Pass over to Sammy Allen. 7 seconds on the shot clock. Allen trying to make her move. Step back, 3-pointer. This one is off the mark. And the Trojans will get the rebound. Quick in the front court. Schultz has it. Schultz kicks out. Lineup, shoot the 3. This one will fall. Had the slightest of touches by Kylie Schultz. And it's the first bench points for the West Central Trojans. And quick in the front court, ball is tipped out of bounds. Will stay with Crofton Warriors. 37 seconds remaining in this first quarter. 16-9. Inbound to the corner. Runner with the left hand, good. And that was Cassie Allen for 4 points in the quarter. Schultz, working underneath, shot up and good. Stallman has her first 2 points. 18-11. Allen, spin, missed shot, and then a rebounding foul that will go against Jensen. Jensen picking up her first personal in the third team foul. And she'll come out as Lexi Wiebelhaus will check back in. We'll see a second substitution during this dead ball as well. It's coming out, Sammy Allen checking in. Ostermeyer for her second time in the first quarter. 18-11. Trojans have a little bit of time for the last second shot, but running out. Gearing tries to make a move, and she'll travel. She tried to get around that time, Pinkelman. And with 3 seconds, Crofton Warriors will have one final opportunity. Inbound, Allen wide open. She'll shoot the three, knocks it down. Cassie Allen was left wide open to take the three-pointer, and she hits it. And out of the 21 points, 3 different Warriors combined for 20 of them. And the Crofton Warriors lead it 21-11 as we head to the second quarter. That comes up in 60 seconds here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out Team Apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers.
When life gets hard and our thoughts get too much to bear, finding the resiliency within us can help us find healing. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline provides 24/7 free support for anyone in suicidal distress or emotional crisis. All texts and calls are anonymous and connect you to local resources that uphold cultural values and pave the way to healing. Find the strength within you. Find the strength within our culture. Reach out if you need help today.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
And the FCS semifinals for college football already see a 7-0 lead for Montana State over the University of South Dakota. Begin the second quarter here on the campus of the University of South Dakota. The Crofton Warriors begin with the basketball, scoring 21 points. As Jensen drives in and puts it off the glass and good for 2. She now has 9 points in this afternoon's contest. Again, it has been all the Crofton Warriors. It feels like as the Trojans have struggled to get really anything inside. And again, it's the size of Crofton. The drive this time off the block, and this one off the mark for Kramer. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Warrior basketball. Cole, they're number 1 in Class C2 for a reason. Been impressed so far with what Crofton's brought?
Yeah, they've been very balanced, very solid offensively. You know, they have their own big 3, Allen, and Jansen right now. But, they're just doing what they do. They're moving the ball around. They're distributing the basketball very well, and they're putting in a lot of shots.
Turnover here for the Warriors. Knight tries to throw it into Thornton, and it's going to be a foul that will go against Thornton. Thornton picks up her first personal and the first team foul. Thornton was the leading scorer for West Central with 5 points in that first quarter. Again, 2 different players for the Crofton Warriors at 7 points, including Cassie Allen, Jansen, and 6 points for Sammy Allen in the first quarter as well. Controlled with Jada Allen, who did hit a free throw, but only 1. Jansen, guarded closely by Thornton, trying to force it underneath the hoop, and it's going to be tipped out of bounds by Cassie Allen as she couldn't hold on to the hot pass. And it will be West Central Trojans basketball. 6:37, 23-11. And now trying to inbound, Coach Caffrey will call a timeout. And we'll step aside. We'll take the timeout with them. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV. advertising, reaching the right market while giving back to the school is just plain right. If you're looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here's your ticket with Live Ticket TV. With over 90 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you advertise locally with just your home team or reach the region. Plus, a portion of all sales go directly back to the school. Get a hold of Heath Nimke today, and let's get started in building your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Out here,
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
A little bit of excitement here at the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center as on the big screen, everyone gets to see the Sanford Coyote Sport, or excuse me, the Coyotes go for a touchdown. And USD, pending the extra point, will tie it up in the FCS semifinals. Ellie Knight back into high school hoop action here to Thornton. Thornton splits by the double team. As she does so, travels, and it will be Crofton basketball. Quickly in the front court, over to Schieffer. Her shot off the mark, got it back, but she was out of bounds as she went to go rebound it in. So far when it comes to the Crofton Warriors, everybody they brought with here for their varsity lineup has already got the chance to play. Don't see that a whole lot. This is just a rotating bench, it seems like, for the Crofton Warriors. Again, they do have a JV team as well. The JV team, though, is not dressed. So we'll just kind of see this, again, rotating door, it seems like, as Sammy Allen will come back in. And now coming out will be Cassie Allen. 23-11, 5:54, second quarter. Our second game of the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic. Thornton, three-pointer, good. And Thornton hits her second three of the game. 8 points for her in the contest. Again, we talked about her during the pregame show needing to having a big game if this Trojans team wanted to get an upset. And now three-pointer the opposite direction, good for Sammy Allen. She has 9 points. And her first points of the second quarter. 26-14. Still remains at a double-digit lead, and the Warriors took that double-digit lead early in that first quarter and have not surrendered it since. Inside, back out, three-pointer for Knight. This one is good. Ellie Knight brings it back to under double digits with now a 9-point lead for the Crofton Warriors. Jensen passes it over, this time to Schieffer. Back over to Allen, she'll shoot the three, off the mark. See if the Trojans can't get another big shot here. Try to chip away at this 9-point lead. Bounce pass underneath. Thornton goes up, misses her shot. Fight for the rebound, and the Trojans do get it back. Knight drives in, puts up the off-balance shot, misses. Rebounded by Weebelhaus. Now Sammy Allen into the front court. Allen taking her time. Passes over to Jansen. To the top, to Allen. Back to Jansen. At the block. Has it poked away from behind, and then a bunch of bodies hit the court trying to get the loose basketball. And a foul is called that will go against the Trojans. Foul called on Abby Thornton. Abby Thornton picks up her second personal and the second team foul. And now we'll see a few different substitutions as, again, multiple girls are down here for the Crofton Warriors, including Jada Allen, who's going to have to come out, and also Jansen will come out of the ball game as well, as both of them are injured. So of all the excitement, Crofton will have the basketball along the baseline, up by 9. Missing a couple of their key players at the moment. Drive and jump ball is called. Possession arrow favors the West Central Trojans. Halfway through this second quarter, 26-17. Into the front court. Trojans try to lob one in. It goes right into the defensive jaws of the Crofton Warriors. Quickly up ahead to Pinkelman. Kick back out to Allen. Allen, spin, up with the right hand, missed. Ball gets deflected and goes out of bounds. Looks like it might have been last touched by Crofton. This was by West Central. They do say it was touched by Crofton. Their substitution as Weeblehouse will come out and Cassie Allen will check in. Again, 7-7 in the FCS semifinals between Montana State and the University of South Dakota at the moment. Pass over the near side. And a reach-in foul that will go against Cassie Allen, picking up her first personal. In the first team foul of the second quarter. Trojans trying to knock this down from under a 9-point lead inside, and trying to force up the tough shot was Jatan, who has been held quiet in this game, still has not scored. Pinkelman to Allen. Allen wide open as she drove in, but space closed out at the last moment, misses her shot. And now Jatan picks up the dribble to Schultz. Schultz kicks out. Top of the key. Around the perimeter, three-pointer, Schultz. This one is off the mark. Rebounded by Cassie Allen. The Trojans just cannot get it. Close this gap, it feels like. Three-pointer, this one rattles down and in. Sammy Allen, her second three of the quarter. Now has 12 points in the contest. 29-17, and it's back up to a double-digit lead. Gearing to Jatan. Jatan trying to get a screen. Jatan has the ball stripped away. Allen tries to pass it over to a tough pass to Anthony, and it will go wide of bounds. They'll give it back to the Trojans. As now Lexi Weeblehouse won the check in, but a timeout is called. 29-17 with 2:18 before halftime. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Birds like
Welcome
tanagers.
back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Penn State beats SMU 38-10 in the second ever college FBS playoffs. Last night, Notre Dame dominated Indiana 27-17 in that contest. Clemson and Texas come up next. North Dakota State punches their ticket on to the FCS championship game as they defeat two-time champion South Dakota State. All right, now Montana State and USD deadlocked at 7 apiece at the moment. Here at the Sanford County Sports Center, it's been all the Crofton Warriors, and as I say that, knocked down a jumper for Pinkelman, and Pinkelman gets her first points of the contest. 31-17, and now a quick turnover. And Cole, it feels like at times West Central can get right back into this game, but they just have not been able to quite take a hold, if you will.
Yeah, at one point they were down 9, got a couple big defensive stops. Then on the offensive end, it just seemed like they couldn't get anything going. I mean, there really was no flow. There weren't hitting very many shots. A couple weirdly contested shots, too, that they were taking. So once they had their chances, but it just seems like they can't quite get past that 9 mark.
Allen over to Jansen as we saw her get injured in this quarter. Took a little bump on her head inside. Missed shot. Wiebelhaus trying to get back the rebound. Loose basketball. And the Trojans finally pick it up. 117 wide open. Gearing three-pointer. Gotta have it when you have that much time, space, and a look at the wing as well. Allen in the front court. Crofton Warriors on the opposite side could really put this one away, if you will, before even halftime. They can hit a couple big shots before halftime. Jansen has it. Speaking of, she'll shoot the 3, and this one, air ball saved. Looked like by Allen, but they say she was out of bounds. The Trojans will have it with 52 seconds remaining. A couple more substitutions as Jachan will come back in. Also Schultz will come back in. No one seen. Schiefer will come back in the game for Crofton Warriors. Trojans have it, far side. Again, under a minute remaining in this first half. Schultz over to Thornton. Thornton looking low, trying to get it back to Schultz in this one. Saved by Schultz, but it goes to Crofton. They'll have a woman advantage for a moment. Drive in, missed by Allen. Jensen gets the rebound, and then she is fouled. 13 foul. Foul on will be on Abby Thornton, which now picking up her 3rd personal in this quarter. So as we saw her Tuesday get in foul trouble against the Vermillion Tanager, she's in foul trouble again. She's also the leading scorer at the moment for West Central. So now Avery Eberhard will have to come in, the freshman for West Central. Jensen controls over to Sammy Allen. Back to Casey Allen. Kick out, three-pointer for Allen. Off the mark, rebounded by Ellie Knight. Ellie drives all the way, puts up her shot. It was blocked as she put it up, and that is the end of the first half. 31-17 as the Crofton Warriors are able to outscore the West Central Trojans 10-6. Take a comfortable lead heading into halftime. Sammy Allen leading the way for all scorers with 12 points in this afternoon's contest. We're going to step aside. Coming up at halftime, we'll take a look at first half scoring. We'll also take a look at what's going on across the state of South Dakota with scores and talk more about what's coming up yet here at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center with the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic. That is all on the way here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Flying out of the way to miss your car, deer, and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blain's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the Tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blain's Body Shop. Blain's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Midwest Ready Mix Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
Core Cares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. Core Cares, proudly serving our community.
Jensen Kennels is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dogs. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
Fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid, up to 100 times stronger than morphine. Even a tiny amount can be deadly. It's often mixed with other drugs without your knowledge, increasing your risk of overdose. Protect yourself and your loved ones and avoid unknown substances. Stay informed, stay safe, and remember, one pill can kill. For more information on fentanyl prevention, visit your local health resource or speak to a healthcare professional today. This message was brought to you by the Great Plains Tribal Opioid Response, so that the people may live.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Winter inspection. Back to the Vermillion Booster Club press box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
It's the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic here on Live Ticket TV, Vermillion Tanagers Live, where we have covered every single game of this Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic since its inception a couple of years ago. Now it's third annual, which these two teams have become a part of it over the past couple of years. The West Central Trojans and the Crofton Warriors. In boys action earlier, we saw the Trojans defeat the Crofton Warriors 59-24. This first half, though, on the girls' side, a little bit different, as the Warriors have a lead 31-17 over the Trojans at halftime. And a big reason is part of the big three for the Crofton Warriors, as Sammy Allen leads all scorers in the first half with 12 points, including hitting 2 big threes in the second quarter. Otherwise, 9 points for Jesse Jansen in the first half, and also 7 points for Casey Allen. She did not score, though, in the second quarter. Otherwise, 2 points for Sienna Pinkelman and a point by Lexi Wiebelhaus, which she hit the free throw in the first quarter. The leading scorer for the West Central Trojans, 8 points for Abby Thornton. Otherwise, it's light scoring throughout the rest, including Ellie Knight and also Kylie Schultz have 3 points apiece. And also Bailey Stallman hit a runner in the lane for her 2 points. Casey Jatan has not scored in today's contest. We expected her and Thornton to be a big part of this offensive production for the West Central Trojans, but again, they have not been whatsoever, or at least Jatan hasn't. So we'll see if that isn't changed a little bit. And again, this is a Trojans team that's trying to dig themselves out of a deficit right now. It seems at multiple different times, trailing by 14, that they had opportunities, especially in that second quarter where they were trailing by 9. They just could not put back-to-back possessions where they were scoring or just keep offense consistent enough in that first half to dig into this lead by the Crofton Warriors, where the Crofton Warriors at one point led it 11-1, but have dominated again just throughout this entire game so far today. 31-17 here at halftime. We're going to step aside. When we come back, it's time for the second half between the Warriors and the Trojans. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster
Starting
Club
now
Press
at
Box.
all
Proud
9 of our
supporters
Grossenburg
all
Implement
Tanager
locations in
athletics
South
and the
Dakota,
student athletes.
Nebraska, and Wyoming. With harvest winding down, get your name on the list and have your equipment inspected and ready for next year. Put it on your John Deere multi-use account and get benefits of no payment, no interest programs for those that qualify. Then you can rest easy in
Welcome back to the
2025.
Vermillion
Grossenburg
Booster Club
Implement,
Press
where
Box.
service is
Proud
the other
supporters
half
of
of
all
a great
Tanager
product.
athletics
Go to
and the student
grossenburg.com for complete details.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olsson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems.
Welcome
places
back to
across
the
South
Vermillion
Dakota,
Booster
Nebraska,
Club
and
Press
Iowa.
Box. Proud supporters
Utilizing
of all
brilliant
Tanager
methods
athletics and
such
the
as
student
Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olsson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise.
Welcome
and now
back
more
to
than
the
ever,
Vermillion
every
Booster
penny
Club
counts.
Press
With
Box.
me,
Proud
John Brooks at
supporters of all
DFS
Tanager
Insurance, we
athletics
can look
and
over
the
your
student
coverages and
athletes.
find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable
Welcome
insurance
back
you
to
need
the
with
Vermillion
Dakota
Booster
Financial
Club
Services.
Press Box. Proud supporters of all Tanager
Welcome
athletics
to
and the
Dakota
student
PC
athletes.
Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and
Welcome
a
back to
questionable
the
assortment of
Vermillion
snacks,
Booster Club
can
Press
fix
Box.
just about
Proud supporters
anything.
of all Tanager
We love
athletics and the
technology
student
and
athletes.
making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box. Proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athletes.
When the world feels big, a small note can mean everything. Find mental health support at sdbehavioralhealth.gov.
Welcome
For
back to
healthier
the
crops
Vermillion
and
Booster
stronger
Club Press
yields,
Box. Proud
count on
supporters of all
Nutrien Ag
Tanager
Solutions.
athletics and the
By
student
partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box. Proud supporters of all Tanager athletics.
It's time
and
for the start of
student
the
athletes.
second half between the West Central Trojans and the Vermillion Tanagers. By the way, in the FCS semifinals between Montana State and USD, Montana State is able to strike again. They now lead it 14-7. Still the first quarter, so plenty of time for USD to get back into it. By no means are they out of it, but trailing right now by 7. So again, we start the second half between the Crofton Warriors and the West Central Trojans, where it has been a game that has been dominated by Crofton. Again, at one point, one of 11-1 in the first quarter, and have really basically trailed by double digits ever since then, except for a couple different times. Three-pointer to start this second half off. Good. That time by JC Anthony. It's her first points of the game. But now we have seen 6 different Crofton Warriors score so far this afternoon, and they have doubled up the West Central Trojans 34-17. Again, a Trojans team that has been historically great at basketball. They have been down the past couple of years, and this was going to be another young year for this Trojans team. They lost last night to Groton area, but trying to get a huge upset, and they're going to need some more shots like that as Gearing scores for the first time since the first quarter. She's got 4 points in the contest, 34-20. So we open up the third with both teams trading for three-pointers. Anthony passes over to Allen. Allen to Weeblehouse. Weeblehouse, the right-handed dribble along the baseline, picks it up, and she is going to double dribble. Great defense that time by the Trojans, and we'll see our substitution as Pinkelman will check back into the game, and Weeblehouse will take a spot on the bench. Again, fans, don't forget, game number 3 is the Vermillion boys as they take on the Mount Vernon Plankinton with the voice of the Tanagers, Cole Larsch, coming up here in just a little bit. Bounce pass, working it around. Cole told me that he's saving his voice for the games later on. He's been feeling a little bit underneath the weather. He's also eating lunch at the moment, which is a light lunch for him, a dome dog. Never been a fan of the dome dogs. And it's one specific reason why, Cole. Drive in. A shot is off the mark. Rebounded, though, or picked up, I should say, by Crofton. Misses. It's Pinkelman, and now Trojans come the opposite way. Jatan. Over to Knight. In the lane. Jatan. Scoop layup is good, and it's Casey Jatan's first points of the game. And I mentioned it at halftime. She would have to get going if the Trojans would want to make a comeback. 34-22, down to a 12-point lead once again. Still comfortable, all their Warriors, but the Trojans could strike. Allen, the drive, and they answer right back. Casey Allen now with 9 points. Gearing slips, and we have seen several players slip today on the court, where guys have just made cuts. They slipped multiple times in the boys, and now we've seen a couple different times girls have been slipping. So, don't know what's going on here. At the James and Colette Abbott Court. Of course, originally named just Colette Abbott Court, and then once the former president retired, added James in there as well. Former president, first lady of the University of South Dakota. Now handed off to President Gestring, who rules the roast over here in Vermillion. Inside, off the bottom of the bucket, but foul called. It's going up with the shot was Anthony. She'll head to the free throw line to shoot 2. Foul called on Mara Schultz, picking up her first personal and the first team. Not seen a whole lot of free throw shooting in either contest. First free throw for Anthony is off the mark, and our substitution as coming back in will be Pinkelman, replacing J.C. Jansen on the court. 36-22.
NFL score, the Chiefs beat the Texans 27-19.
Everyone was talking about how Patrick Mahomes wasn't going to play. Comes out there and plays for Chiefs. Looks like he had himself another good game. Drive and a foul call as Jatan will go to the free throw line to shoot a pair. First free throw up for Jatan. This one is off the mark. Again, Jatan got her first points of this third quarter, but misses that free throw. 4:41, third quarter, 36-22. Second free throw, this one is good. 36-23, trailing by 13. Drive, kick over, three-pointer for Pinkelman is good. And Pinkelman hits her first three. 39-23, every time it seems like the Trojans might be able to chip away a little bit more at this lead. Not able to do so. Man-to-man defense Jatan has. Drives on Anthony, puts up her shot, gets it to fall, and Casey Jatan is really starting to take over here in this third quarter. 5 points for her. Quickly the opposite way, stolen away by Gearing. And the Trojans put back-to-back possessions with points, trailing by 14. Jatan. Drive, Jatan, the scoop layup, don't count the bucket. She took a third step on the move. So a layup no good, and it will be Crofton basketball. 39-25, 3:48. The drive, this one off the mark. Quickly on the front court, bounce pass over to Chetan. Three-pointer straight away, good! Abby Thornton with now 11 points in the game, her first of the second half, 39-28. 11-point lead, and now Schultz with the steal and the layup good. And for the first time this second half, it's back to a single-digit lead for the Crofton Warriors, and Crofton will want a timeout as they do not want West Central to get back into this 39-30 with 3:12 remaining in the third quarter. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
Sure. To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
To start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank and Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank and Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com.
Life can get back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athletes.
(39-30), 3:12 third quarter.
Welcome back to the Vermillion.
The Crofton Warriors have seen at one point their 15-point lead in this quarter evaporate. Remember, this Crofton Warriors team put up 21 points in the first quarter, but have been held in check, and all of a sudden the Trojans have put back-to-back possessions with points and are lost out of bounds by Pinkelman. They will stay with the Warriors, and they'll Crofton timeout, see if they can't put their offense back together. It's really being held in check. Jensen has not scored yet in the quarter. Speaking of, they get it into her. Kick it back out, wide open Allen. She'll take the deep college men's three off the mark. Quick transition the other way. Geary misses the running layup, and then ball goes out of bounds. But it will remain with the Trojans as it didn't go out of bounds last touched by Crofton. 2:50 third quarter. The inbound. Controlled by Ellie Knight. Now to Gearing. Schultz. Chetan. Behind the back dribble. Chetan, the runner in the lane. High off the glass. Off the mark. Defensive rebound. From behind. Getting hassled. Jansen. Now over to Allen. Allen drives in, and she's going to be fouled as she puts up the shot. But more specifically, another foul on Abby Thornton, which now makes it her third team foul. More free throws upcoming. Sammy Allen knocks down the first. She has 13 points. West Central make 3 substitutions, including leading scorers all coming off the court. So we'll see if the backup squad can't keep the offense rolling for the Trojans. As Allen missed the second free throw. It's a 10-point lead nonetheless. Inside, and now a jump ball called. Possession arrow favors the Trojans. Eberhard had it tied up. Chetan took a quick second breather, and she's already back into the game. As replacing will be Gearing, who will come out. 2:07 third. Kick it deep to Chetan. Chetan, bounce pass inside, turn around, high off the glass for Eberhard and off the mark. Rebounded by Pinkelman. Anthony in the lane, too strong. High off the glass. 40-30. Hand pass. Over to the far side. Trojans have it with Chetan, and it's knocked away from her. Quick substitution. Cassie Allen will come back in. Also coming into the game will be Tramp. .40-30. Quick out of bounds. By the way, in the FCS semifinals, 14-14 between Montana State and South Dakota at the moment. They are in the second quarter. Pass almost stolen away, is stolen away, and then given right back. So the Trojans have it in the front court. Moving the ball around, and a reach-in foul called against Crofton. The foul called on Pinkelman. Second team foul. First personal. Go with a deep inbound. Chetan able to chase it down. Again, with the foul as well, it is a fresh shot clock for the Trojans. Knight double teamed. Still Knight will make her move. Puts up the off-balance shot off the mark and rebounded by Pinkelman. To Anthony, quickly up the head to Tramp. Jensen had it poked away from her. Picked up by Stallman. Stallman bounce pass over to Ellie Knight on the left side. Bounce pass to Chetan. It's going to be knocked away. They say a foul that's called on Cassie Allen. So 13 fouls, second personal for her. No, excuse me, they do say it was out of bounds. No, it's on West Central.
Yeah, foul on Schultz. That's her second and the fourth of this quarter. Legal screen or something of the sorts down low.
Schultz comes back in. Eberhard will come out. 40-30. 10-point lead. Jensen underneath. And the foul called, so 15 foul. So it should be bonus. There you go, officials get it sorted out. So they're ready to go just underneath the hoop. By the way, Jensen has not scored yet in this quarter. Still stuck at 9 points. First free throw is up, and this one's good. By the way, fans, you can catch the Vermillion boys take on the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game right here on Live Ticket TV. And Vermillion Tanagers Live. Jensen's able to hit both of them, including a conversation with head coach Jay Drake of the Vermillion Tanagers. Talk more about the contest and look back to that tough loss the Vermillion boys suffer on Tuesday after leading it by 15 points in the fourth quarter, losing by 2 against West Central. Schultz with 3 seconds remaining. Over tonight, she'll shoot the three. This one is off the mark, and it's 42-30 as we head to the fourth and final quarter between Crofton and West Central. Fourth quarter comes up in 60 seconds here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
Busy out there. Daily commutes, carpooling, and then there's that weekend getaway. Cenex is here to keep your vehicle fueled up for those long drives, your pantry stocked for those snack cravings, and the propane grill ready whenever you are. Things can move fast, but with your local Cenex, you can rest assured that everything on your list will get a checkmark, all in a day's work, powered locally at Cenex.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work. a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
14-14 yet. The FCS semifinals between South Dakota and Montana State. Here as we enter the fourth quarter, 42-30. Can the Crofton Warriors hold on to get the victory over the West Central Trojans, or are we going to see a comeback again? Scheduled for 4 o'clock right here at the SCSC. Vermillion boys to take on the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans. We will get you that game right here on this exact same stream. Don't need to click away if you're tuning into that game to see what's all going on right now at the moment. It's come about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this game. Runner in the lane off the mark for Gearing. We'll see how this fourth quarter moves along. We did start this game ahead of schedule by 6 minutes, so good thing to start that way instead of being behind schedule. We'll see how this fourth quarter moves along. So right now, Weeblehouse gets it over to Allen. Allen to Allen. Back out to Anthony with 10 seconds on the shot clock. Allen kicks over to Weeblehouse, the far two. Good. Lexi Weeblehouse, her first field goal of the game. Under 7 remaining. Trojans got to get some defensive stops and get their offense going. Thornton has it. Thornton kicks out. Open look for Gearing. Three-pointer good. Gearing now has 7 points. 44-33. 11-point lead for the Crofton Warriors. Anthony. Bounce pass. Trying to go right back to Anthony. She loses it out of bounds, and it will be Trojan basketball. Montana State scores again. They now lead it 21-14. They took off on that last drive, just running the football all over the Coyotes. Back here at the SCSC, Chaton, turnaround jumper is good. And Chaton, after she did not score in the first half, has 7 points. Jansen wide open for 3. This one off the mark. That's going to be rebounded by Schultz. Quickly the opposite way. Quick three-pointer for Chaton. This one is off the mark. Rebounded by Allen. Allen bringing it into the front court. Up to Cassie Allen. Allen back to Jansen. Out to Allen. She'll shoot the 3. This one front iron rebounded by Cassie Allen. Cassie into Weeblehouse. Weeblehouse tries to put up the tough shot. Can't do so, but gets back her own bad shot. They're going to reset with Allen with plenty of time on the shot clock. 20 seconds. 5:22. Getting 9-point lead, 44-35. Crofton has led this entire game. Allen down to Jansen. Trying to get free, has to kick back out to Anthony with 1 second on the shot clock. It's a shot clock violation as the Crofton Warriors laid down a lot of time but do not get a shot off. We'll see some more substitutions as Schieffer checks on and Pinkelman will come on to the court. And now Coach Cafferty will want a timeout. We'll step aside and take the timeout with them. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
(44-35). The Trojans of West Central certainly have a chance to do something no one would expect, knock off the number 1 team in Class C2, the Crofton Warriors, who come into today's game undefeated, 7-0. As we begin after the timeout, Trojans are going to need some big shots. Chiton has it for the moment, dishes it over to Knight. Knight hands off to Schultz. She'll shoot the 3. Good! Bank is open for Schultz. She has 5 points in the contest. 44-38. This is the closest this has been since the first quarter. Crofton Warriors trying to hold on now. Pinkelman kicks it back out to Allen. Allen, jab step, kicks over to Weebelhaus. Back to Cassie Allen. Too hard off the glass. Fight for the rebound. Goes out of bounds. Things starting to get a little intense at the moment for the Crofton Warriors, as Sammy Allen will come back in. And Lexi Weebelhaus will take a spot on the bench. Again, Crofton put up 21 points in the first quarter. It seemed like they were going to cruise. They were leading it by 10 after the first. And things were just clicking for them. But they have struggled to score since, and they really have not found offense here in this fourth quarter. The Trojans trailing by 6. This is a big possession for West Central. Thornton has it over Schultz. Another 3 for her. This one off the front of the iron. That would have been a huge 3 if she could have knocked it down. Pass stolen away there by Knight. Knight, 2-on-2. It's her 4th steal of the game. Quickly up ahead. This one off the mark for Chiton. And now a 2-on-2 as Allen presses the other way. Allen off the glass and good for 2. Huge bucket for Cassie Allen, who now has 11 points in the game. And Coach Cafferty sees his team starting to get a little tired, and they will call the timeout. Crofton, though, will take it, actually, I apologize. We'll step aside. Back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today. Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
46-38. Thornton driving down to the block. Contact and a charge taken by Sammy Allen. And that means Abby Thornton, with her 5th foul of the game, will foul out of this afternoon's contest. Allen will finish with 8 points, including not scoring in the fourth quarter. So going to be a huge loss in the final 3:15 of this game. If the West Central Trojans want to make a comeback, again, missing a key piece now offensively and defensively. 8-point lead here for the Crofton Warriors. It's been cut as low as 6. Inside of Jansen, kick out. Back to the top, Pinkelman squares up, shoots the 3, knocks it down. And that one just might be the dagger for any chances of a comeback for the West Central Trojans. Now missing a key piece of their offense and back up to a double-digit lead. And back-to-back possessions. The Trojans that have come up with nothing. Allen quickly into the front court. Kick back out. Anthony straight away 3. Air ball out of bounds. West Central basketball. If you're tuning in, looking for the Mount Vernon Plankinton Vermillion boys basketball game, you don't need to go anywhere, as that will be found right here on this same link, and all the coverage coming up with the voice of the Tanagers, Mount Vernon Plankinton alum himself, Cole Larsch, who will have bias towards one team, maybe.
Really?
He's going to try to remain unbiased.
I will.
Of course, followed the Vermillion Tanagers for the last 3 years, but today gets to broadcast his brother's basketball game with parents in attendance as well. Got to see mom and dad earlier. Trojans have it. Off the glass and good for 2. Schultz has 5 points in the contest, and there a timeout called by Coach Cafferty. He has 3 remaining, 1 remaining for the Crofton Warriors. 49-40. We're back in just a moment here on Live Ticket TV. Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
49-40. 158. Get tuning in for the Vermillion boys Mount Vernon Plankinton game. Don't have to go anywhere. You can find it right here on Live Ticket TV. Vermillion Tanagers live right here on this link. In fact, just take commercial breaks and transition from one game to the next, including the voice of the Tanagers, Cole Larsch, will have that game coming up for you. Look forward to an exciting matchup between the Titans and the Tanagers. The first time those two teams have met since, Cole, the year I graduated high school, which would have been
1995.
Close.
2016.
2014.
I was close.
Shot off the mark by Allen. Offensive board. And now another timeout. As timeouts are really starting to slow this one down between Crofton Warriors and the West Central Trojans. But as I was just talking about, Mount Vernon Plankinton, Vermillion boys coming up next. We will step aside and get you set for that game, including our conversation with head coach Jay Drake, talking about his team and how they need to bounce back. Again, the Vermillion boys, if you missed out on it, led with 4 minutes remaining on Tuesday, up by 15. Ended up losing that game by 2, 64-62 against West Central on Tuesday evening. They have not played since. So how do the Vermillion boys bounce back in a game like this against Mount Vernon? Then the final game of the evening will feature the number 1 team in Class B, Centerville, taking on the number 1 team in Class A for girls hoops, the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, all right here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live. Quick inbound. Missed shot by Jensen and then fouled as well. So she'll head to the free throw line. She does have 11 points in today's contest. It's just the second team foul on the Trojans. Free throw is off the mark for Jansen. 49-40. In the FCS semifinals, Montana State still leads 21-14 over USD at the moment. Second free throw, this one is good. It's back up to a double-digit lead. 12 points now for Jensen in the contest. Gearing had an open look at three, drives, just fumbles it away herself, and will go out of bounds with 1:12 remaining. And fans, we will get you straight into Coach Jay Drake's interview and more, all coming up after the conclusion of this game. Again, don't need to click away anywhere. If you're tuning in for Vermillion boys taking on the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans. Just waiting for this one to wrap up, and another foul called. Just talking with Cole at the timeout break to see if we'd start giving fouls or not. It's kind of at that awkward stage, the way things have gone so far today, that you wouldn't expect the Trojans to try to foul and get back in it. They would have a couple more to give before we'd even get to bonus, but trailing by 10 and under a minute left. As I say, it's not over till the fat lady sings, but she's certainly warming up the vocal cords. Jansen controls, over to Weeblehouse, back out to Allen. Allen over to Weeblehouse, try to force the pass, tipped, stolen away. Chiton quickly the opposite direction, misses her shot. They were looking for the foul, nothing called. Caffrey says maybe hits the elbow. The official didn't say a word to him. Shot clock is turned off, so Crofton can hold on here, and we're going to give another foul. Or now they're going to say double dribble instead. So we'll give it back to the West Central Trojans with 26.5 remaining. To inbound, Knight gets it into Chiton. Oh, jeez. That was a volleyball block there by Jansen. She came flying in to stop that three-pointer. And now Crofton will just move it around the court. 50-40 is your final as the Crofton Warriors and the West Central Trojans split in today's action. And earlier, West Central got the victory over Crofton at 59-24. The leading scorer in today's contest, well, a couple different girls had big performances, but leading the way, Sammy Allen finished with 13 points and 12 points for J.C. Jensen for the Crofton Warriors. Leading scorer today for the West Central Trojans finished with 8 points. Fans, we're going to step aside. When we come back, the voice of the Tanagers, Cole Larsch, will have you set for our pregame show along with Jay Drake, the head coach of the Vermillion boys, all getting a set to tip off between Vermillion and Mount Vernon Plankinton. That is on the way next here on Live Ticket TV and Vermillion Tanagers Live.
And our thoughts get too much to bear. Finding the resiliency within us can help us find healing. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline provides 24/7 free support for anyone in suicidal distress or emotional crisis. All texts and calls are anonymous and connect you to local resources that uphold cultural values and pave the way to healing. Find the strength within you. Find the strength within our culture. Reach out if you need help today.
When it comes back to the Vermillion Booster Club press box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student.
Back here at the Sanford Coyote Sports Center as we get you set for a tip between the Vermillion Tanagers and the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans in boys high school hoops. We'll get to the voice of the Tanagers here in just a moment, Cole Larsch. But before we do that, let's get to our coach's interview as we sat down with Jay Drake yesterday to talk about his team's performance against West Central and what he expects to see from the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans and where do the broadcasters' loyalties lie this afternoon. Here he is on our pregame show. It's head coach of the Vermillion Tanagers, Jay Drake. Jay, before we get ready to talk about the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, let's go back to this past Tuesday to discuss a little bit about the West Central Trojans. For 28 minutes in that game against the Trojans, it looked like this was a very good Vermillion basketball team. We saw guys sharing the ball nicely, a lot of big shots from Trey Hansen and also Luke Jensen. And in the end, of course, we know what happens in the final 4 minutes. Your assessment of the first 28 minutes against the Trojans.
Yeah, that's the obviously the tough part about a game like Tuesday night, and what happened is, the way the game finished, that last 4 minutes of the game and the last half of the fourth quarter, it kind of overshadows what we did, and probably a lot of positive things in the first 28 minutes. Everything gets magnified at the end of the game, but if you would have told me going into the night, I thought it's two pretty even basketball teams. The Nebius kid, obviously, for them at the point guard position, second team all-conference last year as a freshman, and really good basketball player, and off to a nice start his first 2 games this year. I think could be an all-state point guard in Class A, but he got away from us a little bit in the first half. I thought we did a really good job on him there in the in the second half, the whole third quarter and the first part of that fourth quarter. And if you had told me before the game that night we're going to be up 14 midway through the fourth, I would have said you're crazy. But the game I thought would go right down to the wire, which it did in the final couple minutes. It's just frustrating because we had done so much just to put us in a great position in the fourth quarter. And then, again, in my 17 years and, as a coach's son growing up, you've seen a lot of basketball games over the years. And this is one of those that no matter what, it's always going to stay with you from a coaching standpoint. We just kind of collapsed and broke down and really had some uncharacteristic things for our guys on both ends of the floor. And like we told them, when you get up 14 midway through the fourth, you want to finish a game off and finish it the right way and put a team away. But the other side of it is you basically, if you put yourself in a position where you only have to do one or the other. If we could be really bad on the defensive end, and yet if you have good possessions, you're good on the offensive end, you're probably going to hold a team off, or flip that. If you have some poor turnovers or you're bad on the offensive end or take some quick shots, if you go play defense and get stops, it's not going to matter either way. And we kind of had the worst case. Both sides of it just didn't get things done, and you try to learn from it. And the other thing, give West Central credit. Because, some teams, when you're down 14 with 4 minutes to go, they might just pack it in for the night. And, I thought a big key was they got it to like 59-50 with just under 3 minutes, and you could just feel the momentum in the gym. And we still had our chances, had the ball with 2:15 left and a 9-point lead, and 3 really bad turnovers that led to a couple transition threes. And before you know it, you're in a dogfight that last minute.
I can't tell you what's going to happen at the end of the season, but Cole Larsch brought up a very good point in the postgame, and that was Tuesday night's result could play a very, very huge factor at the very end of the season, where Vermillion gets the 4 seed. He gets the 5 seed in the region, all because of that one game against West Central. If we could have just taken care of business, we would have been okay. Has the coaching staff, have you thought about what could the implications be? Or do you go, hey, Heath, we still have 18 more games in front of us. A lot of different things can happen. Has that crossed your mind? What's your thought process when this game could have a major impact on the end of the season?
Yeah, it's huge, obviously, and we've talked to our teams just the first 2 weeks, even going into the game, the urgency you have to play with. And when you say that, you say, well, that should be every season, right? There's some truth to that. I think, the point you're making, and it's a very valid point, and you're correct. When you have a Sioux Falls Christian and the type of team they have this year moving into your region, and, we have some other – Dakota Valley and Lennox are probably top 5 teams as well, and you're battling with those guys, and that's not to say anything else about the EPJs and Canton and Beresfords of the world. We all know that if you're stuck in that 4 or 5 spot, and it doesn't guarantee anything if you're 2 or 3, because you're going to have to play a really good basketball team anyway. But just the makeup of the Sioux Falls Christian team is very tough, and it would be in a second round of a region, and it's going to have to be in their gym as well. So, yeah, it's something you talk about, and yet as a coach, the other side of this is if you can learn from this and move on. And, one of the examples we're using with our kids is you see it all the time in all sports, and you get a Notre Dame football team early in the year that loses to Northern Illinois, right? And Northern Illinois is not on the same par of what a Notre Dame should be. And what we got to remind our guys is West Central is a good basketball team. It's not like we played a poor team and then blew it at the end. That's a very good basketball team, and they did what they needed to do down the stretch to win a basketball game. And I think they're going to have some success, and they're a state tournament caliber team coming out of their region this year. So you give them credit, and yet we can't. You try to learn from it, but if people would have said at the beginning of the year Northern Illinois is going to beat Notre Dame the way it looked there those first couple weeks, and you're saying Notre Dame's going to be in the football playoffs, still playing in these top 12, you'd probably said you're crazy. And yet that's why you play the game and you try to learn and improve from it. So that's our job as a coaching staff and as a team, is to kind of try to you're trying to flush it away, and yet you got to remember some things and kind of remember the pain, and hopefully that doesn't happen again if you're in the same situation.
The Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic coming up, taking on Mount Vernon Plankinton. Of course, because of the way your schedule is lined up, you guys don't start your season as soon as the girls, and again, that's according to the state. But one thing that's different, the girls get 5 games in. You only get 3 games in during the Christmas break, and then don't really have anything until immediately after the Christmas break. Jay, would you like a few more games, if you had that opportunity, maybe in the future, to play a few more games before the Christmas break, or do you like just playing maybe 3 games?
I think this year, the big part of it this year was just it's a rollback year. I think it's every 4 or 5 years, just the way the calendar lies. In this situation this year is, we start practice the Monday after Thanksgiving, and Thanksgiving was literally on the last possible day. It's always going to be the 4th Thursday, and it was on the 28th this year. So that pushes the whole Activities Association calendar back. So it's one of those things where you're only going to have probably time. Probably at the max for us, we could have maybe had a game on Thursday night to, go Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday this week, and you maybe get 4 in. But really, in all reality, the 3 is just fine. The big thing for us is you're finishing up your 3rd week, 2 weeks to prepare for our opener against Lutheran last week, and then you have your 2 games, but this week with West Central and now Mount Vernon Plain. But we've always said this, I think with any team and program, you'd like to go into this little moratorium in the break and Christmas break and spending time in the holidays with your family. But I know from a coaching standpoint, you want to go in with a little confidence, a little momentum. So it's a huge game, not just for us, but it's going to be the same way for Mount Vernon Plank. Their game with Miller on Thursday night was postponed, and they played 2 games coming in. Both teams are coming in at 1-1, and it makes Christmas and the holiday season a lot better if you're walking into it 2-1.
Taking a look at the Titans in this matchup, as you just mentioned, 1-1 coming into the game. The Titans have been known for some historically good basketball players, very good basketball teams. Now they have been kind of growing, if you will, over the past couple of seasons. What can you tell us about the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, and what should we expect in this matchup over at the Sanford Cowan Sports Center?
Yeah, it's obviously an opponent we don't see. I was telling some people a few days ago that we hadn't played them in my 17 years here, and then I got to thinking after that we actually had once. I think it was in 2014. We actually matched up with them at the Parkston Classic, and you talk about crazy games with us on West Central. It was a really low-scoring game, but we were down 9 with like 2 minutes to go, and we ended up winning the basketball game and stealing it from them at Parkston. So that's the only time we've played them. Coach Denning, they've had good tradition. Coach Denning, very good basketball coach there, and I think had been there like 30 years. But he stepped away after last season, and now is the Del Rapids principal at their high school there. So this is kind of a new coach for the first time in 30 years. Obviously, that could bring some different philosophy and schemes from their standpoint. But like I said, with Coach Denning there, they had very good tradition. And when you don't see a team though, it's kind of almost like a Lutheran a week ago when we had their two films against Kimball White Lake, and then also the game against Wagner earlier this week, and talked to a few other coaches, but just trying to get a feel from a personnel standpoint. You can only get a couple things from it's hard to get a lot of tendencies just even on 2 games. So, and then anytime it's early in the year, a lot of things can change. But they're playing a lot of guys, a couple returning starters with the Fight Star kid, and I think Fox. They played 10, 11 guys these first 2 games and get after you defensively. They can trap and deny you all over the basketball court. Pretty physical kids, it looks like. And, like anything, we've got to be ready to go, kind of take care of us as normal and make any adjustments we have to throughout the game.
Coming into this game, looking at your group offensively, 81 points that first game, maybe even on a trajectory of 70-plus points against West Central if things do go your way there at the end. So this offense already, you talk about one of the best perimeter teams that you've seen in your 17 years, and even that game against West Central, we saw some guys hit a lot of shots, including Jensen and Hansen there, but maybe some of the other guys haven't quite fully come along yet. What are you expecting to see from your offense against the Titans?
Yeah, I think, and you're right, it's hard to tell with the Lutheran game, and we're at 59 points with like 4 minutes to go, that if you just finish offensively and maybe hit some shots at the foul line, if we can get there, we definitely probably should have been in the mid to high 60s. So got to be doing some things right. Didn't shoot the 3 probably as well as we'd have liked. We've hit 9 in both of the first 2 games, but the other night we didn't shoot it as efficient as we were 9 at 30, I believe. We've got guys that can step up, knock down shots, but like anything, Trey had a huge game on Tuesday night with the 36, and he's capable of doing that. He had the 40 against EPJ. But we got to be balanced as well, too. Carter got in a little foul trouble in the first half, but obviously he can score the basketball. Luke's gotten off to a nice start in both games. And, guys like Landon and Spencer and Gabe Larson, obviously, they're capable scorers. And yet what we got to remember, especially with, Spencer and Gabe and Luke, is these are guys that haven't played much varsity action. And, Cade Rubers and Carson Pricer, these first 2 games have had spot minutes here and there, too. So, but all are in their first varsity action and experience. And it's not easy as a coach sometimes. I have to try to remind myself, and then my assistant coaches do the same thing. But obviously you got to have some patience, too, and you're going to go through some growing pains. So those are definitely things that we got to continue to work on. But I think as we gain experience, hopefully the ceiling's high with our group. And, we still got to do a better job offensively, even with just our spacing, and got kids that are new playing together. So it takes time, but hopefully sooner rather than later it kind of starts to mesh.
Coach, before I let you go, I have an off-the-wall question for you. You've, of course, been around basketball your entire life. Have you ever been put in this scenario as a head coach? Afterwards, and or before, you will talk to the play-by-play announcer for the Vermillion Tanagers, Cole Larsch. Have you ever coached against the play-by-play announcer's brother in your 17-year career of coaching for the Vermillion Tanagers?
I just got to saying, a few days ago, I thought we'd never played Mount Vernon Plank, and then it took me a while to kind of remember, which means I'm getting old on my memory, because we did play him in 2014. I did wonder on that. I did not realize, is that his brother?
That Jack Larsch is Cole Larsch's.
Okay.
Yes, that is. They are brothers. So
it would be, and that also makes me wonder if we have a Vermillion announcer, if this is going to be a Mount Vernon Plankinton announcer with Cole, where his loyalties will show up on Saturday.
Well, there he was on the pregame show talking with Heath Nimke. That was head coach Jay Drake of the Vermillion Tanager boys, as we are getting you set and ready to go as the public address announcer Joe Van Goor gets us set for game number 3 of 4. Again, it was a Crofton and West Central doubleheader, and now it is the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans taking on the home team, the Vermillion Tanagers. And let's turn it over to Joe Van Goor for our starting lineups.
Forward, 5'10" senior number 5,
As there were your starting lineups, brought to you by the one and only Joe Van Goor. Mount Vernon Plankinton in their away black uniforms, letters and numbers in gray, outlined by white. Vermillion Tanagers in their home whites, letters and numbers in red, outlined by black. As we get you set, MVP going left to right, Vermillion Tanagers going right to left. Brady Fox gets the tap early for MVP. Layup is off the mark and no good. Scrap for the loose ball, and it will be a jump ball, so possession will go right back to the Vermillion Tanagers.
One thing I do have to say quickly, Cole. Your brother might have some of the most unique tan lines. I don't know if I've ever seen someone have that big of farmer's tan from 200 feet away that I can see still just fine, already into December, almost January of the new year.
Again, it is also December 21st, and he still has those tan lines from the summer and the fall. Back and forth we go, 30 seconds in, Trey Hansen, he'll kick out. Luke Jensen for three is off the mark, no good. Scrap for the rebound is controlled by Derek Fletcher.
Could say official start of winter, as today is the first day of winter, if you didn't know that, Cole.
Well, fun fact for you, I did not know that. I'm sure I did and just did not remember it. Again, Riley Meyer, Isaiah Olsson, Brady Fox, Jack Larsch, Derek Fletcher, the starting five for the MVP Titans. For Vermillion, Landon Cerny, Carter Hansen, Luke Jensen, Gabe Larson, and Trey Hansen. Jay Drake, longtime head coach of the Vermillion Tanagers, against Jason Helling, first-year head coach of the MVP Titans, but a longtime assistant. Shot clock is running down. Brady Fox puts it at his hip and fires, and it's going to be short. Rebound is controlled by Gabe Larson. Tanagers want to push all the way up ahead. Carter Hansen off the glass and good for two. Carter Hansen comes into the ballgame averaging roughly 15 points per contest, and now Tanagers will put on a 2-2-1 zone press. And Isaiah Olsson will throw it into the soft seats, the courtside seats, and out of bounds.
I didn't say this, but someone told me this. This Mount Vernon Plankinton team is a lot of football guys that play basketball. And in these first 90 seconds or so, I can certainly attest that does seem to be very, very true. Some early mistakes that you just wouldn't see maybe all the time. You feel like should be figured out, if you will.
Carter Hansen kicks out to Gabe Larson for the early three, and now it's 5-0 in favor of the home Tanagers. Again, here on the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, University of South Dakota. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. We had two games for you so far, and now we've got this one and one more following. And now quickly a steal by Landon Cerny. Tanagers want to push the pace. Hansen, coast to coast, lay-in is good for Carter Hansen. Quick timeout called by Jason Helling. 30-second timeout. We're going to step aside and take it with him. Back to the Sanford Coyote Sports Center in 30 seconds.
Reaching the right market while giving back to the school is just plain right. If you're looking for an effective method that reaches a large fan base at once, then here's your ticket with Live Ticket TV. With over 90 schools in the state of South Dakota, we can help you advertise locally with just your home team or reach the region. Plus, a portion of all sales go directly back to the school. Get a hold of Heath Nimke today, and let's get started in building your brand with Live Ticket TV.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back to the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. 7-0 early lead for the Vermillion Tanagers. As the away team, the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, take the timeout with 5:51 to go. Again, thanks for tuning in. Vermillion Tanagers Live Ticket TV. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. Again, some people might call it a conflict of interest. I call it a good time. My now team that I followed for 3 years against my alma mater, Vermillion versus Mount Vernon Plankinton, is now a quick turnover as the Titans cannot quite get it across half court in time. So possession will go back to the Tanagers, and now Mason Karst, the 6'4 junior forward, as well as number 35, Camden Stahl, a 5'10 junior forward, will check in. Again, looking at this lineup as well for the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, all juniors and seniors. Fun fact for you there, Spencer. Or not Spencer, Heath. I'm used to giving Spencer fun facts, I guess. As Luke Jensen drives left and his lay-in is good. 9-0 your score, 5:20 to play in the first quarter. Titans finally get past that 2-2-1 press. Stahl down to the baseline, looks around, Gets out to Karst. Isaiah Olsson, right side. Now he'll try and dribble back to the middle. Fletcher has it back to Olsson. Looking in. Now all the way around to Fletcher, left side. 10 on the shot clock. Meyer at the top of the key. Kicks out to Stahl. Stahl drives middle. Tries stepping through, back out. Meyer for three, off front iron, no good. Rebound scrapped for and controlled by Landon Cerny. Now they want to push it all the way up ahead again. Carter Hansen. Inside, Cerny off the glass, no. Offensive rebound and put back by Luke Jensen is good. 4 points for him so far in the ball game. Now an 11-0 lead by the Tanagers, and quickly they poke it away once again. Gabe Larson with a steal. Carter Hansen with the lob to Trey. That one's off the mark, no good. But the rebound is still controlled by the Vermillion Tanagers. Skip pass to Trey Hansen. He'll drive baseline. Underhand layup, rolls around and in for Trey Hansen. 13-0 now the score.
Cole, by the way, the Vermillion Tanagers do not have a chance to practice here before these games. They certainly look like they have been practicing, and my goodness, they're just a step ahead, it seems like, everywhere against Mount Vernon Plankinton so far in this first quarter.
Again, after the tough loss to West Central on Tuesday, assistant coach Lewis Budmeyer said probably not going to need very many basketballs in the next couple of days of practice, and it sure certainly looks like it has paid off, as Cerny with the fast break layup off the glass. 15-0 now your score. 3:37 to play first quarter.
This reminds me a lot of last year's game for Vermillion when they led after one quarter 17-3 against Crofton. I mean, for some reason, Vermillion always just gets off to a fast start here.
Isaiah Olsson, he'll step up and drain the three-pointer, end the scoring drought for the Titans. Carter Hansen, he'll pull up for three for the Tanagers, is off the mark. Body's hitting the floor on the rebound. Tanagers keep possession. Bank is open for Landon Cerny from the top of the key. And 18-3 is now the lead for Vermillion. Again, 2-2-1. Full court, there's about three-quarter court zone press. Titans are able to get out of it barely. Fletcher over to Stahl in the corner. Olsson right wing, kicks out for Stahl. He'll shoot the right wing three, rattles in and out, no. Offensive rebound by Meyer, his putback, that one's short. But Riley Meyer was fouled, and he will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws.
Something that's really helped out for Vermillion in this first quarter is the press the Titans have been bringing after missed shots or even trying to force the turnovers. Vermillion's just breaking it by having almost like a wide receiver just run a seam route right up the middle and have been able to find easily open passes on the opposite side, and that's led to a lot of transition buckets for the Vermillion Tanagers, and that's one reason why they've jumped out to such a large lead in this first quarter.
Cade Roovers, Spencer Blanchette, and Carson Preister all check in for the Tanagers. Brady Fox checks back in for Mount Vernon Plankinton as the second free throw for Meyer is good. 18-5 is your score. 2:35 to play here in the SCSE in quarter number 1. And Blanchette lost it out of bounds right before half court, and possession will go back to MVP. 18-5. Olsson crosses half court for the Titans. Over to Fox on the left side. Stahl left wing. Isaiah Olsson right corner three, rattles in. 3 points again for Isaiah Olsson. He's the leading scorer for the Titans. That'll make it 8-8, and now MVP will drop into a press of their own. Long pass and jump ball, or a jump for the ball, and contact midair. That'll go on Camden Stahl. It's his first and the team's first. Cole Sandlin, the 6-foot junior guard, will check in for MVP. Simple man press for the Titans. Blanchette guarded by Meyer, kicks over to Roovers. Hansen top of the key, back to Blanchette, right wing. His three-pointer off the mark, no. And a rebound controlled by Riley Meyer. Again, 3 3-point lines here in the SCSE. The black one is the college men's, the red one is the college women's, and the gray one that is closest to the hoop is the high school 3-point line. Sandlin, step back three-pointer for him's off the mark, no. Fight for the rebound, it's controlled by Mason Karst. Fox drives inside, poked away by Trey Hansen. He gets it back. He'll try to power up with the left hand, and it rattles off the back of the iron and in. And now a quick timeout called by head coach Jay Drake. We'll step aside and take it with him. Minute 26 to go. You're watching Tanager basketball.
Out here, you learn that to keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Welcome back to the...
Welcome back inside the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. Quickly, a foul on the other end will be called on the MVP Titans. Blanchette will go to the line. I missed who that foul was on. And my producer slash cameraman slash sandwich eater, I'm sure did not catch it either.
No, I was eating a sandwich.
Yeah, I figured. That's the most likely reason why we took a 60-second timeout for a 30-second timeout. Would that be correct?
That's not maybe, it's a certain.
2 free throws, both off the mark by Blanchette, and now a rebounding foul is going to be called on Vermillion. It's going to go on Cade Roovers, his first. Second team foul. It's both teams with 2. Again, still in the 2-2-1 zone press. Sandlin, risky pass in the middle to Olsson. He'll dive on the basketball, scrap for it, and now they're going to say that while Roovers was fighting for the ball, he was out of bounds, so possession will stay. So possession will stay with the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans. Also under 60 seconds to go here in quarter number 1. Coach Jason Helling on a set play. Olsson looking around, looking for somebody to pass it to. Will now try to lob it inside to Larsch, and it goes too far out of bounds. Might be tall, but he's not quite that tall, and possession will go back to Vermillion.
And we're not for sure where he got those jeans at, right?
No. My dad's the tallest in his immediate family, and my mom's the tallest in her immediate family, and he's taller than both of them. And yes, our mailman is short.
Okay.
Fouls on Isaiah Olsson. First personal, third team foul is now number 14, Tate Haig checks in, the 5'11 senior guard. 10 seconds separate shot clock and game clock. Vermillion wants to move quickly. Blanchette lost it, then picked it back up and passed it to Roovers. Kick over to Hansen, now to Blanchette, right corner. He'll drive baseline inside, and no. A foul going to be called on the drive. And this foul is going to be on Jack Larsch. That's his first, so the team's fourth. Trey Hansen now with the shot clock off. Kicks over to Blanchette, right wing. He'll drive middle. Kick out to Carter Hansen. Left corner 3. Off the mark, no good. And the rebound is controlled by Brady Fox. Now they have it with 18, and the clock is off. Picked up his dribble in the backcourt, but they were able to survive. Sandlin now has it. Gets it over to Meyer right side with 8 seconds. Handoff to Haig with 6, 5. Over to Fox. Left wing 3, going to miss everything. And that is how the first quarter will end. The Vermillion Tanagers 18, MVP Titans 10. We're going to step aside. Back in 60 seconds to the Sanford Coyote Sports Center.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car. Deer and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blain's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blain's Body Shop. Blain's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for low-gun equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back to the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center, home of the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. Game 3 of 4 features the host team, the Vermillion Tanagers, taking on the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans. Quickly, a three-pointer by Tate Hegg is off the mark. And the rebound is controlled by Vermillion. And Vermillion in the home whites going right to left. MVP in the away black uniforms going left to right.
Vermillion at one point in this game led 18-3. They did not score a bucket in the final 3.5 minutes of that first quarter. After they were about to blow the doors wide open in this one, they got to get some offense going in this second quarter. Cannot just come in spurts, otherwise you're going to let the Titans hang around in this contest.
Carter Hansen off the glass, good for 2. Brady Fox stood in there, tried taking a charge, but Hansen stopped just before he got to him. Another risky pass, and it hits off of 3 Titans and goes out of bounds. So possession will go back to the Vermillion Tanagers. And 7:14 to play here in quarter number 2. And proud to be partnered with the Vermillion Boosters, give you coverage of all 4 games, all 3 years. Not just this year, but also the last 2. And quickly a three-pointer by Gabe Larson, his second of the game. Makes it 23-10.
Has that feeling way exactly the way it started off in the first half. Or excuse me, the first quarter.
Fox, left wing 3, off front iron, no good. Got back his own offensive rebound. He'll take a couple dribbles and spin, triple teamed. Kicks out to Isaiah Olsson, college 3, that's short. Probably good if he's at the high school line, and it goes out of bounds.
That was the big issue that we saw on Tuesday with West Central getting back into the game, was everyone coming down underneath to help support defense. You like it, but then they leave wide open guys to shoot threes. Mount Vernon unable to capitalize, but it can certainly cause problems for Vermillion Tanagers when they play too much help defense underneath.
Bodies hitting the floor, but Tanagers retain possession, and now a steal. If I'm being 100% honest, I have no idea what just happened.
Did they just call, I believe, it might have been a technical foul on the bench? Because the official right in front of the Titan bench called the foul and then pointed immediately to the bench. And one of the assistant coaches who was standing up is now sitting down.
And now quickly a steal. Carter Hansen to Trey Hansen off the glass and good for 2. So I'll try to get you an update on what just happened. As there we go, it was a flop warning called on the MVP Titans. First time I've seen that all season. Interesting spot to call it there as well.
Yeah, I said didn't really see much of a flop whatsoever. Mount Vernon, I don't mind them shooting the threes, but golly gee, Cole, they gotta stop shooting it from downtown. I mean, literally downtown. they're either from the college 3 or if there's an NBA 3 line, they're well beyond that by another couple feet.
Yeah, that one was so far away. That was just about shot from the Vermillion High School. Now an offensive foul going to be called on number 4, Caden Barnes, on an illegal screen. That's going to be his first and the team's first.
This again has that whole entire field. This way this second quarter has started feels exactly like the first quarter. Vermillion kind of plugging away on offense, getting some open looks, and on the opposite side, just nothing for Mount Vernon Plankinton.
Barnes with the steal, passes up ahead, count the bucket and the foul for number 45, Derek Fletcher. Cerny's first foul, and the first team foul as well. Fletcher, free throw is up and good. 3 points for him now in the ball game, 25-13. First points of the quarter for MVP. And full court man press being applied by MVP Titans. Carter Hansen tries to pass it to Cerny, and it goes out of bounds as Cerny had a foot outside of the line, and possession will go back to MVP, and a timeout called by head coach Jay Drake. We're going to step aside and take it with him back in 30 seconds to the SCSC.
CoreCares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. CoreCares, proudly serving our community.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back, Sanford Coyote Sports Center, campus of the University of South Dakota, home to the 2024 Vermillion High School Booster Club Holiday Classic. Again, thanks for tuning in. Vermillion Tanagers live ticket TV, your home for all the games, all 4 years. And now, as out of the Jay Drake timeout, we have another offensive foul called on number 44, Mason Karst. That's his first, second team foul. Much to the dismay of head coach Jason Helling. He'll get an explanation. Now a 3-on-2 break for Vermillion. Jensen, off back iron, no, and rebound is controlled by Meyer. Titans want to push it ahead. It's tipped by Carter Hansen, stolen by Trey. Trey to Carter for a two-handed layup. Now 8 points for Carter Hansen in the ball game. And now 27-13 as Tanagers drop back into their press. Fletcher stuck on the sideline. And now he's going to travel and turnover, possession to the Vermillion Tanagers. Full court press once again by the Titans. Carter Hansen bounce pass to Cerny, breaks that press pretty quickly. Over to Gabe Larson, inside to Jensen. Jensen spins, step through, lay, and got it. Luke Jensen, 6 points for him, and now 29-13, all with very balanced scoring for the Tanagers.
This is that moment in the first quarter that things were just kind of stopped, if you will, for the Vermillion Tanagers scoring offensively. We saw Jay Drake make some substitutions during that time as well. We'll see if he doesn't keep his starting five basically out there and say, just keep on doing what you're doing, because when their starting five is out there, this offense is really clicking for the Tanagers, and when they're not, things kind of are falling apart a little bit.
So I saw it for now the first and second time in my history of doing this. A flop warning. First called on the Titans, now called on the Vermillion Tanagers. So take that as you will. Both teams have been adequately warned. There we go. 9 seconds on the shot clock for the MVP Titans. Olsson has it left wing. He'll fire the college three. That's short. And the rebound is tapped and controlled by Gabe Larson. And another team that we've seen come in here struggle with shooting as they're trying to shoot from the men's college line. Carter Hansen dribbles inside. Now a blocking foul called. And Carter Hansen will go to the free throw line to shoot a pair of free throws.
And it was a good move by Carter Hansen in the lane as well. The dribble behind the back, and then from there just attacked and held on to it as long as he possibly can when he went up in the air. And as he did so, a couple different Titans tried to collapse down and try to block the shot, but with the ball never coming up, able to draw the foul and then kind of let it loose there at the end to get the foul called and go ahead to the line and shoot two.
First free throw made of the game for the Tanagers. Carter Hansen now with 9 points. He's a 75% free throw shooter on the season. Second free throw is on the way and good for Carter Hansen. First player of either team in double figures, 31-13. Titans quickly up ahead. Tate Hegg left corner three is off the mark, but an offensive rebound by Meyer. He'll spin. That one's off the mark, no, and the rebound is eventually controlled by Gabe Larson of the Tanagers. Now Vermillion wants to push. Up ahead to Cerny in the corner. Back out Carter Hansen, now over to Larson. Larson crossover, pull-up jumper, no. Rebound is controlled by Cole Sandlin. Now a foul called on the Vermillion Tanagers. Anyway, this Cerny's second foul and the team's second of the quarter. So 31-13, and now Cade Roovers will check back in and Cerny will step aside.
Making multiple substitutions again by head coach Jay Trick again. Last time he did that in the first quarter, things did not move as smoothly for his offense and saw some more open looks for the Titans. We'll see how much that changes now with these substitutions made.
Hegg has it top of the key, guarded by Roovers. Gets it over to Fox, left side.
And Cole, as well, you can see this is where Jay is starting to shorten up his bench. He's saying, hey, I'm going to run with 8 guys now, and this is what it's going to be for this group.
Sandlin, right wing three, that's off iron, no, and the rebound is controlled by Jensen. Backcourt pressure being applied by the Tanagers, and now Trey Hansen being face guarded 35 feet from the hoop.
Yeah, he's been face guarded all game long, and they do not want him to go off, kind of like he did against West Central the other night.
Count the bucket and the foul for number 13, Spencer Blanchette. As the blocking foul on Tate Hegg, that's going to be his first and the team's fourth. So Derek Fletcher will go off and Isaiah Olsson will come back on. Again, Mount Vernon Plankinton, a team full of seniors and juniors. And they use about 10 in their rotation. Free throw by Blanchette is good. First point of the ball game for him. 2:33 to play here in quarter number 2. Tanagers 34, Titans 13. Pass over to Fox, he's double teamed. Back to Fox, left wing, skip all the way to Olsson. Olsson looking inside. Now he'll drive middle. Kick out, Hegg for three, off the side of the backboard, no good. Rebound by Trey Hansen, stolen by Riley Meyer, and now a foul called on the Vermillion Tanagers.
The thing about this Mount Vernon Plankinton team is, with their background, just like football players, right? And Mount Vernon Plankinton's always been an aggressive bunch. You just love to see their effort. I'm surprised they're settling for so many threes in this game. They don't try to bang it inside with the Vermillion Tanagers and say, we're just going to use authority and be aggressive inside. It seems like they've really kind of settled a lot more with three-pointers and just have been kind of unbalanced when they do go inside, kind of like that.
Blanchette with the steal, he can't get that one to fall, and now a rebound controlled by MVP. They're going to push it left to right. Just been told the flop warnings are a point of emphasis this season, so expect to see quite a few of them called. That's usually the case. Olsson, he'll pull up for the 15-footer from the left side. First points for him in the second quarter. He now has 8 for the ball game. As Tanagers now quickly up ahead the other way. Roovers, he just threw it away. Fox gets credited with the steal. Pass it all the way up ahead. Peg behind the back. He lost it. Loose ball out of bounds. Last off of a MVP Titan. And possession will stay with the Tanagers as Megan Talam, the 6-foot senior forward, checks in. So now Titans 6 deep in their bench and missing their star shooter, Tice Feisner, the 5'8 junior guard. And a gash above his eye and a concussion in their last game on Tuesday. And they're supposed to play on Thursday. And it was canceled due to the weather. Now Blanchette drives in. Fox, he stands in there and takes a man maker. First foul on Blanchette. 4th team foul. I have him for 3. I missed one eventually. It's bound to happen. 34-15. Tanagers scored 18 points this quarter. 16 points this quarter. Titans have scored 5. Trey Hansen with the quick steal. He'll drive. Floater off the mark, no good, and he'll slap the rebound out to Cade Roovers. Into the corner, 3-pointer off the mark by Larson, and the rebound is controlled by Talam.
Even with the 5 points scored by the Titans and a 19-point lead, I don't know, Cole, about you, but even then it just feels like, for some reason, Mount Vernon Plankinton's not done in this game. And look at the score and say 19-point lead, and this is all Vermillion, but it just does not feel like the Tanagers have really put the Titans away in that game, and I know I can talk more about it at halftime.
Now Jason Helling will make himself heard and call a full timeout. We're going to step aside, take it with him. It's back in the 60 seconds of the Sanford Couch Sports Center.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box.
Jensen Kennels is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dog. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
Fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid, up to 100 times stronger than morphine. Even a tiny amount can be deadly. It's often mixed with other drugs without your knowledge, increasing your risk of overdose. Protect yourself and your loved ones and avoid unknown substances. Stay informed, stay safe, and remember, one pill can kill. For more information on fentanyl prevention, visit your local health resource or speak to a healthcare professional today. This message was brought to you by the Great Plains Tribal Opioid Response, so that the people may live.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome you back to the Sanford Couch Sports Center. Loose ball fought for. Trey Hansen goes down hard. He is able to get himself back up under his own power. And he will walk himself very gingerly back to the Vermillion bench. Luke Jensen will come in. Both teams just going for that loose ball. Olsson and Trey Hansen kind of got their legs tangled a little bit. Now with 18 seconds to go in the first half. Olsson to bring it up. Guarded closely by Blanchette. He picks it up in the backcourt. He'll lob it up. And now Fox has it. And then a whistle call. They're going to say over and back.
Which was also an interesting play they did there, because they said Vermillion had possession on the last out-of-balance play with Trey Hansen that took it from 6 seconds the shot clock and reset it. Not saying a makeup call, but an interesting call there.
After he signaled that the ball was tipped by Vermillion, he signaled over and back. Spencer Blanchette, he'll drive right, lost it. Over to Roovers, his shot no. And that is how the first half will end. 34-15 in a very interesting first half of basketball. We're going to step aside. When we come back, halftime stats and analysis from the SCSC. That's on the way next. You're watching the Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Winter inspection programs are starting now at all 9 of our Grossenburg Implement locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. With harvest winding down, get your name on the list and have your equipment inspected and ready for next year. Put it on your John Deere multi-use account and get benefits of no payment, no interest programs for those that qualify. Then you can rest easy in 2025. Grossenburg Implement, where service is the other half of a great product. Go to grossenburg.com for complete details.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olsson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olsson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. And we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
When the world feels big, a small note can mean everything. Find mental health support at sdbehavioralhealth.gov.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
What's your big picture?
To keep the farm in the family.
To pay off the loan.
To start my own operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank & Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine.
Find out how First Bank & Trust makes managing your farm easier at bankeasy.com.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back. You're watching the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic live on Vermillion Tanagers Live, part of the Live Ticket TV family. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me Heath Nimke, proud to bring you all 4 games of all 3 years, not just this year when you pick and choose. In game number 3 of the 2024 version of this Holiday Classic, the host team, the Vermillion Tanagers, lead the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans in the boys contest 34-15 at the half. Get you your scoring breakdown. First, for the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, they were led by Isaiah Olsson, 8 points, 6 in the first, 2 in the second quarter for him. Riley Meyer with 2, Brady Fox with 2, and Derek Fletcher with 3 to round out the scoring for the MVP Titans. 10 points in the first, 5 in the second for their total of 15 points. For the home team, the Vermillion Tanagers, 34 points. They were led in scoring by Carter Hansen. He had 10. Luke Jensen and Gabe Larson both had 6. Trey Hansen had 4. Landon Cerny had 5. Spencer Blanchette had 3 points in that first half for their total of 34. They scored 18 in the first, 16 in the second for their total of 34. Again, 34-15. Your halftime score here inside the SCSC as I bring in my broadcast partner, color analyst, production man, cameraman, whatever you want to call him today, Mr. Heath Nimke. Heath, it's really been a story of the first half of a quarter and the second half of a quarter, especially in that first quarter, then the second quarter. Both teams just really struggled offensively, couldn't quite seem to get the groove against each other's press.
When you look at this lead for the Vermillion Tanagers at halftime of 19, you're saying to yourself, that's good. Hey, we'll take that. We'd like to be up by that much. Things are going well for us. But I know head coach Jay Drake extremely well. Him and I have really connected over the past 6-7 years now. I'm just doing interviews, talking about life, whatnot. I know how that locker room is right now. And Jay went in there fiery. He was certainly upset as a head coach. He has every right to be because up by 19, this has not looked good. And it seems like the starting five for the first 4 or 5 minutes of each quarter looks great. And then he makes the substitutions, just as any coach should do. And things, even when you have 3-4 of your starters out there, all of a sudden seem to fall apart, and they just cannot get the offense going. Things seem hurried. Things seem rushed. They try to force things. And the only thing that you would look at this and say it's a 19-point lead is because on the opposite side, the Titans just haven't hit shots themselves throughout the entire game. So there's a lot of things that head coach Jay Drake will want to fix here at halftime. Again, you're up by 19, but as we just saw with this group, up by 15 with 4 minutes left in the game certainly means you're not safe because they're trying to bounce back from that game against West Central. I think a lot of things need to get fixed, including putting together a complete quarter. I'm not saying you got to come out and put up 20 points in this third quarter, but just from the 8th minute to the last minute, it's got to look consistent, and it has to look good for this Vermillion Tanager group.
Then on the away side, the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans side, what do they have to do to try to get more than 15 points on the board?
Look, like I said, someone from Mount Vernon told me today these are a bunch of football guys, and they look like a bunch of football guys. They're just rushing everything a little bit too fast. It's the same way that I would play myself basketball. Everything is coming at you quick. This is a DAC 12 team that wants to do exactly that, speed things up. You just got to take things step by step, play as a team. It seems on sometimes possessions or Vermillion will make a bucket, and then all of a sudden you got 3 guys from Mount Vernon that will run immediately into the front court thinking, all right, we're good to go. They're going to bring it in, and then Vermillion brings that press, and then 2 guys are left to bring it up. And again, all of a sudden it's one step moving a little bit faster than the next, and you're forcing those bad turnovers. You're trying to force a pass into the front court when you're 30, 40 feet away, and it results in a turnover. One other thing I like about this Mount Vernon Plankinton team is they're a nitty-gritty team. Bang it inside with Vermillion. This is a team that wants to step out the Tanagers do and shoot the 3. They do have size, don't get me wrong, but I think Mount Vernon Plankinton matches with them very, very nicely on their size. They got to start looking a little bit more inside. I thought there were several times in that first half that Mount Vernon was just shooting 3s, and I mean sometimes it felt like, hey, square up NBA 3, check this out, Kobe, and then they weren't coming anywhere close. Get it a little bit more inside. Stop settling for deep 3s if you're Mount Vernon Plankinton offensively.
Again, your halftime score, 34-15. So let's get more information on the flop warnings. Each team gets 1 warning in the game. Every subsequent flop that the referees determine will be a team technical. So there's your interesting fact for the day. 34-15 your halftime score, as here inside the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center up on the video board, we've got the USD Coyotes football game as they are down 31-14 with a 1st and 15, and they're going to throw it away. So we better get the high school game back up on the board. Nobody wants to see the rest of that drive, I think, as the USD's offense has stalled quite a bit. Both teams will go with their starting 5 out there to start the second half. Landon Cerny will throw it in. Trey Hansen has it, going now left to right on your video board, or video screen. And Tanagers in their home whites. MVP in their away black uniforms. Carter Hansen, good defense there by the man in the middle. Jack Larsch forces that turnover. And possession goes back to Mount Vernon Plankinton here in the third quarter. Meyer has it right side. He'll drive. Pull-up jumper is off the mark. No good. Rebound is controlled by Trey Hansen, and you know he wants to push. He'll push it all the way up ahead to Luke Jensen, who will use nothing but nylon to get that one to hit. And quickly, the Tanagers take back or extend on their lead, 36-15.
That's probably one thing I didn't mention at halftime was if you're going to play transition, you got to make sure you're able to get back in time if you're Mount Vernon, because that plays right into the hands of the Vermillion Tanagers of just, hey, let's go very quick and we can make transition buckets all day long. And again, a 2-on-1, it's easy scores every single time.
21-point lead for Vermillion. Isaiah Olsson thought about the 40-footer, smartly did not take it. Meyer, he'll drive middle, kick over to Fox, left wing, pump fake and a drive, left-handed lay off the glass is no good. Rebound is fought for, controlled by Landon Cerny, who's back out there. Trey Hansen up ahead to Carter, up and under layup is good for Carter Hansen. 12 points for him.
Last couple possessions, though, offensively, for the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, they are trying to work it inside. Exactly what I talked about, what they want to do at halftime.
Trey Hansen with the steal. Kick over to Carter. No look pass to Luke Jensen. 10 points for him. Timeout called by head coach Jason Helling. We're going to step aside, take it with him. Back to the SCSC in 30 seconds.
Life can get pretty busy out there. Daily commutes, carpooling, and then there's that weekend getaway. Cenex is here to keep your vehicle fueled up for those long drives, your pantry stocked for those snack cravings, and the propane grill ready whenever you are. Things can move fast, but with your local Cenex, you can rest assured that everything on your list will get a checkmark, all in a day's work, powered locally at Cenex.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back to the Sanford Coyote Sports Center. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. We were just reminiscing our days back in college when we were younger, saying how we were disappointed in this game, but we can still be appreciative of the season, because he said back in the Joe Glenn days, they didn't even try to win. I disagree with that. I'm sure they tried to win. Just could not quite get it to happen. Isaiah Olsson, college three, got it. 11 points for him now in the ball game. 40-18, quickly opposite way. Luke Jensen slows down, lets Fox blow by him. Now he has 12 points, tied for the leading scorer. As in the USD Montana State game, they were reviewing a fumble return for a touchdown. I think the fumble part's going to stand, but the touchdown won't. Meyer, 10-foot no-jump jumper, got it to go. Just 4 points for Meyer now in the ball game. 42-20. Cerny, pump fake, drive middle, lay-in is good for Landon Cerny. 7 points, scored 5 in the first quarter, now 2 here in the third.
Well, they talked about at halftime. It certainly is working, because everything right now for Vermillion is falling, and they're just continuing to attack and even working on the fast break. Another steal, and here they come again.
Gabe Larson, quick steal up ahead, Landon Cerny. He will take his time and lay it in. Now 9 points for Landon Cerny, as Jason Helling now going deeper into his bench. Again, they usually use a rotation about 9, 10, 11. Looking like it's going to be about 12 or 13 by the time this quarter's done. Box over to Meyer, left side, guarded by Hansen. Meyer up through contact and a double team, and the rebound is controlled by Carter Hansen. Gabe Larson up ahead. Luke Jensen, three-pointer, got it. Hand down, man down, and now the leading scorer for the Vermillion Tanagers is Luke Jensen. He has 15. Quickly, other way. Count the bucket and the foul for Riley Meyer.
Feel almost like an NBA game right now. Just transition bucket one after another.
Luke Jensen's second foul and the first personal. So you mean an NBA game as boring, not competitive, and sometimes fast, but most of the time slow?
Nope.
Well, that's what I think of an NBA game as. There's my opinions on the NBA.
Well, that would mean if I'd agreed with you there, Cole, I would say this game is boring and non-competitive, which I think is very competitive.
I think it is too. Just the NBA isn't. 7 points now for Riley Meyer out of the old-fashioned three-point play, and he's going to get credited with a steal, his second of the game. Cole Sandlin for three, right wing is no good, and it goes back behind the backboard and out of bounds. Possession to Vermillion, and now the 45-yard field goal attempt by South Dakota Coyotes is good, 31-17. 2:55 to go in the third quarter.
Not over with yet. Gonna need some defensive stops there.
That's one thing we have not gotten this game, and when we do get a defensive stop, we just give it right back to him with a punt. Trenton Thomas is now in the game for the Vermillion Tanagers. He'll fire one up there, and it goes out of bounds off of a Titan. So Roovers, Blanchette, Thomas, Carter Hansen, and Luke Jensen are your five out there for Vermillion. Now a wide open three by Carter Hansen. Can't quite leave him wide open.
So this is usually when things kind of just come to a halt offensively in this game for the Vermillion Tanagers. Right around this mark when they started making the substitutions.
Sandlin catches the hot pass but cannot get the shot to fall. Jensen with the rebound. Carter Hansen to bring it up, guarded closely by Meyer. He'll go inside. Left-handed lay-in is good for Carter Hansen. Now 14 points for him. 51-23 is the score. 3:42 to go in quarter number three, excuse me. Luke Baker's in the ball game now. Kick out. Riley Meyer for three. Catch nothing but air. Go out of bounds. Possession to Vermillion. Caden Barnes checks in for the Titans. Carson Preister checks in for the Vermillion Tanagers. As we've got our live ticket camera shot up on the video board, I might just recline and call the rest of the game from the video board. How about that?
I don't know if your eyes are that good enough to see.
They definitely are not.
See the numbers from up there, Cole.
They definitely are not.
Wear glasses there, buddy.
Let's try it. I couldn't even tell you who's got the ball right now. I'm leaning back forward. Carter Hansen up ahead to Trenton Thomas. Cade Roovers. Three-step three-pointers off the mark, no good. And rebound to Sandlin. Kick up ahead, Meyer on the right side. Kicks over to Isaiah Olsson for three. That one's off the mark. And Trenton Thomas has himself in the stat book with a rebound. Now quickly the Tanagers want to push 3-on-2. They get up ahead. Preister, right corner three, off the mark, no, and it hits off the shot clock and out of bounds. Camden Stahl will check in for the Titans. Landon Cerny will check in for Vermillion.
I don't mean anything negative about Vermillion not being able to score in these final few minutes of each quarter. It's just that would be, if I'm head coach Jay Drake, I'd be a little worried about it ultimately because knowing other competition that's coming up later on this season, you're going to need to put together complete games if you want to get some big wins in this region in the DAC-12.
Sandlin shot off the mark, but an offensive rebound and put back for Caden Barnes is good for two. 51-25 now. Quickly the other way, the Tanagers go. Inside Preister. He lets the defenders fly past him, and he gets that one to fall. 53-25. Inside, Stahl off the side of the backboard and no good, and Preister with the rebound. Cerny over to Roovers. He'll cross the timeline. Roovers guarded closely by Meyer, and now a foul called. Second one on Riley Meyer. Team's first. Mason Karst returns for MVP. Just spilled Mountain Dew on my new polo, Heath.
Polo, I got you?
Yep. Trenton Thomas left side. Roovers, he'll reset the offense. Now he'll drive right. Tries passing it to Preister, and it's poked away and stolen by Stahl. He'll pass up ahead to Olsson. Up ahead, Caden Barnes' lay-in is good. Good transition offense by the MVP Titans. I just got to work on the transition defense. So kick it over. Three-pointer is good by Trenton Thomas. First 3 points this season for him.
He had a couple big threes during some garbage time last season as well. He can really come off the bench and shoot the three nicely.
Shot no good, rebounded by Vermillion. Cerny wants to push it forward, and now a poked away, stolen by Stahl. He flips it behind his back to Isaiah Olsson, who will cross the timeline. 66 seconds to go. Quarter number 3. Out to Riley Meyer. Meyer skip past the Stahl, back to Olsson, top of the key, now with 20 seconds on the shot clock. They get over to Meyer, right wing. Meyer looking in, back to Olsson, now inside to Mason Karst. Karst dribbles middle, shoulders through, high arcing shot, got that one to fall. Mason Karst, first points of the ball game for him, 56-29. Quickly the Tanagers come. Cade Roovers, off back iron and good. First 2 points of the ball game for Roovers. Now the shot clock is off and back and forth we go. Meyer to Olsson, top of the key, off side iron, no. Offensive rebound though by Mason Karst. Still turn around, put it back up, that one's off the mark. And a rebound by Stahl, but it goes out of bounds. And possession goes back to Vermillion. Shot clock is off, 17 seconds flat left to go here in quarter number 3. Jay Drake said 14 at 7, I think. It's a long ways from here. Blanchette, crossover, step back, 3, got it. Oh my goodness. Spencer Blanchette with the 3, and that is how the third quarter ends. 61-29, your score after 3 quarters. When we come back, fourth quarter action from the SCSC. That's on the way next. Vermillion Tanagers live ticket TV.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back, Vermillion Tanagers live ticket TV,
Welcome
your
back
proud
to the
home of all the
Vermillion
games of every year of the Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic here in the 2024 version. We are in game number 3 of 4 again, yet to come. Number 1 in Class A, the Vermillion Tanager girls will take on the number 1 in Class B, the Centerville Tornadoes. Both teams 4-0, both teams number 1. Again, we'll give you a full pregame show at the conclusion of this one and get you set for that matchup in the SCSC. In case you're wondering, yes, the buzzer here in the Sanford Couch Sports Center sounds a little off. Yes, it's been that way for about 2 weeks. No, there is nothing that I can do about it. In case anybody out there was wondering.
You plug it back in. Should you try unplugging it and plugging it back in?
They've tried just about everything from what I've heard.
Did they try that, though?
And also the last 3 home games, the precision timing has failed to work at the start of the game. So last 3 games we've played, we've gotten 7 seconds in and realized the clock wasn't moving. So now in there is number 34, Sean Doan. He puts one off the glass and good for 2 as we are in running clock as the score did eclipse 30 points. Roovers, Blanchette, Preister, Trenton Thomas, and Sean Doan are the 5 out there for the Vermillion Tanagers.
Jay Drake is a guy that, of course, historically shortens up his bench as the season goes along. Maybe take 2-3 guys off the bench. And this is that opportunity for these younger guys that are out there that could still make some more time for themselves off the bench to really put on an encore, if you will, and say, hey, this is why I deserve to be a main piece that comes off this bench. That's what Jay Drake is really evaluating his team on right now, on who can be the trusted backups for his squad.
And for the Titans right now, it is Fox, Fletcher, Olsson, Barnes, and Eric Hone, the 6'5 senior center, who just checked in. Fletcher will toss an awkward shot up, and it's rebounded by Trenton Thomas. Rivers has it now on the right side. On the offensive side for the Vermillion Tanagers. Skips it over to Trenton Thomas. He'll take 2 dribbles. Preister. Blanchette at the paw logo here at Abbott Court in the Sanford Cout Sports Center. Now a quick foul called. Going to be on Caden Barnes, his second, the team's first of the quarter.
Again, Cole mentioned it, that running clock. So as you can see right now, it is not going to stop. And Cole, the way things are moving right now, I feel like we're, how about this for the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic? Everything on time. It's been impressive the way things have moved along so far today.
Yeah, well, you're probably going to jinx it, I bet. I'm surprised you haven't already. You're really flirting with that line as Carson Preister goes by his defender, gets it off the glass and good for 2. 5:20 to go. Brady Fox drives in, fouled on his way up, and Brady Fox go to the free throw line to shoot 2.
Husko's another Notre Dame boy, just like myself. I know how he operates. We like to keep things moving right along. No need to waste any time. Everyone's here who wants to watch the game where they can find the stream. We don't need to mess around at all.
First free throw for Fox is off the mark. Just 2 points for him, both in the first quarter. 65-29, 5:12 to go. Again, clock stops for free throws, timeouts. I think that's about it.
That is it.
Preister crosses the timeline for Vermillion. Blanchette, couple of snazzy moves. Right elbow pull-up jumper is good. Spencer Blanchette now 8 points for him, really making a name for himself. Came into this one averaging right around 7 coming off the bench.
He's that one guy on this team that could even find himself soon into the starting lineup. He's just playing great basketball and started a little slow today, but it's really come along late in this second half.
30-foot three-pointer is off the mark by Fletcher, and the rebound is controlled by Vermillion. Preister will smartly pull it up himself. Now Sean Doan, he'll take another 3. It's off the mark. Rebound controlled by the Titans. 4 minutes, 19 seconds to go here in quarter number 4. Both teams looking for some more substitutions out of the next break. With 13-19 to go in the USD-Montana State game. USD has it 1st and 10 on the Montana State 26. Eric Hone inside, can't quite get that one to fall. Rebound still loose and now controlled by Blanchette. With 3:53. Trenton Thomas spins, looking around, now back out to the three-point line. Underhand layup, no good by Rivers, and the rebound is controlled by Barnes. Kick all the way up ahead, Fletcher, long 3 again, got it. Derek Fletcher, first 3-ball of the game for him, and now a substitution timeout is called. As Joe Van Gore says, 3 in for both squads, and now 4 in for Mount Vernon Plankinton. As we've got music rolling and the clock is rolling and the ball is in play and nobody knows what in the world is going on.
Yeah, you said it, Cole. It's a substitution timeout. So it's just the guys come in and everyone it's almost like a hockey change. Like, hey, you go 3 in, 3 out.
Yep, there. Yeah. In my opinion, if you call a substitution timeout, no need to go to your benches.
Now
Just bring the guys in, bring the guys out, and here we go.
The thing that did happen though was they gave the ball to Mount Vernon Plankinton. And then Mount Vernon Plankinton was attacking their own hoop. So everyone's like, wait. Other guys get the ball.
Yep, there we go. Cameron Olsson, he's now in the game. Offensive rebound by Lucas Solomon. The putback is good. Or Lucas Solomon. So 5 new guys out there for Vermillion. Titans quickly ahead, still have most of their starting unit out there. Trenton Thomas, Cameron Bottleson, Lucas Solomon, as Bottleson pump fakes again, blocked from behind. Still has the rebound, kick out, three-pointer, Grant Rohrig. Got it to go. Grant Rohrig now with the point, now a 40-point game, 72-32.
His brother had a big smile on his face. Of course, Connor, one of the assistant coaches for Vermillion. Rumor has it that Connor is not only excited to be back, part of this group, and as an assistant coach, but wants to be a coach, longtime coach here at Vermillion if he can stick around. And with Connor, he's a great kid, great head on his shoulders, and certainly hope that everything works out for him throughout his future. Of course, a guy that goes to the University of South Dakota as well.
So again, Sean Doan, Grant Rohrig, Trenton Thomas, Cameron Bottleson, Lucas Solomon are the 5 out there for the Vermillion Tanagers. Luke Baker gets the offensive board, and the putback is good. First points of the ball game for Luke Baker, the senior. For the Titans, it's Tate Hegg, Luke Baker, Cole Sandlin, Eric Hone, and Hagen Talam are the 5 out there. Sandlin gets the steal, has it tipped, and then gets it back. Tries kicking ahead to Talam, and it's out of bounds. Possession will stay with the Titans. Again, the clock is running. Update on the USD game. They have 3rd and 17. That's a good start. And all 22,000 Montana State fans are up and loud. Hagen Talam, right corner 3 is off the mark, no good. Offensive rebound by Eric Hone. His putback is no, and Hone will go to the free throw line to shoot 2. Another drive where the Coyotes will have to settle for 3 unless they're going to keep the offense out there on 4th and 13.
Bauman, that's what he's indicating, saying stay out here. We got nothing left to lose. This is semifinals. We want to go play NDSU in Frisco. We better get something going.
First free throw by Eric Hone is good. 4th and 13, and ESPN's analytics just said kick. The first time all season I've seen that. Second free throw is also good by Eric Hone. 72-37. 4th and 13 from the 14, need a touchdown. Back in the SCSC, Bottleson, he lost it and he was fouled, and the ball is intercepted and out of bounds. Possession will go back to, or no, they're just going to say it was caught.
It was caught. He didn't quite get to the 1 yard line.
Caught at the 2, so a turnover on downs. 1st and 10, Bobcats at the 2 yard line. Yep, he was short of it, wasn't he?
He was.
Well, Grant Rohrig for 3 is off the mark, no good. Rebound controlled by Luke Baker. He'll push it himself up to Cole Sandlin. 1 dribble, underhand layup is good. Cole Sandlin, 2 points for him, 72-39.
I can just dribble this one out.
As the shot clock is off, and that appears that is what they are going to do. Your final score here inside the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center, 72-39. The Vermillion Tanagers will move to 2-1 on the season. The Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans will fall to 1-2. For the Vermillion Tanagers, leading scorer Luke Jensen with 15 points. Carter Hansen with 14, Gabe Larson with 6, and then a lot of assorted scoring from there. We'll get the entire scoring breakdown in our post-game show. Again, your final score, 72-39. Coming up next, it's the Vermillion girls against the Centerville girls, number 1 versus number 1 in the nightcap, where we're going to step aside back in about a minute and a half for the post-game show, as well as the girls' pregame show. That's on the way next. Vermillion Tanagers Live Ticket TV.
Matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Agraria Insurance Company, protecting what's important in life. Contact your local Agraria Insurance Company agent.
Best Western Ramkota Hotel in Aberdeen is the place to stay for business or the weekend family getaway. You'll feel right at home with ample parking, spacious guest rooms, and complimentary breakfast. And with a convenient location, you'll have easy access to local attractions and events in the area. While staying at the Best Western Ramkota, guests can enjoy an indoor water play land, an on-site Minerva's restaurant, exercise facility, wedding services, and a business center. For friendly service and a great stay, make your reservation today. Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back, Sanford Coyote Sports Center, University of South Dakota. Vermillion, South Dakota. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. Your post-game show, for the Vermillion Tanagers and Centerville Tornadoes. First for Mount Vernon Plankinton, getting your final score, 72-39. First for Mount Vernon Plankinton, their leading scorer, Isaiah Olsson, 11 points for him. Riley Meyer with 7. Derek Fletcher with 6. And then the assorted scoring from there. Caden Barnes, 4. Brady Fox, Cole Sandlin, Eric Hone, and Luke Baker, and Mason Karst all had 2 points in the ball game for them. 10 in the first, 5 in the second, 14 in the third, 10 in the fourth for their total of 39 points. For the Vermillion Tanagers, 72 points. Leading scorer, Luke Jensen with 15, Carter Hansen with 14, Landon Cerny with 9, Spencer Blanchette with 8, and then other scorers. Cade Roovers with 2, Grant Rory with 3, Trenton Thomas with 3, Gabe Larson 6, Trey Hansen with 4, Sean Doan and Lucas Sullivan with 2, and Carson Preister had 4 in the ball game for the Vermillion Tanagers. 18 in the first, 16 in the second, 27 in the third, 11 in the fourth for their total of 72 points. Tanagers will move to 2-1 in the season. MVP will fall to 1-2. Turn it over to Heath Nimke. It was just a simple matter of once you finally figured out your offense coming out of the second half, just take care of business, and that's exactly what the Vermillion Tanagers did.
Exactly right. I talked about it at halftime, changing some things around for this group of Jay Drake and having his, getting after his guys, if you will, to make sure the offense was clicking a whole lot more. And that's exactly what happened. Now, don't get me wrong, they also took some big advantage of transition basketball. I think they did a really good job in that second half of capitalizing on transition. Because sometimes we've seen in the past, Vermillion will wait around to get the right shot, or maybe all of a sudden kick out and shoot a 3. It's like, guys, there was an open 2 to take. Make sure we're taking those easy shots. So a great way for the Vermillion Tanagers to finish this game and to bounce back after that loss that they had on Tuesday against West Central. And it has a really good feeling if you're head coach Jay Drake of heading into the holiday break, and now you go into the moratorium, and you have to wait around a little bit for that group before they're actually back into action. But, yeah, good way for the Tanagers to finish this one off and get to 2-1 on their season.
And for Mount Vernon Plankinton, we heard it in the pregame show. It just seemed like a lot of football players out there playing basketball. That kind of showed when Vermillion started speeding up the pace. Mount Vernon Plankinton could keep up with the pace, just couldn't score at the same pace that Vermillion did.
You know, Cole, you have gotten so used to seeing DAC-12 basketball, Region 4 basketball, if you will. It's kind of, that's been known, the mantra of DAC-12. Let's go, let's play some physical basketball. And that today, I just thought that's where the Titans really got outmatched was, hey, we can play physical basketball, but we're not able to maybe run that quick, or they weren't quite expecting to move things that fast. And it was just a kind of a combination of a different few things. And, yeah, I love the full court press. They came up the break. But all of a sudden, when Vermillion made one pass to break it, it was like, uh-oh, we have no guys back helping defensively. Everyone's kind of looking around like, whose guy was that? That's going to be a learning moment for the Mount Vernon Plankinton Titans, something that they can learn off film and say, all right, this is how we fix it moving forward. And again, they certainly will, and be things to just continue to grow on. And again, this is a gritty team for Mount Vernon Plankinton. I see the final score here today. That's not how things are going to end for them. They're going to definitely compete in that Region 5A.
Again, your final score in the boys' game, 72-39. Let's turn the page now. Game 4 in the final matchup here inside the Sanford Couch Sports Center. Number 1 Centerville comes in to play number 1 Vermillion. Both teams reigning state champions. Both teams number 1 in the media poll. As we get set about 10 minutes before tip-off, both these teams are going to come in. A lot of scoring is mainly their main mantra. They're going to get in, they're going to get some open shots, and they're going to take them. It's going to be a very interesting game for our nightcap here in the SCSC.
A lot of experience is back for both these teams. You can, of course, we talk about the big three all the time for the Vermillion Tanagers. We know all about it, and we know, like we just said, what they won for a state title. But you can look at Centerville, and this has been a team that has just been growing year in and year out. You go back to 2017 when it looks like basically everything's getting shut down. The girls basketball program might just completely disappear, might not be able to keep it going for Centerville, and all of a sudden able to keep it alive in 2018. Things aren't good. 2019, COVID comes around, but it was just slowly building it and getting all the pieces in the right spot, getting the players to compete hard. Then one thing led to the next last year, and things really clicked offensively for this group and able to hit big shots and stay in competitive games. And we talk about this region, the DAC-12 for Vermillion, but that's the exact same region on the B side that Centerville plays in. They play very competitive basketball down on the B side that makes them just one player better all the time or one play better all the time and just continuing to grow. So, yeah, as you mentioned, what's really going to stick out to me is the experience that both these teams bring, and then how that experience is going to build throughout tonight's game. Who can play with maybe the most chemistry? I know that sounds so silly to say, but if your chemistry is off just a little bit, we can see things fall apart. If your chemistry is spot on tonight, you can really open things up, and that, again, goes for either one of these teams tonight.
You talk about the region that Centerville's in, Region 4B. They currently sit number 3, even though they are 4-0. 10 teams in the region, 5 of them yet to lose this season. Now, again, still very early. Centerville hoping to keep that streak again. Both teams come in 4-0 on the season. Some notable players we're going to see from Centerville. Their leading scorer this season, Izzy Eide, 20 points a game and 6 rebounds on just south of 50% shooting. Emma Marshall averaging double figures as well. And then Tessa Eide, Kira Austin, Althea Gus will round out their starting lineup, all averaging between 6 and 10 points. 4-0 against 4-0, the Centerville Tornadoes and the Vermillion Tanagers. Again, for the Tanagers, this caps off a busy week. Played on Tuesday, got the win. Played on Thursday, got the win. Play on Saturday here. One final game before the Christmas moratorium.
Yeah, it seems like going into this, it was leading up to teams that are always competing for a state title. West Central in years past in Class A. The Ponca Indians, who now have been down the past couple of years, but again, always fighting for a title in Class C2. And then it leads to finally you're playing against that team that is a defending champion. So look forward to this matchup. It should be a great one.
Well, Heath, that's about enough from us. Let's turn it over to our pregame interview, as earlier you caught up with Vermillion head coach John Brooks on his thoughts about this game, not only about this game, but also the busy week they've had. Here he is on the pregame show. It's head coach John Brooks.
Coach Brooks, you get ready for the Holiday Classic presented by the Vermillion Boosters. Before we talk about this number 1 matchup against Centerville, quickly going back to that game against Wynot, we saw your defense come out in times with a full court press against the Ponca Indians, something that you saw on film, something you thought you could take advantage of against the Indians. What was your assessment of the press this season from your girls?
It's something that we haven't done a lot of yet. It's something that we want to get more to. So, we just saw an opportunity there to get some work in that, and we got to eventually turn it loose a little bit and see how it goes. So, saw some good things, saw some positives. We're able to get some turnovers, run in transition. We need to rotate a little bit better on the backside and rebound out of it better. So,
saw some good, saw some bad, and that that's expected early in the year. Now we have some things to build off of.
Taking a final look at the game, Ponca, get the victory over them, and on score and paper-wise, it looks like a comfortable victory, but it seemed like it still had its moments during that game. What was your final takeaway on the victory against the Indians?
It's something we talked to the girls about after the game. Is we were a little nervous about us just mentally heading into the game. A tough physical game against West Central on Tuesday. Then you go to Ponca, you only play a 2-quarter JV game. So the varsity game comes a little quicker. And then obviously we got number 1 Centerville, on Saturday tonight. So that game kind of gets sandwiched in there, and you don't know how the kids are to respond. So got up to a little bit of a slow start, but happy with the way we responded. But tonight against Centerville, we're gonna have to play better for the whole 32 minutes.
This will be your third time playing in the SCSE Classic. I mean, it kind of makes sense. So let's begin there. This has been put on by the Vermillion Boosters. What's your thoughts and takeaway when it comes to a tournament like this? It's one of the smaller ones, if you will, being put on by the Vermillion Boosters. Do you enjoy participating in these smaller classics, if you will, and also being able to play in the Sanford Couch Sports Center?
Yeah, just an opportunity for kids to get on a Division I basketball court. I think anytime you can get your kids in those situations, it excites them, and something that they really look forward to. And then, I guess from a coaching standpoint, it's an opportunity to play against another really good team that we normally would not have on our regular season schedule. So I think there's a lot of positives, a lot of wins that come out of it for both groups. Last year we got to play Crofton. This year we get to play Centerville. So even though, like you said, it's maybe not one of the bigger classics, we are seeing top-end talent at this one, which has been good.
Yeah, how much does that make you happy of being able to play against last year Crofton number 1 team in the state of Nebraska, and now we see Centerville the number 1 team in Class B? How much does that make you happy that the scheduling works out to play top-end teams like Centerville and like Crofton?
I think that's what you're looking for when you go to Classics, is to play really good basketball teams. So, we've been really happy with the teams that have come to this Classic that we've been able to get matched up with, give us really good competitive games. A lot of the Classics kind of happen mid-January. This is kind of a unique one that happens early in the year, so we get a chance to put ourselves in a situation where we get to play in a big arena against a really good opponent early in the season, and should tell us a lot about where we're sitting heading into the break.
Centerville Tornadoes, number 1 team in Class B. They got, of course, the state championship, their first in school history last year. What have you seen on film so far that has really impressed you with this group?
Yeah, bring back pretty much most of the roster off last year's state championship team, and their 2 lead scorers with Emma Marshall and Thea Gus. So they're really, really good with those 2. And then they got the ID girl that's a freshman that's very talented. So, they kind of got their throw at you. I feel like those 2 families take up about 80% of their roster, I feel like. So they're fast, they're quick, they pressure you with man-to-man defense. Every single one of them can put the ball on the floor and shoot it. They're just a really difficult team to defend. So on the defensive side, we're gonna have to really work hard on trying to contain the dribble, because if you get beat off the dribble against them and they can drive and kick with their shooters, they're really good.
When we talk about your offense, things have come along so far this season. Again, we talk about it just continues to build day in and day out. Coming into a venue like the Sanford Couch Sports Center reminds you a little bit of the Corn Palace with the depth perception, if you will. Do you have a chance to practice over at the Sanford Couch Sports Center before this matchup against Centerville?
Yeah, we don't, and we would love to get in there, but we'll just have our normal practice at our high school, and then Saturday morning here we have girls taking the ACT, so they're going to be busy all morning doing their testing, and then we'll try to get together quick. We get together quick on Saturday afternoon before we come up to the SDSC. So it'll be new for us, but it's new for Centerville, so everybody's kind of in the same boat.
Final matchup before you go into the holiday break. I know it's a big game, as we've been talking about here, against Centerville. Of course, the obvious, you want to win this game, but what does it take for the Vermillion Tanagers to win it, and what would it mean to begin this season 5-0 heading into the holiday break?
Yeah, it's going to be a close game, a tough game, and I think the biggest thing for us is defensively, can we keep them in front of us? That's been the huge emphasis going into this game. Is we're going to have to really move our feet. We're going to have to help each other. If we can keep them in front of us, we feel like we have a chance. We do have the size advantage, so offensively we have to get the ball inside. We got to finish inside, and if we can get the inside game going to help us open up the outside game, we feel like that gives us opportunities to score. And at the end of the day, we just hope it's a good competitive game. Hopefully we can get a lot out of this game, whether we win or lose. It's early in the season, and be able to learn some stuff moving forward.
There he was on the pregame show, head coach of the Vermillion Tanagers, John Brooks, again, head coach of the defending champs, as well as the #1 team in Class A. John Brooks speaking with Heath Nimke before every game. As he said, size advantage, as that's one thing we'll learn while listening here to the starting lineups. And we're just going to turn it over one more time to Joe Van Goor for your starting lineups between the visiting Centerville Tornadoes and the home Vermillion Tanagers. Well, there you go, the starting lineups for the Vermillion Tanagers and the Centerville Tornadoes. In case you missed them, we'll say them one more time. Junior guard 0, Tessa Eide. Number 1, Kiara Austin. Number 3, Althea Gus. Number 21, Izzy Eide. Number 25, Emma Marshall. Centerville head coach is Tucker Tornberg, assisted by Jamie Edberg and Peyton Heyer. The Vermillion Tanagers starting lineup: number 1, Casey Hansen. Number 5, Maya Halverson. Number 11, Taylor Roovers. Number 12, Madigan Wallen. And number 33, Brooke Jensen. John Brooks is the head coach, assisted by Doug Hansen, Carrie Jensen, and Kelly Knutson. Both teams come in 4-0, number 1 in the media poll. Both teams come in averaging 57 points a game. The Tornadoes allow 27, the Tanagers allow 45, and the tap is won by the Centerville Tornadoes. They're in their road purple uniforms, letters and numbers in gold, trimmed in black. Quick 3, Tessa Eide, that's going to hit nothing but air. Offensive rebound, though, controlled by Izzy Eide. Again, one of these games where you're going to see a lot of similar last names. Tanagers in their home whites, letters and numbers in red with black trim. Quick 3 by Izzy Eide, also off the mark. Rebound by Brooke Jensen. Tanagers going right to left here on Abbott Court in the SCSC, Sanford Coyote Sports Center, on the campus of the University of South Dakota. Tornadoes going left to right. Quickly inside, Casey Hansen, 1 dribble. Turnaround jumper is good. First 2 points of the ball game belong to Casey Hansen. Comes into the ball game averaging 16. Tessa Eide with the bounce pass. Althea Gust back to Tessa Eide left side. Inside, Emma Marshall, double teamed. Back to Eide, and now they're going to say it was out of bounds off of the bottom of the support beam, and possession to the Vermillion Tanagers. So quickly, no points on the first 2 drives for Centerville.
By the way, good to see Casey Hansen get an early bucket. That's probably been her main struggle so far this season, if she's had really any, is getting off to slow starts, missing shots, but again, gets that first 2 points to start the scoring for the Vermillion Tanagers. We'll see if it doesn't get her into a groove throughout the rest of the night.
Rovers double teamed underneath. Ball is poked away and it goes out of bounds. So turnover and possession to the Tornadoes. 2-0 in favor of Vermillion. 6:42 to go. And thanks for tuning in. Fourth and final game of the Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. Tessa Eide, her shot rattles in and out, no good. And the Mighty Mouse Taylor Rovers with the rebound. I'm Cole Larsch. Alongside me, Heath Nimke. This is our 12th game now covering the Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. All 12 of them can be found right here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV. Wallen inside, partially blocked by Marshall, but Wallen got it back. 13 on the shot clock. Casey Hansen, she'll drive left. Her left-hand layup contested and no good. And the rebound is controlled by Izzy Eide. Tornadoes want to push. They get it up ahead. Marshall off the glass, good for 2. Emma Marshall, first 2 points of the ball game, and we're all knotted up 2 minutes into the game, 2 apiece.
This first 2 minutes, both teams are trying to establish the painted area, letting both teams know they want to go inside. As I say that, Casey Hansen hits a big 3.
Casey Hansen, all 5 points in the ball game for the Vermillion Tanagers out of the assist of Taylor Rovers, and now quickly a pass too strong for Centerville. And it goes out of bounds, turnover, possession to the Tanagers.
Kind of a show-off for Brooke Jensen as well. Going to be her future home next season. Of course, they commit to the University of South Dakota. We'll get to see how she does here on this court.
Historically, the past 2 seasons here in the Holiday Classic, if my memory serves right, 25 and 32 points. Madigan Wallen left wing 3 off back iron, no, and now a rebounding foul going to be called on Maya Halverson. First personal, first team foul. In Centerville, got to give kudos to them. Brought along a little bit of a student section. Looks like Jersey theme night here inside the SCSC along that left side as we see it from our broadcast booth. Not your typical broadcast booth, but if you got connections, you make things work. And the Marshall over to Izzy Eide. Althea Gust at the Abbott Court insignia. Gust drives in, kicks down to Marshall. Partially blocked, and now they're going to say jump ball. So either way, whether it's a travel or a jump ball, possession will go to the Vermillion Tanagers. Bria Austin, 5'4" sophomore guard, checks into the ball game. One of 4 main players we're going to see come off the bench for the Centerville Tornadoes. Again, for Vermillion, just typically use a rotation of 7. Rovers up ahead to Wallen. Bounce pass too strong for Halverson. Out of bounds. Quick turnover once again. And possession to the Tornadoes. So both teams getting a feel for it a little bit here inside the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center. Off to a bit of slow starts offensively. Gus, solo right, drives right and scores off the glass. First points for Althea Gust. 5-4 is now the advantage for the Tanagers, and Rovers drives ahead, and she's going to be fouled from behind. Bria Austin, that's her first and the team's first. As you see on the side that our camera shows, a lot of purple. The side that the camera doesn't show here on the courtside seats and the Court Trust Club, a lot of Tanager red.
Yeah, I feel like the Vermillion fans may be a little bit more spread out, as the Centerville fans a little bit more grouped together, which you like to see.
Taylor Rovers, about an 8-footer, rattles in and out, no good, and Emma Marshall with the rebound. She wants to push. Up to Gust, right wing, going to slow things down a little bit. Kiera Austin. Back to Gust, right side. Up top, Emma Marshall. Spins, left-handed, shot no good, but Emma Marshall's going to be fouled and will go to the free throw line to shoot 2.
One thing they are doing, Centerville, that is really isolating Halverson so far in this first quarter and attacking her. They seem to have found a matchup that they like, and then they're going to, again, try to continue to exploit that, it seems like, here in this first quarter.
Madigan Wallen, that's her first foul, and the team's second. Emma Marshall, first free throw is good. Six for 12 from the free throw line now on the season for Emma Marshall. She leads all Centerville, scoring with 4, and the Tornadoes take the lead halfway through quarter number 1, 6-5. As you see right now, just before that, a matchup of two young and very good guards in the freshman Taylor Roovers and the sophomore Bria Austin. Maya Halverson with the bucket for the Tanagers. They take back the lead, 7-6. Here in the SCSE, 3:35 to play. Quick three right side, no good by Bria Austin. A good offensive rebound by Emma Marshall. Another quick three. Izzy Ides off the mark. But another offensive rebound controlled by the Tornadoes. Kiera Austin, right wing three, got it. Kiera Austin, a 23% three-point shooter on the season thus far, gets that one to go through. 9-7, the Centerville lead. Wallen has it ripped away, and now a foul called on Emma Marshall. Much to the dismay of the Centerville crowd right behind their bench, as well as head coach Tucker Tornberg. As Lydia Austin, the 5'3 sophomore guard, checks in for Centerville, as well as the 5'10 freshman guard, number 10 Alexis Hansen, and the senior 5'10 center, number 44 Amara Thomas, are both in for the Vermillion Tanagers. 3 minutes to play here in quarter number 1. Hansen bounced past to Jensen. Jensen inside Hansen, off the glass, and good for 2. Good little play there by both Jensen and Hansen. Kick out, Kiera Austin for 3, hits nothing but air, and the rebound is controlled by the Tanagers.
I feel like in this first quarter for Vermillion, we have not really seen a whole lot of their big three, Cole. You've been calling a lot of names that's like, these are for the second team, if you will, as you see Thomas score there. And so kind of the second team of the Vermillion Tanagers really getting it done right now in this first quarter.
11-9 in favor of the Tanagers, and now Althea Gust will lose it out of bounds. 3 subs will come in for Centerville. Number 31, Peyton Hansen, a 5'6", 8th grade guard, as well as Izzy Ides checked back in, and I believe Tessa Ides also comes back in as well. Quick left wing 3, that one's off the mark by Izzy Ides, and the rebound to Brooke Jensen. To Roovers, crossover, drives right, tosses one up and will be fouled and will go to the free throw line to shoot a pair of free throws. Lydia Austin, that's her first. Team third. Roovers' first free throw is good. 85% free throw shooter on the season is Roovers. That's her first point of the night, as well as the first free throw shot and made. Second free throw, good. 2 points for Taylor Roovers, now a 13-9 lead for the Vermillion Tanagers, just shy of 2 minutes to play here in quarter number 1. Izzy Ides pull up from the elbow is off the mark, but Lydia Austin with the chase down offensive rebound for the Tornadoes. Tessa Ides steps through off the glass and good for 2 for number 0, Tessa Ides. Lead back to 0 with 100 seconds to play in quarter 1.
Like I said, Centerville has attacked the inside all game long against the Vermillion Tanagers. They're a little undersized against Vermillion, but I like the mantra of staying with it and just keep on playing their type of offense. It seems to really be working for the Titans.
Jensen, jab step three-pointer is off the mark, no good. Tessa Ides with the rebound, now with 80 seconds to play.
Well, that's Jensen's second shot, I believe, of this first quarter. She's been really quiet so far.
Lydia Austin passed up the 3 ball, and now a loose ball foul as Althea Gust and Taylor Roovers had a little bit of contact. That's going to be Roovers' first foul. Third team foul. Emma Marshall and Kiera Austin, both senior captains, will check back in for the Centerville Tornadoes. Again, down 2, 69 seconds to play in quarter number 1. Kiera Austin has it right side. Now we'll dribble back to the middle. Swinging around all the way in the far corner with Peyton Hansen. Emma Marshall in the middle, spins, Izzy Eide blocked away by Brooke Jensen. 50.9 to play, quarter 1, 17 on the shot clock for the Tornadoes. Izzy Eide will throw it in. Emma Marshall, handoff to Kiera Austin, lost it for a second. That will pull up for 3, rattles in for Kiera Austin. Second three-pointer of the contest for her. And the Tornadoes with the 1-point lead, 14-13. Roovers brings it up the floor for the Tanagers. Pass inside to Casey Hansen. One dribble, her shot up, no good. Offensive rebound tapped around and controlled by Amara Thomas. To Jensen on the baseline. Shot clock is off. John Brooks trying to tell his team that to get one shot up. And they do clear it out finally, and Taylor Roovers will get it at the paw logo with 13. Getting a design play and getting a timing now with 9, now with 8. Roovers will go. Fakes left, goes right in the middle. High off the glass, no good. Rebound tapped around, out of bounds. Possession will go to Centerville with 2.9.
What a great first half. Very scrappy from both these teams. We expected this game to be close, and good performance from them.
Half-court heave by Izzy Eide at the buzzer, and that is how the first quarter will end. The Centerville Tornadoes 14, the Vermillion Tanagers 13. Back in a minute, you're watching the Vermillion Booster Holiday Classic on Vermillion Tanagers Live Ticket TV.
Farming today requires constant adjustment, innovation, and the right seed, and you'll find that with Pioneer Seed at Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. With the most advanced technologies and local experts, Dakota Seed and Service share in your hard work on the farm, adapting to an ever-changing industry. When you need the right seed, protection, and service, make it Dakota Seed and Services in Irene and Vermillion. There's no better organization that gives back to the student athletes than the Booster Club. The Vermillion Booster Club is committed to helping all student athletes grow. Join the Tanager faithful today by becoming a member at GoTanagers.com. While you're there, check out team apparel for your favorite sports team. Like them on Facebook to stay up to date on all the latest information and sports games. Join the Vermillion Boosters today and go Tanagers.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back to the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, home of the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. Game 4 of 4 here on Vermillion Tanagers Live Ticket TV. I'm Cole Larsch alongside me, Heath Nimke. Your home for all 4 games. Again, Crofton and West Central split their doubleheader earlier in the evening, and then the Vermillion Tanagers got the big win over the MVP Titans in a boys contest as a quick 3 is off the mark, but an offensive rebound by Izzy Eide, and she'll go to the free throw line to shoot a pair of free throws. Heath, Centerville starting off with the same aggressiveness they had in that first quarter.
Yeah, they did a great job of driving inside again. This team's slightly undersized against Vermillion, especially when you look at a player like Brooke Jensen, the D1 commit, and the size that she towers over everybody else out there on the court. But you just love that it's like, hey, we're not going to back away from what we're doing. We're having success. And on the opposite side, you got to take that if you're head coach John Brooks and take these girls and say, if they're going to be this aggressive, we got to be aggressive right back. They have seen this type of aggression from the Mitchell Colonels, a AA team last week, and you just got to try to match that and say, we got to be aggressive. That opening quarter on the scoreboard, yes, belonged to the Tornadoes, but just overall mentality and the way of physical play also belonged to the Tornadoes.
Tanagers try to get it inside to Casey Hansen. She's fouled on the loose ball. Foul's going to go on Kiera Austin, her first. Back to the free throws. Those were shot by Izzy Eide. Comes in averaging just over 20 points a contest. First 2 points for her coming from the free throw line in the second quarter. Brooke Jensen contested turnaround shot. Not a high-quality one there if you're a Tanager fan. And the rebound controlled by Emma Marshall.
And they did double team her. As soon as she got the ball, they brought 2 girls in on her, which means someone's got to be open. Sometimes you just got to look for that. And again, Brooke Jensen really held in check in that first quarter.
Emma Marshall, turn around, nothing but nylon for her. She's the tied for the leading scorer, 6 points. Back to Brooke Jensen again, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and a block for her, but no points in the ball game.
when she's your leading scorer and you don't score at all in that first quarter, that's definitely something to worry you. And again, just continue to see this Tornadoes team be aggressive. Possession arrow doesn't favor them this time, but again, doing a great job.
A little bit of confusion as my USD work group chat kind of going through the feels right now. Again, USD loses 31-17. He just put his availability in for the 4th of January. He changed it from depends to yes, meaning if USD was going to win, he'd go to Frisco, but not anymore. But at least SDSU didn't make it. There, I'll say that. Roovers inside to Halverson, left-handed off the glass and good for 2. Second assist for Roovers, 4th point for Halverson. 18-15 in favor of the Tornadoes. Izzy Eide, don't let her get hot, and she missed the right wing 3, and it's rebounded by Brooke Jensen. Roovers will slow things down coming up the court. Again, longer court and wider than what these teams are used to playing, and there's also 3 3-point lines. The black one is the college men's, the red one is the college women's, as Roovers misses one off the back of the iron. Emma Marshall with the rebound. The gray one closest to the hoop is the high school line. Izzy Eide, right wing 3. Rattles in for Izzy Eide. 5 points for her now, all in this quarter. 6-point lead, 21-15. Roovers crosses the timeline, gets it over to the right side to Halverson, looking inside, and now whistle away from the ball. It's going to go on Kira Austin. Her second this quarter and the second team foul this quarter. And now Tessa Eide and Lydia Austin will check in for the Tornadoes. Tornberg getting an explanation, says, yep, all right, got it. And away we go. Fresh shot clock for the Tanagers. Jensen, left side, spins middle, 8-footer off the side of the rim and no good. Rebound to Lydia Austin. Brooke Jensen still scoreless.
Makes a great first move, misses a wide open look.
Eide on the other side, she misses her shot, but an offensive rebound controlled by Emma Marshall. Now 5 in the ball game for her. Loose ball was controlled by Centerville. Tucker Tornberg will take a timeout. John Brooks, furious at her team, will step aside, take the timeout with them. Back to the Sanford Couch Sports Center in 30 seconds.
When life gets
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back to the Sanford Couch Sports Center, home of the USD Coyotes, in which it is a rough day to be a Coyotes fan. Football loses in the FCS semifinals. Men's basketball team currently getting manhandled at Santa Clara, in case you are interested in the USD men's basketball squad. Here in the arena, inside to Tessa Eide off the assist of Emma Marshall. The Centerville Tornadoes, number 1 in Class B, 4-0. They lead the Vermillion Tanagers, number 1 in Class A, also 4-0, 23-15. 5:08 to go. Again, John Brooks, during that timeout, was furious at his team. See if they can get something going. Casey Hansen forced up a shot. Rebound goes out of bounds. They're going to say it stays with Vermillion.
And that's Vermillion. We talked about in this game, both teams have really been trying to establish the inside, and Vermillion again has not gone away from that, whereas we've seen Centerville in this second quarter hit a couple big threes.
Jensen tries going inside, has it poked away, and now loose ball once again, they're going to say. It went off of Lydia Austin and out of bounds. So possession will stay with the Vermillion Tanagers. Still only 10 on the shot clock as it did not reset. Into Roovers with 8. John Brooks saying his team got to count. Roovers with 5. Kicks out Madigan Wallen for 3. Hits nothing but air on the side of the front of the net. And now the rebound was controlled by Althea Gust, and she dribbled it out of bounds. And now they're going to discuss whether the shot clock should have reset.
Yes, because she caught it, and then when she went to go make her move to bring it up the court, if you will, that's when she stepped out of bounds. So, yeah, it certainly should reset.
And both referees agree. They say, yep, it should have reset. Roovers drives left, off the glass, good for 2. First points in this quarter for Taylor Roovers, now 4 for her in the ball game, 23-17. Gust kicks out to the 8th grader Hansen for 3. That's off the back iron and no. Rebound is controlled by Taylor Roovers. Now she wants to push. 2-on-2. She'll slow things down on the left side. Now she'll drive baseline. Roovers' left-handed layup is good on the left side.
I like that play by Roovers because she didn't see Brooke Jensen up with her, knew didn't have the size, so waited. Realized no more help defense was coming from Centerville, so decided to take it back herself. And that second move that she had the space, able to knock out a big shot.
Quick 4-0 run for the Tanagers. Timeout called by head coach Tucker Tornberg. We're going to take it with him back to the SCSC in 30 seconds.
Hard, and our thoughts get too much to bear. Finding the resiliency within us can help us find healing. The 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline provides 24/7 free support for anyone in suicidal distress or emotional crisis. All texts and calls are anonymous and connect you to local resources that uphold cultural values and pave the way to healing. Find the strength within you. Find the strength within our culture. Reach out if you need help today.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back again here in the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box. Proud to partner with the Vermillion Booster Club, not only for the Holiday Classic, but also throughout the entire season. Vermillion Booster Club, proud supporters of all things Tanager athletics. Thanks for tuning in to the 2024 version of the Holiday Classic. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. Got you covered not only all 4 games today, but all 4 games the past 3 years right here inside the Sanford Couch Sports Center. Tornadoes with the lead, 23-19. Both head coaches call their share of a timeout. And the Centerville Tornadoes will throw it in. Again, they are in their road purple uniforms going left to right. Tanagers in their home whites going right to left. Tessa Eide has it right side. Lob inside to Althea Gust. Saw that help defense was coming over, decided to back it out. Now she'll shoot the 3 left wing. That's off the mark. Fight for the rebound. It's controlled by Kiera Austin. Her putbacks no, but she gets another offensive rebound.
And the O-boards have been plenty for this Centerville. That will be something the Tanagers need to correct at halftime.
7 offensive rebounds make that 8 for the Centerville Tornadoes. And now finally a miss as Casey Hansen gets the rebound, and then she's going to be fouled in the backcourt. Correction, if I could count, that is now the 7th offensive rebound for the Vermillion Tanagers. As I missed who that foul was called on. My guess it was Tessa Eide, but I won't fully mark it just in case. 3:33 to play here in quarter number 2 inside the Sanford Couch Sports Center. Madigan Wallen has it left side. Now back to Taylor Roovers. Over to Jensen right side looking for a cutting Halverson. Back over to Roovers. She'll drive left, now back it out. Left wing 3, going to miss everything. Rebound fought for, and they're going to say last touched by the Centerville Tornadoes. But still only 8 seconds on the shot clock for Centerville.
Yeah, Centerville almost didn't even need to go after that. It looked like Casey Hansen was certainly going to be touching it out of bounds, but luckily, Tanagers catch a break.
They lob it into Jensen. She spins right, has it poked away from behind by Emma Marshall. Jensen still scoreless in the ball game. Comes in averaging over 20 points a game. Quickly the other way, now tapped out of bounds by Taylor Roovers.
And Centerville has put up a perfect blueprint of how to shut down Brooke Jensen. Every time she gets the ball, just put 2 girls on her inside the perimeter. And again, that's how that last play resulted in a steal for Centerville.
Under 3 minutes to play here in the first half. Emma Marshall has it left side. She spins left. Off the glass, rattles off the front of the iron and no good. Rebound to Jensen, now her 5th of the game. Again, still scoreless is Brooke Jensen. Talk about the big 3. Casey Hansen with 5, Taylor Roovers with 6, Brooke Jensen, goose egg.
And remember, Casey Hansen got the first 5 points of this game, Cole. She has not scored since.
Now another steal by Emma Marshall, her 2nd. Coast to coast, lay-in is good by Emma Marshall, the senior forward. Comes into the game averaging 12 points, already 8 for her in the contest. Back up to a 6-point lead. Timeout called by head coach John Brooks. We're going to step aside and take it with him. Back to the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center in 60 seconds. You're watching the Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic.
Advertising.
Out here, you learn that to keep growing, you have to keep changing. CHS and the farmers and ranchers we serve know all about change, because together we've changed agriculture. That's why we're the largest farmer-owned cooperative in the country. So farmers own the system they count on, with advantages at every step. From innovative tools that help crops grow, to grain processing expertise, to energy solutions, we create connections to empower agriculture. Learn more at chsinc.com.
Nice.
Maytag appreciates a compliment, but this Maytag washer isn't just eye candy.
Wow.
Inside, it's got the capacity and power to handle even the mightiest loads.
I love this.
Yeah, she's a beaut.
It's a he.
How do you know?
Don't worry about it.
Find Maytag products and the industry's best appliances at your local dealer, Merce Appliance, downtown Vermillion.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back to the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center, home of the USD Coyotes. 2:20 to play here in Game 4 of the 2024 Vermillion Boosters Holiday Classic. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. Centerville Tornadoes with the 25-19 lead in the battle of number 1 in B versus number 1 in A. Roovers kicks out Hansen for 3. Got it! Casey Hansen, now 8 points for her, and the third assist for Taylor Roovers. Quick 3 the other way. Althea Gust is off the mark, and a big rebound by Brooke Jensen. Tanagers with a chance to tie this one up under 2 minutes to play in half number 1.
Yeah, when a game that basically has had a majority of the momentum for the Centerville Tornadoes. This is a huge possession. You don't need a 3.
Roovers didn't take the ball screen, instead rejected it. It was rebounded by Amara Thomas, then stolen away by Althea Gust. She still got it the other way. She'll drive left, lay-in is no good, but a foul called on Casey Hansen. So Althea Gust will go to the free throw line and shoot a pair.
But what I was going to say that finished before Roovers shot the 3. You do want points on that possession there. Again, just try to bring it down to something more manageable for either take free throws or just, again, hit a shot. But unfortunate for the Vermillion Tanagers, and Centerville the opposite way, come down and opportunity for them to hit some free throws.
Althea Gust, her third point of the night. She is now 5 for 7 from the free throw line this season. The second one is also good. Tornadoes perfect from the free throws, 6 for 6. Althea Gust 4 points. 27-22, the Tornadoes with the lead here in the SCSC. Minute 25 to play in the half. Hansen passes to a scoreless Jensen, who drives right. Tries passing it back to Hansen. It's partially tipped by Tessa Eide and then goes out of bounds. They're going to say it will stay with the Tanagers as Casey Hansen threw it off of Tessa Eide's foot.
Again, not a kick ball because there was no kick motion either. So if you wonder if that should be like a kick ball, you have to have a kicking motion that goes with it for that to be called.
Correctamundo. Jensen, pull up left wing 3 is off the mark, no good. Fight for the rebound. They're going to say last touched by the Tanagers. A lot of T mascots today. Trojans, Titans, Tanagers.
What was Crofton?
Warriors.
There you go.
Not a T mascot, that's why I didn't say them. Fun fact. 60 seconds to play in half number 1.
How would they not be a team mascot? Or do you mean like a team animal?
No, like a T mascot.
Oh, a T.
Starts with a T. Yeah, that's what I was getting at.
Oh, I missed that. I thought you said a team.
No, T. A T
that's on me.
Mascot.
That's on me, Coach.
Yep. My bad. I should enunciate my points, I guess.
Ravens scored again.
There we go. Izzy Eide with a fadeaway three-pointer, missed everything and went out of bounds. So Tanagers with possession going right to left. Jensen has it left wing over to Alexis Hansen, her sister Casey. Casey will now drive middle, drive left, layup, no good, too strong. Fight for the rebound. It's poked around and controlled by Izzy Eide. The shot clock is off. Tornadoes can hold for the last shot if they want. Izzy Eide, left wing 3 is off the mark, no good. Rebound tipped out of bounds by Amara Thomas, and now I believe Tornadoes will likely call a last play to try to get a shot right before halftime. Increase this lead from 5 to maybe more before the half. They'll lob it into Emma Marshall. Marshall will back it up now. Lydia Austin has it at the Paul logo with 9. Getting the offense set up over to Althea Gus, right side with 5, now with 4, with 3. Inside, turnaround by Lydia Austin, rattles in and out, no good. And that is how the first half of play will end. Your score, Centerville 27, Vermillion Tanagers 22. We're going to step aside when we come back. Halftime stats and analysis. That's on the way next. You're watching the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic.
Birds like tanagers are great at flying out of the way to miss your car, deer, and other drivers are not. If you're in any kind of accident, bring your vehicle to Blain's Body Shop in Vermillion. We repair your vehicle to pre-accident condition and handle the entire process from start to finish, including an accurate estimate and dealing with the insurance adjuster. So good luck to the tanagers, and if you're in an accident, bring your vehicle to
Blain's Body Shop. Blain's Body Shop. Automotive collision repair.
Hey kids, it's never too early to start planning for your future. Did you know Masaba provides scholarships and tuition assistance? They are committed to your success, offering engineering, drafting, and welding opportunities, plus scholarships, job shadowing, and mentorship programs. Learn more at masabainc.com/careers. When I grow up, I want to work at Masaba.
Masaba Manufacturing. Unlock your future and rock with us.
Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment is your locally owned and operated ready mix company. Their specialty, 6x6 front discharge mixer trucks that allows for better placement of concrete and ease of use. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment offers the highest quality of concrete products and aggregates, and also a full-service dealer for Logon equipment featuring telehandlers, excavators, and ASV track skid loaders for purchase or rent. Midwest Ready Mix and Equipment, East Highway 50, Vermillion.
Core Cares helps individuals stay at home by offering caregiving, nursing, and medical alert systems in over 55 communities in South Dakota. Specializing in tasks like bathing, meal prep, and medication setups, our well-trained staff delivers exceptional care. We invest in our team through customized training and comprehensive benefits. To learn more about job opportunities or services, visit our website at corecares.com. Core Cares, proudly serving our community.
Jensen Kennels is your safe place to take your dog while you're away. They have over 7,000 square feet of indoor run space and outdoor play yards. They pride themselves in providing enrichment both mentally and physically for all types of dogs. And speaking of size, Jensen Kennels can host any size of dog, from the smallest Boston Terrier to the largest Great Dane. To find out the full services Jensen Kennels offers, check out their website and Facebook pages. Next time you need your dog to stay in a safe, fun environment, make it Jensen's Kennels.
Fentanyl is a powerful synthetic opioid, up to 100 times stronger than morphine. Even a tiny amount can be deadly. It's often mixed with other drugs without your knowledge, increasing your risk of overdose. Protect yourself and your loved ones and avoid unknown substances. Stay informed, stay safe, and remember, one pill can kill. For more information on fentanyl prevention, visit your local health resource or speak to a healthcare professional today. This message was brought to you by the Great Plains Tribal Opioid Response, so that the people may live.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 57,000 participants here in South Dakota who take part in high school sports or activities.
Winter inspection programs are starting now at all 9 of our Grossenburg Implement locations in South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming. With harvest winding down, get your name on the list and have your equipment inspected and ready for next year. Put it on your John Deere multi-use account and get benefits of no payment, no interest programs for those that qualify. Then you can rest easy in 2025. Grossenburg Implement, where service is the other half of a great product. Go to grossenburg.com for complete details.
Do you have a pest problem? Got bats, ants, termites? Family owned and operated, Olsson's Pest Technicians have had over 50 years experience taking care of pest problems in places across South Dakota, Nebraska, and Iowa. Utilizing brilliant methods such as Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatment for bed bugs. There's no pest too tough for Olsson's Pest Technicians. If you have pest problems, call 800-KILL-BUGS.
Insurance rates are on the rise, and now more than ever, every penny counts. With me, John Brooks at DFS Insurance, we can look over your coverages and find the right insurance carrier to help you keep your costs down. At DFS Insurance, I'm an independent agent, which allows me to offer a variety of different carriers to fit your needs. When you're ready for your free, no obligation quote, give me a call, and we'll get you on the path to the best and most affordable insurance you need with Dakota Financial Services.
Welcome to Dakota PC Warehouse, where our staff aren't just friendly, we're certified nerds with a side of tech genius. Prepare to be awed as we unleash a barrage of geeky charm and unbeatable deals on PCs and HD TVs. And our tech gurus, armed with determination and a questionable assortment of snacks, can fix just about anything. We love technology and making it work for you. Dakota PC Warehouse, because being a nerd is our superpower.
When the world feels big, a small note can mean everything. Find mental health support at sdbehavioralhealth.gov.
For healthier crops and stronger yields, count on Nutrien Ag Solutions. By partnering with the leader in plant nutrition, you'll have access to innovative products and unmatched service that deliver impact and efficiency to every acre. Healthier crops, happier growers. Lead the field this season and beyond. Find your local crop consultant at nutrienagsolutions.com.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back, Sanford Coyote Sports Center. You're
Welcome
home for
back to
the
the Vermillion
2024 Vermillion
Booster
Booster
Club
Club Holiday Classic. I'm Cole Larsch. Alongside me, Heath Nimke. And start our halftime show when we maybe wanted to. Had a live studio audience up here.
You know, you'll never deny. Speaking, by the way, and it wasn't coaches. I think a coach was supposed to. The only person that didn't come up when they were supposed to was a Vermillion boys coach to talk about that victory. And I know how Jay Drake gets. He gets a lot. He's doing things that we were doing at halftime, which is talking with everybody else, joining with fans.
I don't blame him.
So I mean, that's what happens. And gift of gab. We just all of a sudden start talking, and one visitor comes to the next. Gotta shake hands. It's shake hands, kiss babies. Got to do that.
That's
sometimes.
exactly what we do. In your halftime score in the women's game, the nightcap, the girls' game here in the nightcap. I'm used to saying women's games here in the SCSE, but the girls' game, 27-22 in favor of the Centerville Tornadoes. Let's run through some halftime stats very quickly. First, for the Vermillion Tanagers, 8 points from Casey Hansen. Again, scored all 5 right away, 5 first points of the game. Then only 3 in that second quarter for her total of 8 and a rebound. Maya Halverson with 4, Alexis Hansen with 2. Taylor Roovers, 6 points, 2 boards, 3 assists. Amara Thomas, 1 point and 2 rebounds, 2 points, 2 rebounds. One name you don't hear in the scoring wrap-up, Brooke Jensen, no points, but 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and a block from her. On the other side, quickly for the Centerville Tornadoes, they are led in scoring by Emma Marshall with 8 points, Kiera Austin with 6, Izzy Eide with 5, Tessa Eide with 4, and Althea Gust with 4. That rounds out their scoring. It was 14-13 in favor of Centerville after 1, 27-22 here at halftime. Turn it over to Heath Nimke. Obviously, big half offensively for Centerville. But if you're Vermillion, you got to get Brooke Jensen going.
I'll keep this brief as much as I can. This reminds me exactly of what we saw for Vermillion against Mitchell. The only difference was they were winning. They came out in the second half, had a lot better offense after John Brooks had some time to discuss. I expect things to change offensively for Vermillion, and yes, as you just mentioned, get Brooke Jensen going, and the rest of this team more consistent, if you will. Opposite side for Centerville, if you're Coach Tucker there, you're clapping your hands, you're loving what you're seeing. I'm not changing much. We're saying, hey, this seems not quite like a rock fight, but things are going the slower end. We keep working things inside in that first quarter. The second quarter, we saw them step out, shoot the three nicely. If you're Centerville, this is playing right into your hands. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. And if things go wrong, you know Coach Tucker is going to start using those timeouts quickly to get his team readjusted. This plays right in the hands of Centerville, so right now, I like them as we move into this second half. Vermillion's got to make some big adjustments.
Again, your halftime score, 27-22 in favor of the Centerville Tornadoes. As we start the second half of play, both teams will send out their starting unit. Tessa Eide, Kara Austin, Althea Gust, Izzy Eide, and Emma Marshall, the starting five for Centerville. Casey Hansen, Maya Halverson, Taylor Roovers, Madigan Wallen, Brooke Jensen will be the five for the Vermillion Tanagers. We get the clock set, 8 minutes on the clock. Again, thanks for tuning in. Game number 4. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke, where we've had all 4 games this year, last year, and 2022.
Sometimes Spencer Bewley joins us, the guy now down in Texas now.
Again, he was really hoping to join us. However, he left for his Christmas break on Tuesday.
Are we sure about that?
Yes. I did confirm.
He
is on his Christmas break again. We saw his truck in his apartment parking lot, but we got it to go. Again, Centerville in their away purple uniforms. They will start with the ball going right to left. Step back is off the mark for Izzy Eide again. She's their leading scorer coming in, averaging over 20 points a game just with 4 here tonight. Vermillion in their home whites, they are going left to right. Inside, Madigan Wallen off the glass. That one's off the mark. Fight for the rebound. It's controlled by Taylor Roovers. Tanagers will slow down the offense now. Jensen, 10-foot awkwardly contested shot, goes out of bounds. The Centerville crowd chanting a little bit of air ball as it did. Catch nothing but air.
And it looked like they're in that first possession for the Vermillion Tanagers, trying to get Brooke Jensen involved a little bit, trying to get her going. I apologize, I just kicked the camera. I'm sorry, fans.
That's okay. Let's say one thing I'm going to note. Obviously, yes, very important to get Brooke Jensen going offensively, but you do not need to start forcing shots. That's the last thing you need, especially down 5 here in this game. Izzy Eide, left corner 3. Nothing but nylon for Izzy Eide. 8 points for her in the game, 30-22. Roovers has it. She'll push left through the double team. Lay in, no good. Rattles in and out. But an offensive rebound tapped out to Casey Hansen. Her shot's no good, but it's controlled by Taylor Roovers. Now her 4th rebound. And now John Brooks says, all right, let's run some offense here a little bit. Madigan Wallen has it top of the key. Over to Roovers' right side.
This Tanager team definitely in their own head right now, missing easy shots.
Casey Hansen with the missed 3-pointer, and Althea Gust gets the rebound. She'll pass it all the way up ahead. Tessa Eide laying, that one's no good. And Maya Halverson with the rebound. So quickly, aside from the Izzy Eide 3-pointer, both teams have started to struggle on the offensive end. 6:10 to play in the third quarter. Again, number 1 in Class B, the Centerville Tornadoes at 4-0. Number 1 in Class A, the Vermillion Tanagers also at 4-0. A lot at stake in this game. Should be a fun one down the stretch. Brooke Jensen, just another forced shot, could not get it to fall, and Izzy Eide with the rebound. Up ahead, Kiara Austin has it right side. Izzy Eide, top of the key 3, that one's just off the mark and no good. And Casey Hansen with the rebound for the Tanagers.
Cole, I'm going to say, I don't know if I'm liking what I'm seeing from Centerville here in the start of this third quarter. It seems like they're settling for threes instead of maybe running a little bit more of their offense. They really dominated inside in that first half. I'd like to see them get back to it. Don't want to keep seeing them settle for quick threes.
Roovers drives in, too strong off the glass. Gust with the rebound, her 2nd of the quarter. Dribbles it off her own leg for a little bit, but gathers. Left-handed layup, that one's no good. Both teams forcing a lot of offense right now. Up ahead, Casey Hansen. Contested layup. Count the bucket and the foul for Casey Hansen.
Big bucket for Casey. Again, she started off scoring well, then it didn't take her till late in that second quarter to score again, and finally opens up the scoring for the Vermillion Tanagers in this second half. But again, you're seeing Vermillion attack the inside, kind of like they did in that first half, but Centerville has set a lot more for threes to start this third quarter.
Free throw is good by Casey Hansen. Now 11 points for her, the leading scorer for the Tanagers. Completes the old-fashioned three-point play. Rhea Austin will check in for the Centerville Tornadoes. 30-25, still a 5-point game. Just shy of 3 minutes gone. Althea Gust, long three-pointer left wing's no good. Rebound goes all the way out to midcourt, and it's controlled by Emma Marshall, her 6th rebound of the game. Althea Gust in the lane. Bounce pass out to Tessa Eide, left wing three. That one's off the mark, no good. Rebound fought for. Casey Hansen came down with it, but then traveled as she fell down to the court.
That Centerville last missed shot, that was a rebounding for Vermillion of anybody, somebody, nobody. Of anybody could get it, somebody thought that anybody was going to get it, and in the end, nobody got it.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
There you go. Gust has it top of the key, poked away by Wallen. Back to Tessa Eide. Bounce pass over to Emma Marshall. Marshall back out. Eide for three, just off the mark, no good. Closer than her last one. But rebound to Roovers, her 5th. Kick ahead, Casey Hansen left side. Inside to Wallen, one dribble. Bounce pass to Halverson, lay-in good. Finally, some solid offense in the transition for Vermillion. They get a good bucket. It's now a one-possession game, 30-27. Gust, top of the key. Marshall, left side. Tessa Eide now has it. She'll dribble to the free throw line. Rhea Austin, right side. Now over to Izzy Eide in the corner. Back to Marshall, right wing. Lost it for a second. Ball is loose. And good job there defensively by Maya Halverson. Taylor Roovers to jump on that one. Jump ball, and possession will go to the Vermillion Tanagers.
Vermillion defensively has dropped back into a zone, almost baiting now Centerville to shoot the three ball, which again have been shot the three-pointer already 6 times in this third quarter, and we'll see if that they just keep shooting away, Centerville does, or again, I like to see them try to get back offensively, working something inside. That's where they've had the most success so far tonight.
As they do get it inside, Casey Hansen spins left. Her shot no good, but they're going to say she was fouled, and Casey Hansen will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws, as this one's on Peyton Hansen. Her second, and the second team foul. First free throw by Casey Hansen, up and good. 12 points now for her. Alexis Hansen and Amara Thomas will check in. Again, Vermillion using their classic 7-person rotation. I've yet to see them go deeper than that, as the second free throw by Hansen is good as well. 13 points for her in the ball game. 1-point lead now for Centerville, 30-29. Centerville going right to left. Gust has it right wing. Inside to Marshall. Back out. Lydia Austin for 3, top of the key. That one's off the mark. Rebound is loose and fought for, and all 3 referees will say jump ball at the same time. Possession will stay with Centerville with a fresh shot clock. Tucker Tornberg saying, hey, there's a lot of contact on that. My player just doesn't fall down on her own.
And John Brooks on the opposite side is screaming at a couple of his girls that they seem to be standing around looking at rebounds and not making an effort for them.
Turnaround jumper by Marshall's no good. Thomas with the rebound. Tanagers with a chance to take the lead back here in quarter number 3. Jensen, pull up 3, got it.
Yikes.
No longer scoreless for Brooke Jensen, her first 3 points of the game. And now with 3 minutes to play in the third quarter, Centerville's gone cold. Vermillion possibly getting hot. Peyton Hansen. Going to swing it all the way around. Emma Marshall inside. Her lay-in, that's off the mark, no good. Jensen's rebound, that's her 8th. Roovers at the coyote paw. Gets a screen from Thomas. Will kick out. Alexis Hansen for 3. That one's off the mark and no good. And rebound went off of Amara Thomas and out of bounds. Possession will go to the Centerville Tornadoes.
If Brooke Jensen, who just hit that big 3, she can get going, this could be a bad situation for Centerville. Cole, there's a famous book called Atomic Habits. One thing that talks about building habits within a human is never let one bad habit pile on top of another one. And for Centerville in this third quarter, it seems like one bad shot has been followed by another. They just cannot buy themselves a bucket here in this third quarter.
10-3 run by the Vermillion Tanagers here in quarter number 3, 32-30 in favor of Vermillion. Gust back out. Three-pointer top of the key, rattles in and out, no good by Lydia Austin, and now a rebounding foul that I believe they're going to call on Casey Hansen, and yes, they will.
The 8th 3 attempt from Centerville in this third quarter. They have completely just settled for three-pointers at this point in the quarter.
Now we got some confusion on who was coming in and out, but Vermillion able to get that sorted. 2:08 to go. Third quarter, still a 2-point lead for the Tanagers. Gust drives right now left, kicks out to Tessa Eide. Again, they're sagging off her quite a ways. Gust, long range three. That was an NBA three. Just about missed everything. Jensen with her 9th rebound. A lot of three-pointers for Centerville here in quarter number 3, like you said, Heath. Not many going in.
Yeah, that's their 9th, and they've, hit one, Cole, so far? I mean, I don't mind you shooting them if you're making them, but after a while, you gotta stop shooting the three and look for something else.
Jensen inside. She'll draw the foul on Gust, and will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. Now Jensen's 10th rebound in the game, and that's going to be Gust's first foul. 3rd of the quarter. Jensen to shoot a pair of free throws. 70% on the season. First one's off the mark. I'd like to say for the record, it was not the clapping to celebrate a missed free throw.
No, celebrating a football score, if you will.
That's what I figured, but just had to qualify. Just had to clarify. Second free throw is good by Brooke Jensen, and Casey Hansen will come in for Jensen.
Got 4 or 5 different screens up here right now?
I believe 4, yes. I could make it 5 if I pulled up my laptop. Don't think I want to do that too bad, though. Gust right wing to a cutting Marshall. Good pump fake. Left-handed layup is no good, but another foul called on the Vermillion Tanagers. And Emma Marshall will go to the free throw line. They're going to say that one is on Roovers.
Hear me out, Cole. This is what I want to see. Drive. Try to make something happen. All right, you don't make the shot. That's fine. You drew a foul. Now you get a chance at 2 free throws. It's better than just constantly settling for, as you mentioned, an NBA 3, hucking something up there and hope it hits. The good thing for the Tornadoes is they have almost weathered this third quarter storm and are still in this game trailing by 3.
Marshall's first free throw no good. Second one is good. Tornadoes now 7 for 8 from the free throw line in the game. Marshall is now the Tornado leading scorer with 9. 1:16 to play here in quarter number 3. Tanagers 33, Tornadoes 31. Again, thanks for tuning in. Vermillion Tanagers Live Ticket TV. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke, for our nightcap. Amara Thomas, she'll take the college 3. That's off the mark, no good. And rebound by Althea Gust. Probably not the best shot you want to see if you're a Tanager fan. Gust left wing. Hands it off to Marshall, who'll drive to the free throw line. Just a little bit of a dribble weave for the Centerville Tornadoes. Again, Tanagers have the size advantage all around the court, so Centerville trying to do what they can with what little size they have. Long 2 by Emma Marshall's off the mark, but she chases down her own rebound. Now the shot clock is off here in the third quarter. And Centerville content. They're going to try to take the last shot with 20. Gust at the Coyote paw. Now just a quick pass to Bria Austin. She lost it for a second. Now has it back. Now with 10, the Tornadoes will go. Gust. ISO for her. Fouled. And Althea Gust will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. They're going to say that foul is on Madigan Wallen, her third team foul. Gust to shoot 2 free throws. She's 2 of 2 tonight. First one's up and good for Gust. Now 5 points for her in the ball game. Jensen will come in and Thomas will come out. for the Tanagers. Second free throw to tie the ball game is good. 6 points for Gust. Peyton Hansen will come in. 7.4 to go here in quarter number 3. Tanager's going to try to get a good shot off. They throw it into Roovers now with 5. She crosses half court. With 3, she drives right. Layup good off the glass for Taylor Roovers. And that is how the third quarter of play will end. Your score, Vermillion 35, Centerville 33. Back to the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center in 60 seconds. You're watching the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic.
What's
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press
keep the
Box.
farm
Proud
in the
supporters of
family.
all Tanager athletics and the student
Start my own
operation.
To drive Grandpa's combine. Right, Grandpa?
If owning a successful operation is in your big picture, First Bank & Trust has ag experts to help you plan for the future.
To diversify.
To teach her how to drive a combine. Welcome back to the
Find out how
Vermillion
First
Booster
Bank
Club
& Trust
Press Box. Proud
life can get
supporters
pretty
of all
busy out
Tanager
there.
athletics
Daily
and the student
commutes,
athlete.
carpooling, and then there's that weekend getaway. Cenex is here to keep your vehicle fueled up for those long drives, your pantry stocked for those snack cravings, and the propane grill ready whenever you are. Things can move fast, but with your local Cenex, you can rest assured that everything on your
Welcome back
list
to
will
the
get a check
Vermillion
mark.
Booster
All
Club
in a
Press
day's
Box.
work,
Proud
powered
supporters
locally
of all
at
Tanager
Cenex.
athletics and the student athlete. Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box. Proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back, Sanford Coyotes Sports Center. Game 4 of 4 for the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. The Centerville Tornadoes were up 27-22 at half. They're now down 33-35. Quickly inside for the Tanagers. Casey Hansen layup is no good, but she'll pass it back out to Maya Halverson. Long two-pointer for Maya Halverson is good. 5 rebounds and an assist now for Casey Hansen. For the Tanagers, that is exactly how you want to start. You outscored Centerville 13-6 in quarter number 3, and now you're quickly up 2-0 in quarter number 4 in this low-scoring affair, 37-33.
I think this quarter is really going to come down to rebounding and what team can do better on the O boards and D boards of just making sure you're closing out, or if it's offensively, you're getting another opportunity. And Casey Hansen, that's how the bucket came back. But it also, on that flip side, Cole, exactly what Centerville has done, the last 4 or 5 possessions, gone inside, missed the shot, but has gotten the foul opportunities and is heading to the free throw line. I'm loving seeing it.
Emma Marshall, free throw is good for her. First tornado in double figures. 12 points in the ball game. For Emma Marshall, now 37-36. Want to give a big shout out to the Beersford crew, part of Watchdogs Live. They're tuning into this one. Sent us a nice text message there. Another steal for Emma Marshall, her third, coast to coast. Layup blocked from behind, and they're going to say a foul called on Taylor Roovers, so Emma Marshall will go to the free throw line to shoot 2 free throws. Maybe the third foul on Taylor Roovers, much to the dismay of the growing group of Tanager fans here on the Core Trust Club side. Kind of hard to tell from our angle, but again, the Stripes have a better angle down there than we do.
Yeah, Cole, you mentioned it back in the first quarter. If you watch the screen that as we move back and forth, you go, oh, a lot of Centerville fans. There's barely any Vermillion fans, but the camera isn't quite showing you all the Vermillion fans that are underneath of us.
13 points for Emma Marshall. She goes 1 for 2 from the free throw line. 7 minutes to play here in quarter number 4. 37 apiece. Again, thanks for tuning in. Vermillion Tanagers Live Ticket TV, your home for all 3 years of the Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic, all 4 games each year. Now quickly the other way, Taylor Roovers will drive. They're going to call a shooting foul on the Tornadoes, as this one's going to go on Tessa Eide. Going to be her second, and the first of the quarter. Roovers at the line to shoot 2. First one is good. Roovers now 9 points in the ball game for her. She is 2 for 2 from the free throw line thus far. Second one also good. Make that a perfect 3 for 3. Roovers now in double figures. 39-37 your score, 6:42 to play. Tornadoes drive left. Tessa Eide high off the glass and no good. Rebound to Taylor Roovers, now her 6th. 6:25. Now Tanagers will slow things down offensively, try to get a good set play running. Wallen over to Roovers on the right wing. She'll get a screen from Wallen. Drive middle. Up to Casey Hansen left wing. She'll drive left, step through lay-in, no. Casey Hansen going to be fouled from behind.
Seems like in this fourth quarter, if you're going to drive right to the bucket, you're getting a whistle every single time, and that's by both teams. I mean, both teams have gotten the calls right underneath the hoop, and at this point, Cole, it seems like in the first 2 minutes of this fourth quarter, it's going to come down to who can shoot better free throws.
Tanagers now 8 for 10 from the free throw line. As Bria Austin will check in, Tessa Eide will go out. And Eide, 2 quick fouls here in the fourth quarter. She now has 3 for the game. Casey Hansen, the leading scorer for both squads. She has 13 points. And the second free throw also no good. But the rebound tapped out of bounds. They're going to say yes, it will stay with Vermillion. Referee just about pointed Centerville's way. Had it right in his head, then pointed the correct way. Would have had a lot of angry Vermillion Tanager fans, I believe. Roovers thought about driving, now steps back again. Fresh shot clock for the Tanagers. Jensen inside, step through, can't get that shot to fall. And the rebound is controlled by Emma Marshall. 8th rebound for her in the ball game. Tornadoes down 2, 39-37. Gus, top of the key to Marshall. Inside, she'll take 2 steps. Her hard layup is no good. And the rebound is controlled by Brooke Jensen, now her 11th board of the game. 5-on-4 advantage for the Tanagers. Inside, Casey Hansen, layup good. 15 points for Casey Hansen, and now a timeout called by Vermillion Tanagers. Will step aside, take it with them back to the Sanford Cout Sports Center in 30 seconds.
Agriculture is like no other business, which makes Farm Credit Services of America like no other lender. Owned by the farmers and ranchers we serve, our customers have a voice in how we work, a stake in what we do, and share in our success. Discover a lender that works for you at Farm Credit Services of America.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete. Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster
Welcome back,
Club
Sanford
Press
Coyote
Box.
Sports Center. 5:28 to go here in quarter number 4. Vermillion Tanagers 41, Centerville Tornadoes 37. Shout out to Bryce Teese, our music man, getting the crowd pumped up. A little bit of YMCA between timeout breaks. Tanagers and Tornadoes both with 3 timeouts remaining. Bria Austin, left wing 3, got it. First points for Bria Austin in the game for Centerville. Big 3 points. Now makes it 41-40. Roovers, stutter steps, drives left, floater off the mark, no good. Rebound tapped around and controlled by Emma Marshall, now her 9th board of the game. And now, ball goes out of bounds. They're going to say possession to Vermillion. Taylor Roovers to bring it up the floor. Less than 5 minutes to go. Okay, there we go. God, we got that taken care of. Roovers to bring it up. Closely guarded. She falls down. Ball is loose and now controlled with a steal by Izzy Eide. Coast to coast. Laying good by Emma Marshall. 15 points for Marshall. Tornadoes with the lead, 42-41 here in quarter number 4.
Remember, it was a John Brooks timeout as well that kind of killed that momentum for just a quick moment. And out of the timeout, the Tornadoes have just absolutely snatched it and all of a sudden have taken back a lead. Again, this was a Tornadoes team that looked comfortable heading into the second half. Vermillion weathered a huge storm, was able to make a comeback, and now Tornadoes trying to make their own push. It's going to be an exciting final 4.5 minutes here.
I missed who that foul call was on. They're going to say baseline out of bounds for the Tanagers. Casey Hansen to throw it in. John Brooks trying to direct traffic. The ball is in play. They're going to lob it into Brooke Jensen. Back out to Casey Hansen, right wing. Drives middle, now looks around. Again, fresh shot clock for Vermillion. Centerville fans upset about something. And they're a long way from us. See if we can't turn on a crowd mic, see if we can't hear something. Jensen inside, stolen away. Good steal by Kiera Austin. And then poked away again, and they're going to say, last touch by the Vermillion Tanagers. The Vermillion Tanager boys basketball team right in front of that call, all pointing Vermillion's way, so maybe a biased opinion on that one, but they all thought it was Tanager basketball. Halfway through quarter number 4, 42-41 your score, and been very close either way. Neither team gotten out to a very big lead whatsoever. Kiera Austin swings over to Bria Austin. Stutter steps, yep. Picked up her feet a little bit too much. Good travel call there right in front of the Tornado bench. And turnover, possession to the Tanagers.
Yeah, give a huge shout out as well to all our Centerville fans out there tuning in for tonight's broadcast. Of course, Centerville, part of the Live Ticket TV network, and their voice of the Centerville Tornadoes for all home games is also here in the building doing some PA announcing.
Yeah, December 31st, both myself and Joe Van Goor will be joining you inside of Tornado Alley, I believe Charlie Preen called it. So that'll be a doubleheader, actually against Beeresford, funny enough. Both squads in here listening to this one. The August finger roll swirls in for the Tornadoes. Now the Tornado fans getting active. They're up by 3, 44-41.
Vermillion doesn't need a tying bucket here, but certainly need to cut momentum for the Tornadoes. They need some points.
Roovers drives right, tries bucking her head to get a foul call. Nothing called. Rebound controlled by Kiera Austin. Under 3 minutes to play in regulation. Gust bounce pass over to Bria Austin. Left side to a cutting Marshall. She'll take her two-step layup. Good. Emma Marshall, 17 points for the Tornadoes. Now a 5-point lead. And we're going to get a timeout called by head coach John Brooks. 60-second timeout. We're going to step aside and take it with him. You're watching the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Invitational.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athlete.
Welcome back, Vermillion Tanagers Live Ticket TV. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. Once again, shout out to our Beeresford crew watching in from wherever they may be, giving us all kinds of inside jokes and other knowledge from things going on across the state of South Dakota. But again, with that Beeresford crew, not a whole lot of knowledge, except for Renee.
You know, I couldn't even tell you what's going on because the phone's on DND right now.
Well, my phone is also on DND. I just keep looking at it in between every break. 46-41, the Tornadoes lead the Tanagers. Pass tipped, and possession will stay with Vermillion. Again, in case you're watching the stream and wondering where all the Tanager fans are, pretty much underneath us and in the Core Trust Club. Centerville fans behind their bench, and also the student section along that left side. 20 seconds on the shot clock. Maya Halverson will drive middle. Underneath pass to Madigan Wallen, whose layup is good. First 2 points for Madigan Wallen in the ball game, 46-43. Once again, a one-possession ball game here inside the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center, home of USD Coyotes. 2 minutes to play. Gust has it top of the key with 20 on the shot clock. She'll give it off Kiera Austin, who drives right, kicks out. Izzy Idy, right wing three, catches nothing but air. Rebound controlled by Emma Marshall. They're going to say Marshall was out of bounds. Good call there by our official on the baseline, and possession will go back to Vermillion.
I didn't know if they were going to call that. I thought that the near official, the way I'm looking at it, had an easy look at it, and he might have been blocked, of course, because I see it from a whole lot different angle. But I at first did not think they're going to call that, and that was clearly both feet on the line there.
And good call by our officiating crew. We had 2 different crews so far today. One for the first 2, one for the second 2. Halverson inside, lay-in is good out of the assist of Casey Hansen. Maya Halverson, 10 points for her in the ball game, 46-45. Timeout called by head coach Tucker Tornberg. It's going to be a full timeout. We're going to step aside for just a quick 30-second break. You're watching the Tanager.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster.
In times like
Welcome back to the...
It's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home.
Welcome back to the Vermillion Booster Club Press Box, proud supporters of all Tanager athletics and the student athletes.
Welcome back to the Sanford Couch Sports Center as Heath and I definitely showing that we've been here for a while inside the SCSE. I couldn't throw us to break, you couldn't take us to break, and then we came back from break about 10 seconds later. I take full responsibility.
Take us to break, it's just, and you can't even put the audio back on.
I can't run the audio board, I mean.
The computer glitched on me, so I'm not going to take...
I'm
not going to take all responsibility. You're right, I wasn't ready to go to break because someone couldn't even get us there.
I could not form a sentence to take us to break, and I just tossed on my pen and admitted defeat. But we're back here in the SCSE. Layup by Emma Marshall is no good. Rebound to Maya Halverson, who's putting together herself a pretty nice game. 1 point ball game, 46-45. Timeout called by head coach John Brooks, and to save us all the headache, we're going to keep it right here inside the SCSC. As again, our music man, Bryce Teesk, holding us down with some swag surfing as we head to the timeout. Some scores from around the state of South Dakota. Wagner defeats Lennox on the girls' side of things, 47-39. Hamlin is leading Coleman Egan 57-37. And to be completely honest, that's all the scores I'm going to read, so I bring it over to my color analyst, Heath Nimke. Heath, this is exactly the game we might have predicted, except maybe a couple points more for Vermillion, but you got to give a lot of credit to what Centerville's been able to do both offensively and defensively in this game.
They've done a great job of shutting down Vermillion's big three. They have never all three been able to get going at once. You can talk about what they've done with Brooke Jensen, her double teaming. They've just done a great job, though, I think, of shutting down all three at different times and never letting them get in a groove. But with 116, you never know. All it takes is just a 1 point victory, and it's a huge difference between a victory and a loss, especially here.
1:10 to play. The Vermillion Tanagers going left to right. Inside, Roover's no good, and a jump ball is going to be called on the rebound.
It's a quick jump ball to be called there. And the only reason I don't like it it's just because of how quickly it was whistled and the ball all of a sudden came loose with nobody. Now, Centerville would have still picked it up, by the way.
Under 60 seconds to go. Tornadoes have the ball up 1, 46-45. Now with 50 seconds to play, they get it over to Bria Austin left side. She's going to drag her pivot foot. Travel called on this near side. Possession back to the Tanagers.
I believe that is what? Now back-to-back travels on her. Big moments here for Centerville. You got to have it in those kind of possessions to make sure you're able to stay with it and finish the job.
Tanagers have 2 fouls and 1 timeout. Tornadoes have 3 fouls and 2 timeouts. This may be a longer end to this game than a lot of us were expecting. Maya Halverson thought about the 3. Now she'll drive right. Layup blocked away. Good block that time by Emma Marshall. She's going to dribble it up herself. Emma Marshall steps back. Back to Gust. Gust will slow things down again. Shot clock is off. Vermillion has to get up and foul. John Brooks knows it, and the Vermillion boys basketball team knows it as they're all standing up on this near side. Finally, a foul is given with 17 on the clock.
Yes, and the Vermillion girls on the court did not realize that the shot clock was off. They thought there was more time left in this game, and they let a valuable 10 seconds tick off.
Izzy Eide to throw it in for the Tornadoes, and timeout called by head coach Tucker Tornberg. Just going to be a 30-second timeout, so we will keep it right here. For Centerville, very important that you get this ball in, preferably to a good free throw shooter as well, but we just got to get it into somebody.
It will be interesting to see how these next 17 seconds play out here, because the Vermillion Tanagers do have one more foul to give before we are shooting free throws. Of course, the first thing you're going to do here if you're the Vermillion Tanagers is look for the steal, look for the turnover, try to force something. So be more aggressive on the inbound. Don't let anybody get open. And even if you do, if someone is able to get open for Centerville, your first move is the steal, not the foul. Doesn't work out, then you're fouling, which gives you right about 13 seconds remaining from there. Then it becomes the foul game. And then you just hope to either miss free throws or hit a big shot late to send us to overtime.
Again, we thank you all for tuning in late. This is the nightcap of the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. I'm Cole Larsch, alongside me, Heath Nimke. All 4 games of the 2024 Classic have been right here on Vermillion Tanagers Live and Live Ticket TV. As a quick foul is going to be called on Brooke Jensen, just her first. The 4th team foul, so the next foul will be free throws for Centerville. Just 0.8 seconds went off the clock that time. They get it into Thea Gust, and she's going to be fouled. Just 0.6 of a second went off that time as well. They're going to say that foul was on Casey Hansen, so her 3rd. 5th team foul. Althea Gust to shoot free throws. 4 for 4, now 5 for 5 for her from the line in the ball game. As a team, they are 12 of 14. Second free throw for Gust is good. Tornadoes will get a sub in, so 13 for 15 from the game. That is now Althea Gust's 10th points. She's going to be the second Tornado in double figures.
Vermillion does have one timeout left to use. We'll see if something doesn't happen in trouble. They don't use a timeout. I guess John Brooks wants to use it a little bit sooner. I'm kind of surprised. They didn't look for maybe a shot first, and if it wasn't there right away, then use the timeout, but John Brooks uses it now.
13.1 to go here in the 4th quarter. Tanagers will throw it in from right in front of their bench. Right now, Heath Nimke, from a coach's perspective, you need 3 points.
Obviously, that's an understatement, but
now, do you try to get a quick 2, or do you try to give yourself a 3-pointer? One of the two.
I can see where you would argue both points here, Cole. I'm looking for the 2-pointer inside immediately. I mean, what happened within the first 4 seconds. If you're not hitting it within those first 4 seconds, then you step out, look for the 3. I would have to say, though, and this might be a crazy statement from me, I want Casey Hansen shooting the 3, or I want Taylor Ruvers shooting the 3. I would not want it in Brooke Jensen's hands. Brooke Jensen needs to be underneath the hoop this entire next 13 seconds. They need big body and size, and, no offense, she just hasn't hit the shots yet tonight.
That, and like you said, size inside. She has the size advantage inside, so if for some reason Vermillion would miss the shot,
yes,
she'd be able to get the rebound and put it back up or try to draw a foul and kick it back out. I like your game plan. I'm thinking very similar to that as well. 13.1 seconds to go. Maya Halverson will throw it in on the SA of Sanford Coyote Sports Center in front of the Tanager bench. They'll get it into Casey Hansen with 11. Hansen drives right, now looks left. Taylor Ruvers, left wing 3-pointer. Off the iron, no good. Rebound, Madigan Wollen. Kicks out, and it's stolen away by Althea Gust. Tanagers do not foul, and that is how the ball game will end.
Well, wait. There's a huge discussion because they went to start going to hug is what it is. And when the hugs are happening, that is considered traveling. John Brooks was saying there's more time. It should be a turnover. This is a huge call right now.
But if you're going to argue that, why not, when you give up the steal, go foul right away? Give yourself a chance. They're going to call a traveling violation with 1.5, so Vermillion will get the ball back. 1.5. Vermillion boys basketball team thinking we should get more time. I think they should be grateful they got any time from up here.
Because you're all right. Vermillion girls were conceding.
Yes.
They were. No doubt about it.
They were reacting to the shot.
Missed, and they said, hey, we're done.
Yep.
You guys beat us fair and square. They were conceding. And so on the opposite side, at the timeout's called, your Centerville here is saying, girls are walking to the bench. Why not? Well, hugs? You bet. So it's, you could be like, other laps. What are you doing? What are you doing? But you're just trying to play fair basketball. Good sportsmanship at this point, you know?
I understand why they're arguing for a travel, but if you're not making an attempt to end the game, and they're just conceding, right? I mean, is that crazy to think? Just from our angle up here in the booth, I mean, it's...
But in the end, you can't be mad that, hey, John Brooks starts calling for it and says, hey, it should be a travel, and then the officials say, no, not in a game. I think he has a point here, and they go, yes, he does have a point.
Well, I think the only reason that they put more time up on the clock was because it looked like one of the officials went to call it right before the buzzer sounded, but then the buzzer sounded, so he just kind of stayed back a little bit and let it happen. Then they kind of regrouped. They're going to add even more time up, 1.7 seconds to go.
What a bizarre ending. And if it's going to get even crazier if Vermillion draws up a three and hits it here. Oh, my goodness.
If you're Centerville, they're not in the bonus yet. They only have 3 team fouls. Do you just foul them instantly?
No, let them shoot the 3.
Okay. We'll see how that plays out. 1.7 seconds. Maya Halverson will throw it in. She's looking around in the Jensen 40-footer. And that is how the ball game will end officially this time. The Centerville Tornadoes come into the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center. Number 1 defeats number 1. Centerville 48, Vermillion 45. For good this time.
For good. What a great game between these two teams. It seemed at points that neither one could get their offense going. And then in the end, Centerville was just able to do enough. I think Centerville, you go back to that first half, honestly, Cole, that's where they won this game. They built enough of momentum. And in that third quarter, when everything seemed to go wrong, they still had enough to keep it within arm's length, had to regroup after that third quarter and just say, hey, get back to Centerville basketball. Look at what we did so successful in that first quarter, in that second quarter of working things inside. Let's get back to that in the first 4 minutes of this game. Let's draw some fouls. Let's make some things happen. They did exactly that. Weren't hitting the shots, but we're getting to the free throw line, hitting free throws from there, and then back and forth it went. But like I said, I think Centerville did enough in that first half to make sure they could weather the storm and then just play great basketball. This is going to be a very, very fun Centerville girls basketball team. And I know a lot of views out there on YouTube. A lot of people were watching this. And if you did not think Centerville girls were for real on going back-to-back this year, you certainly just made the argument for what they can possibly be able to do.
Again, your final score, 48-45. We're not even going to step aside. We were just going to keep it right here and give you post-game stats and analysis from inside the Sanford Coyotes Sports Center. As again, game number 4 wrapped up here in the basketball arena of the University of South Dakota Coyotes. 48-45 your final score. First, the final numbers for the Vermillion Tanagers. Their leading scorer was Casey Hansen, 15 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists for her in the ballgame. And the other scoring goes like this. Maya Halverson, 10 points for her in the ballgame, 2 rebounds and an assist. We'll get back to that point with Heath Nimke later in the postgame show. Alexis Hansen with 2 points in that first quarter. Taylor Roovers, 10 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. Madigan Wallen, 2 points, a rebound, and an assist for her. Brooke Jensen, just 4 points. Again, she came in as the Tanagers' leading scorer, averaging over 20 points a game. Centerville's defense held her to just 4 points there in that third quarter. 11 rebounds and 2 assists and a block. Amara Thomas, 2 points and 3 rebounds for her. 13 in the first, 9 in the second, 13 in the third, 10 in the fourth quarter for their total of 45 points. They will fall to 4-1. For the Centerville Tornadoes, their leading scorer, Emma Marshall, who also had a double-double, 17 points, 10 rebounds, an assist, 3 steals, and a block. Again, 17 points and 10 rebounds. Althea Gus, she was the only other Tornado in double figures, 10 points for her, 3 rebounds, an assist, and 2 steals. Other scoring, Izzy Eide, 8 points, 4 boards, and a steal. Again, she came in also averaging over 20 points a game. She was held to just 8. Tessa Eide, 4 points and 2 rebounds. Kiera Austin, 6 points and 3 rebounds for her. And Bria Austin with 3 points to round out their scoring. 14 in the first, 13 in the second, just 6 in the third quarter for the Vermillion Tanagers, 15 in the fourth for their total of 48 points. Centerville from the free throw line, they went 13 of 15. Vermillion went 8 for 11. Again, your final score from inside the Sanford Coyote Sports Center, 48-45 in favor of the Centerville Tornadoes. Bring in my color partner, Heath Nimke. Heath, a lot of big talking points that we can kind of nitpick here. Just overall, great game by both teams. You kind of alluded to it there right after the game. This is what we expected coming into this game. Number 1 against number 1. Maybe not the outcome that some people expected, but between us, it was definitely, we knew that Centerville was a legit team this year.
Yeah, you know what? I'll be honest with you, it's always tough because sometimes I don't get that opportunity to see Class B teams as much as you do, Cole. So I no doubt in my mind that I thought they were for a real team, but there's always that question when you talk about moving from B to A, and me being a naive broadcaster, I always say there's not much of a difference when you go from A to AA at some teams. So I was wondering if Centerville could compete moving from B, a top echelon B team, up to a top echelon A team, and they proved that they absolutely can. This Centerville team, there were so many times in this game that I maybe questioned Coach Tucker, questioned some decisions, really in that third quarter, just constantly shooting the three. But this was a team that, when it comes down to it, was able to get the nitty-gritty done, was able to work through things, and never really hung their head and said, all right, things could get out of hand. You even go to the start of the fourth quarter. Remember, Vermillion starts off on a 4-0 run and could all of a sudden not blow this one open, but really take control of the fourth quarter. Centerville didn't give up. They kept battling tough. I thought they did a great job. For the Vermillion Tanagers, Cole, the big question was the big three. And I hate to allude to it because I know you don't like it, but it's like in the NBA, right? The big three is such a great idea until it doesn't work out, and or until maybe you look at the big three, if you will, doesn't have a big night. Then what? Then what's the question? And it seems like Vermillion against Centerville was okay because we have one of the big three that's dishing in 25-plus points. All right, maybe it's covering up for that lack of performance somewhere else from the Vermillion Tanagers tonight. That was the opposite for what happened this evening. Tonight, when the big three doesn't all get going at the same time, when the big three isn't pouring in a lot of points, they got opened up, they got exposed. And that's no fault of the second team, because you take a look at Halverson, you take a look at Wallen, you take a look at Thomas, everyone who's coming off the bench. They did their part to make this a win for the Vermillion Tanagers. It was just the big three not all together, not all putting up a lot of points. And in the end, that's kind of where they falter. And it becomes now a blueprint for the rest of Class A, a rest for the DAC-12, a rest for this region. Hey, if you want to beat them, this is how you do it.
Yeah, you talk about that big three, and like you said, this is something that Vermillion's, they're going to have to get used to overcoming, because once this film hits, what do you think every team's going to try to do? Key on one of those three players, try to stop them, and make somebody else try to fill in for their scoring. Like we saw Centerville do, as soon as Brooke Jensen got it inside, they're swarming her.
Yep.
And they're just not letting her do anything. I mean, that's what Vermillion wanted to do. They wanted her inside with that size advantage. Centerville just came in and said, all right, we're not going to let you shoot inside. And then once she went outside, she's been struggling so far this season from the three-point line. And again, once this film hits, other teams are going to start tuning in on that. So it's going to be how you recover on that. Now, on the flip side of that, with that big three, you see Maya Halverson come into this game, 10 points, 2 rebounds for her in the contest. That's really good to see if you're a Vermillion Tanager fan, knowing that there's more coming in from these other players that aren't in the big three.
I thought Halverson in that first quarter looked really shaky. She had a couple of defensive lapses that she allowed easy buckets for Centerville, had a quick, cheap foul, if you will, that she gave up, and all of a sudden you're like, and I said in the broadcast, I'll stand by it, that this all of a sudden for Centerville was a spot that they could exploit, that they like offense versus defense. We're going to go after Halverson. But I thought that Halverson, after those first 4 minutes, after shaking loose the nerves of a big environment like this, which is a big environment, this is a much bigger venue than what they're used to playing in. Even in the Corn Palace, I would tell you that this is bigger than the Corn Palace because of the way it's structured. Everything goes out. Instead of the Corn Palace, it kind of tears down on one side, or even, I digress. Halverson did a great job of bouncing back. Wallen, even herself inside, she was one that was constantly fighting for rebounds when I thought maybe other girls that you expect to fight for rebounds weren't quite doing so. And then Lexi Hansen and Thomas, who didn't come off or didn't get as much playing time, but when they did, provided big minutes. So yeah, I really liked what this second team was doing to come along. But at the end of the day, this game is not judged on how many assists you have, how many rebounds you have, it's how many points you scored. And in the end, it's still not quite enough for this Vermillion Tanagers team if they want to make the next step, if they want to get out of this region, if they want to have a chance at making another state tournament.
When we look at the second and fourth quarters where Vermillion really struggled offensively, just 9 points in that second quarter, just 10 there late in that fourth quarter. Would you credit that more to the lack of Vermillion being able to perform offensively, or what Centerville was doing defensively? Because Centerville, it's for such as a time there too, they couldn't get anything going offensively, so they're relying very heavily on their defense.
I'm going to say, and it's maybe not be a popular opinion, I'm going to say it's the offense for the Vermillion Tanagers. And the reason I say it's their offense is because things either seemed hurried. John Brooks has said this several times in interviews. When we have open bunnies, we have open layups, we have to convert. We can't be 3 feet from the hoop and miss a shot. We saw that not just in what you mentioned, Cole, the second or third quarter. We saw that even in the first quarter as well. Open looks, and one opportunities. Didn't really have any and one opportunities. When they were getting fouled, they were not making shots like sometimes they do. So I think it comes down to the offense let them down. But again, go back to something we have not seen yet this season. The defense of Centerville on the double team of Brooke Jensen. Just, oh my goodness. This is, like I said, if I get this film as a coach, any opposing coach going against the Vermillion Tanagers, I'm saying thank you, Coach Tucker, for what you just showed me. I'm going immediately after that.
Again, obviously very good win for Centerville. They now move to 5-0 on the season. Their next action will be on the 31st when they take on Beersford in a doubleheader on New Year's Eve, 11:30 and 1 o'clock. Joe Van Goor standing right behind us. He'll be on the call for that one. I might even make the trip down for that one to help out old JVG. For the Vermillion Tanagers, they've got some time now. Their next action is on the 3rd of January when they travel up to Colton to take on Tri-Valley. Going to get quite a few practices in before that. Again, the winter moratorium, of course. Not only how big of a loss is this for Vermillion, but how big of a win is this for Centerville to take it into the winter break?
This plays more of an advantage for Centerville. It's the Jay Drake and I always joke about it. Kids nowadays are so resilient. I mean, does this one suck to lose? Yes. All right, but we lost to the number 1 team in Class B. We lost to one hell of a team, the Centerville Tornadoes. There's a lot to build from this, and as you hear from other coaches, sometimes you hit a low. It's how you build from the low that makes you such a better team. All right, you could say the same way to me, Heath, like, okay, well, Centerville didn't hit a low, but no, they had an extreme high, and they proved that they can hang with the best of the best, and all of a sudden this just now pole vaults them, if you will, from Spencer Bewley ahead into what the rest of this season's going to bring. And this was, again, big momentum of, hey, we were down. Things didn't look good there in that third quarter, even entering the fourth quarter, but we're going to find a way. We know we can find a way. This is going to prove to be very big later in the season.
Again, nightcap here, the 2024 Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. West Central with the win over Crofton in Game 1. Crofton with the win over West Central girls in Game number 2. Vermillion boys with the big win over MVP in Game number 3 and in Game number 4. Your final score 48-45 in favor of the Centerville Tornadoes. Again, for Centerville, they don't play another game till after the Christmas break. That'll be on the 31st of January, New Year's Eve, when they take on Beersford for a midday doubleheader. For Vermillion, their next game will be January the 3rd at Tri-Valley. Again, we'll have all that coverage right here. The Centerville game over on Centerville Tornadoes Live, and the Vermillion game right here on Vermillion Tanagers Live, part of the Live Ticket TV family. Vermillion will drop to 4-1, Centerville to 5-0. For everybody out there tuning in, we thank you for tuning in to all 4 games of the Vermillion Booster Club Holiday Classic. From Heath Nimke, I'm Cole Larsch, to Joe Van Goor standing behind us. We thank you for tuning in. We will see you in the new year.